So the theme of today's conference is driving strategic procurement initiatives. Mr. Krishan K. Batra, CEO, PPPAI and ISM India, will now deliver the welcome address. Mr. Batra has a diverse experience of 4 decades in the field of technology, procurement, and supply chain management in different parts of the world. Presently, he is the president and CEO of ISM India, which is an affiliate of ISM USA with chapters in 71 countries. During his employment with the UN organization as head and chairperson of the procurement and supply chain, he was instrumental in re engineering business processes and implementing ERP worldwide. Mr. Batra worked closely with the World Bank, European Commission, and US government to harmonize the procurement processes. He is the founder and developer of the UN SPSC classification standard, which is used by SAP, Oracle, and many others as a global standard. Mr. Batra has represented the UN for greening procurement in various international conferences. He is an advisor of Economic Times on use of new technology to digitize the procurement and supply chain. Over to you, Mr. Batra.
Okay, guys. Good morning, Miss Pamela Patrick, for the kind introduction. So I just want to start check whether my PPT has been uploaded or not. Anyone can tell me? Arun, can you see the PPTs or no?
No, we can't see. I can't see.
Oh, that's all. Give me 1 sec. Let me set up things right there. No, I think that's wrong.
Yeah, thank you.
Pamela, give me a few minutes. I think I'm trying to set it up. Okay, friends, can you see this now? Okay, now it's there. So let me just enlarge it. To begin with, I want to thank Ms. Pamela Patrick for the kind introduction. I hope, guys, you can hear me. Am I right? Am I audible, Arun? Everybody? Dear friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which time zone you are. I deem it my honor to welcome you all to the 3rd International Procurement Conference. Now, the theme of this conference, as you can see, is driving strategic procurement initiatives. So the word procurement has become very important worldwide. If you look around the money which goes into this, if I talk of the private sector, it is around 40 to 70% of the revenue goes into procurement. If I look at the public sector, the procurement spend is around, if I say of OECD countries, maybe 12%. In developing countries could be from 25 to 30% of the GDP. If you look at the total number, it is around $10 trillion. So if you're thinking of any savings, any improvements, any developments, procurement plays a key role. So in short, we cannot live with the old concept mechanical procurement. The procurement has to become strategic. That's why we kept the theme here, driving strategic procurement initiatives. When we talk of initiatives, we're looking at the tools, we're looking at the processes, basically to achieve cost effectiveness and efficiency. Well, friend, with this, let me a little bit introduce you with what PPI does around and how it was set up. PPI, as Pamela explained around, is Public Procurement Professional Association of India. I would say this is the first association in India focusing on public procurement. And the players who are behind it, the stakeholders, I would call the World Bank, ISM-INDIA, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, United Nations ITC part, particularly who's focusing on the supply chain activities around, New Development Bank, Asian Development Bank. So I want to thank them all for supporting this and starting this activity 3 years back. Now, the key takeaway, if I say from this session for the whole conference is, first thing is what and why of strategy. As many of you know, procurement, if you go back 20 years back, was all mechanical. But now in the last few years, the trend has changed that we have to become strategic. And I think among the public sector, if I say the credit goes to the World Bank and the UN, they've already moved toward the strategy. So the World Bank has already come up with a big framework to strategize the procurement. Then we'll talk of the three principles to add values. If you look at the principle of procurement for any public sector, the very first one is add values, the value creation. So we'll be touching on that topic. Common challenges faced by implementations, the greening procurement tools and processes, the technologies and tools to support the organization, the role of digitalizations. So everyone is now talking of AI and this, so procurement can't be left behind. Are we ready for digitalization? Where we are, we'll touch on that part. Future procurement landscape, the current landscape, I'll touch on it. Then where we plan to go around. Elevate your procurement maturity. What level of maturity we are? Are we world class? Are we still mechanical? All those things will be covered in these full day sessions around. PPI was set up on 24 September 2020. And the vision and the mission, if I talk around, the vision is to be vibrant Indian associations, creating opportunity for public procurement. The mission is to develop and support and promote public procurement professionalization. So it's the first association, as I told you in the beginning, and we have members from all over the world around. So today I would say the member is around 10,352, covering around 159 countries. Obviously, India is a major share, but the Nigerias, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, we have the members from both public and private. So the member overview, if you look around, the major share is 65%, is 45% is at the director level and the heads level. Initiatives which are taken up in the PPI, the one initiative is the networking. So we have set up this whole network around of 10,500 people. So that network itself is a very big. People are sharing their experience around on procuring different types of services, goods, and next we do webinars also regularly. So every month we have 1 or 2 webinars. So if you go to our website, you can see many, around 200 webinars which were covered in the last few years. We have social communities around, document libraries. So those who are dealing with public procurement, so we have some documents with us you can share with them. Standard bidding documents and all those things. Certification programs and training programs. The certifications, the one which is very useful, I would say, and very visible is PDPP, Professional Diploma in Public Procurement. This was launched in cooperation with the World Bank. Second one we have is Certified Professional in Strategic Sourcing. So when we're moving into the strategic direction, obviously there's a big need to do something on strategy. So strategic procurement versus tactical procurement, what difference it is? What do we need extra in terms of skill and competence? The next one, which we're launching in next month, is a Green Public Procurement, again in cooperation with the World Bank. We also have the World Bank Procurement Training Program, which is focusing on the new framework. And this new framework, which we talk around, is focusing on how we strategize the public procurement. So which World Bank has already implemented in 2016 with the new framework. So we cover all those changes which has been brought around. Government electronic marketplace, government has taken a big lead in the e-marketplace. So that also we do some training programs. And lastly but not the least is CPE. So people who are starting their career in procurement, they want to be very basic conversant. What is procurement? What processes are required around? So we cover around this. Training program, the World Bank, which we have done so far. In the last 3 years, you can say 330 participants from 56 countries. And now here are some quotes from the people around how they felt about this program. Well, friend, with this, I want to thank you all for the patient hearing. Now with this, I know we are still having 5 minutes. So let me say a few words around what we plan to touch and why the need has come. The word was called in the past was VUCA, volatile, uncertain, and complex, ambiguous. The volatile means things are changing too fast. And now we are seeing around a lot of disruptions. It could be geopolitical issues or other issues around. So that is there. And now we are moving into the bunny world, where even the product life has become very short. It's a brittle one. So with those keeping in mind the changes in the world, we have come with this theme, and we look forward to your active interest. And if you have any question, as rightly said by Pamela, you can post on the chat box. We will try to answer. If something is left over, we'll send the answer to you. Well, friend, let me thank you without taking much time on this here. Now, Arun, are we ready for the next ones? Arun, are we ready with the next ones? Chief guest? Yeah, excellent. So let me say a few words around. So, well, friends, we are very privileged to have Miss Anna Wilogorska as our chief guest. She is a very well-known leader in public procurement. Presently, she's working as a procurement manager, South Asia region in the World Bank. She has been for the last 25 years in public procurement. She has covered wide range of sectors, and the most complex one like infrastructures, IT system. Many of you are dealing with procurement of IT system. You know it's very complex. So she has done those things around, even on the customs, tax, health, social security. So that speaks the strength of her knowledge into those fields around. She has a wealth of experience in public procurement reform as well. In addition, I would say she's very knowledgeable on EU, UNCITRAL, model law-based system. And in addition, on top of it, one is working in 25 years in one region. She has worked around 20 years in different regions. She has worked in Africa. She has worked in East Asia and Pacific. She has worked in Europe and Central Asia around. So literally she has covered the whole world. So well, friend, with this, please join me in welcoming Miss Anna Wilogorska for a keynote address. Thank you again. Anna, welcome back. Are you there, Anna? Yeah.
My microphone on now. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Batra, for your very kind introduction. And dear participants, it really is my pleasure to be amongst you for this opening session of the third edition of the International Conference on Public Procurement, which I think marks the foundation day of the Public Procurement Professional Association of India. I think I understand that the PPPAI already has 15,000 members, which is quite incredible. And I think it has quite ambitious plans to contribute There will be some 2,500 or more, maybe 3,000 participants from all different countries who will be attending this conference. So I hope this conference will be a very useful brainstorming for some of the burning issues, which I'll also cover in my introduction. And also, I hope everybody will learn something new. We're always trying to learn things. And if not, then at the very least for refreshing our knowledge. So last year has been quite an eventful year for the public procurement family, mainly due to the fact that green public procurement has become a more and more important element of many government strategy to mitigate the impacts of climate change, which are affecting us every day. I think in all countries, we're experiencing rather strange climate events, weather events, the early wildfires in Australia, the floods last year in Pakistan, even some heat waves where last year I experienced 40 degrees in London, which was quite unheard of. I think this was a record for London. So this is something, so climate change is something which is becoming more and more urgent. And I think it's excellent that we in public procurement are able to help address this. Procurement, sometimes called sustainable. I think the aims are the same. And as part of this, for example, we've recently completed a stock taking of green public procurement in India. And we're embarking on research studies in specific sectors, for example, road transport, energy, water, or urban. We see that the Indian institutions, including ISM, PPPAI, are offering training in green public procurement, and we offer our technical support. And the bank is supporting various programs worldwide. I think many of you, if you are from international countries, you'll see that there will be programs launched in almost every region. At the global level, the bank, we've published a number of guidance notes, toolkits on green public procurement. I also want to congratulate the government of Punjab, which has recently introduced a guidance note on GPP or green public procurement. The government of Bangladesh, I know, also has published some guidance on sustainable public procurement and some policy notes on this, and has adopted a policy which is excellent. And I know that many of your governments also are working on this issue. So I think this is excellent. This is something that we're supporting, and we're also supporting this, for example, in Pakistan, in India, in Sri Lanka, in fact, all over South Asia, as part of assistance to the whole of the economy. So, and climate, that affects the whole of the economy. So I guess you can look out for this in your countries as well, because I think it's not something that is only in South Asia, but certainly in India and in South Asia, we're making very big strides and involving all all the training institutes to help in implementing the policies. Now, one of the other challenges faced by public procurement professionals is to find the right balance between quality and price while taking the award decisions. I think, many in many jurisdictions, people are being, traditionally are forced to take the view that contracts should be awarded based on least cost, so the lowest cost. But I think many countries, including India, have understood that actually this doesn't result, firstly, in value for money, and also it doesn't result necessarily in quality and investments. So it's very heartening. Probably some of the first countries evaluation approach, and other non-price factors. The bank, from the 1st of September this year, we've actually made the use of rated evaluation criteria mandatory for projects that approach the international market. Now, this is something that has been available at the bank since we launched the procurement framework in 2016. But I think what we found is that we need to do some advocacy around this, which we have been doing, and we're seeing that is really yielding results. And what this means is that we assign some weight to non-price factors during bid evaluation. So based on this experience, we hope that this will also be adopted by participants here. I this let's say gradually, so we're only doing this based on internationally advertised tenders. But the importance here, and I cannot underestimate, ensuring value for money and ensuring the quality, consequently the sustainability of the various investments that are made. We also have seen, and here also this really in evaluation, public procurement as a tool to promote socio-economic objectives. Now, one way of doing this is through the use of rated criteria in evaluation, but another way of doing this, and one that is gaining more and more traction, is the promotion of micro and small, medium and medium-sized enterprises, and particularly those owned by women entrepreneurs. Governments have taken a lot of measures to promote participation of MSMEs, including women-owned businesses in public procurement. And in some which ensure that at least 30% of all contract awards in public procurement go to these medium and small enterprises, which I think is an excellent thing. There are not many governments that have adopted this. This example is drawn from Russia, for example. But in India, government e-marketplace, GEM, and this is also a good example where we can promote the participation of small and medium-sized enterprises and also women-owned businesses. So we have recently commissioned a small study to understand the reasons for low participation and lower rates of contract awards to women-owned businesses. And we hope the findings of the studies will help the government and public purchasers in creating an enabling environment for improving the share of women in public procurement. Now, also, public procurement policymakers are increasingly understanding the importance of upstream work in drafting procurement strategies. And I think it's excellent, and this is, I hope that I'm having a look at the timetable and the agenda for today. I think this will be covered by some. I think this is a very good move to ensure that procurement is not just about having a lot of activities and doing and buying things. There needs to be a real strategy to achieve the intended objectives of the procurement process. So procurement, the project procurement strategy, so the way in which the bank has done this is we insist and every project has to have a project procurement strategy for development, something that we call the PPST. This is a mandatory requirement for World Bank finance projects. And I'm glad that the government experience in today's workshop. I must say, when we introduced the PPSTs, and when I was working in Vietnam, I was whole and several of the big utility companies then came back to us and said, yes, this is excellent and we'd like to learn some more. And they have now mainstreamed it in their business. So I'm glad that we will get to share some experiences. We'll get to hear about some of the experiences in New Zealand, which, and also learn from. There are many other relevant topics which are covered. For example, data. This is how we have to learn, and this is how we were able to adapt our strategies when we look at, when we analyze the data from developing resilience. I think, another thing that is seen as you'll find the various thoughts and ideas national speakers and Indian resource persons, very useful, and we will all, continue to learn. We must all remember that we are on a continuous learning experience. Finally, I want to congratulate PPPAI, ISM-INDIA, and the various partner institutions for organizing today's conference with the participation of various global industry leaders from the private sector. I wish you all the very best, and I hope to see you all next year when we hold the same conference, again on the anniversary of the Foundation Day of Public Procurement Professional Association of India. And I also will be interesting to see how many members you will have gained by next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the keynote address, Ms. Velogoska. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Krishan Batra to talk about the procurement strategy framework and the big picture approach. Please put your questions in the chat box and we will take it at the end of the session. Over to you, Mr. Batra. Thank you.
Many thanks again, Pamela. So before I proceed my presentation, I want to again thank Ms. Anna Velogoska for sharing her insight and sharing her time to join with us. Okay, friends, now the topic for the session is procurement strategy framework. Before I go into this, let me also tell you guys the good news is so far 4,681 people have registered for this program and covered around 151 countries. So that shows the importance of subject on procurement strategy. Well, friends, the topic for this session is procurement strategy framework. Now, 3 words. Procurement, you all know, buying goods, services. Strategy means something is a long term. And the framework is holistic understanding. Before I reach strategy, how do I achieve it? So there's a framework. And we are also going to talk about the big picture approach. When we talk about big picture, one is that we do for our own sector. Okay, guys, I'm working in X organization and I'm working in this government around. I come with my strategy. But then I find suddenly there are geopolitical issues around. There's a climate issues around. The old system doesn't work. I have to change so I need to have a big picture approach when I design my strategy. Keep in mind, strategy is not static. That's why when we visit around any company as a consultant, we always ask them, guys, when this whole strategy was made around. If it is more than 5 years, it's a guide time for change. I won't have said same thing 10 years back. Now in the last few years, the changes are so abrupt. As I said to you, the word is becoming VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and now it's moving into the Bani word. So that shows you need strategy to be also dynamic. So that's what we call on the big procurement, big picture approach around. And let me see what we plan to cover up in this session. So the key takeaways for this session. So I have around 45 minutes. I'll take around 40 minutes and 5 minutes, 6 minutes. I'll take up the question, whatever you put on the chat box. So Pamela will share with me and I'll be very happy to answer. The very first one is the journey of procurement and current procurement landscape. What has been the journey of procurement for the last roughly say 100 years? And what is the procurement landscape today? What is procurement strategy framework? The next I want to touch on the need for the big picture approach. As I said to you, the word is dynamic. Strategy also has to be dynamic. You can't stick with the old, which was designed 40 years back or 30 years back. That's why the World Bank came in 2016, a new strategy framework. Again, creating and developing procurement. How do we create it? It looks very good. And I am very proud to say I have worked around 10 companies worldwide. So when I joined UN at a headquarter level, I went as a director. My first job was to get the strategy in place. So I'll tell you and share you my experience around how we develop the strategy. World-class procurement framework. Technological advancement. The word is coming with AI, you're all hearing around. So what does it mean for us? Some people are scared that this will take away our job or this will do this. I'll say it will empower us. What challenges and the future trends around. So in broadly, if I say around, the whole story revolves around cost optimization and adding value. Now the journey of the procurement over 100 years. It has evolved. The first time the word came in 1862 called materials man. There's a book actually. There's a term called materials man. So that means this term has been there. If you look at the Roman Empire, if you look at the pyramids, that means there was a procurement. Maybe the focus was more on the material side, but it's evolved significantly over the last century. Firstly, if I say of 20th century beginning, 1920 to 40, very manual. Still also many companies are doing manually. Mid 20th century, if you talk around 50s to 60s, standardized process. People came with SOPs. Guys, if you want to make a requisition, here is a way. If you want to make a purchase order, this is the way. If you want to get the payment, this is the process. So people came with the process. And it was 20th century, 70 to 90, ERP. And I had the privilege of implementing ERP in all my 160 countries offices around in 2005. So I was very proud to implement this. But then later on, I found after 5 years, it doesn't serve the purpose of the procurement. It serves the purpose of the organization. But still, when I look at the organization, procurement activities around, there's lot to be done. In the turn of the millennium, if you look around, e-procurement came. Then we had recent years from 2010 to 2020, cloud-based AI, all those things around. Now, the traditional procurement, if you all know, starts from the if I go with a straight line approach, no strategic, very tactical, very operational procurement, which even in the public sector, still it is going this way. Or if I go 5 years back, worldwide was like that. Need recognitions, purchase requisitions, review the request, you get the budget approvals, quotation request, negotiation and contract. In public sector, negotiation was not welcome in the good old days, but now I think in the new guideline has come up. Receive goods and services, three-way matching, invoice approval, record. Very traditional mechanical process. So if somebody joins procurement, they say, guys, here are the steps, you just follow them. That's why if I go back many years back, many people with good education will not love to go into procurement. But today I would say it is one of the top important professions around. It's a key pillar of supply chain. So when I passed out from the US after my MBA, I found supply chain was one of the top carriers. And I moved into that direction. And I enjoyed after that. Now let's see at the current landscape. With increased disruption, I would say, procurement is starting to get recognition as a major contributor to the companies. It's very understood. If I talk from the private sector, 40 to 70%. If I'm in the auto sector, around 70%. And if you are the CEO of the company, you want to make a change, you have to look at procurement and supply chain. You can't ignore it. You are in a pharma, maybe around 50%. IT sectors, around 40%. Public sectors, GDP, when I look around 20%, 25%, depending on which country you are. And major project, if you talk around any X project, 70% is procurement. Or maybe even more than 70%. So it's very procurement intensive. And we all know procurement is also very labor intensive. So chief procurement officers are becoming increasingly important in members. So it is a key pillar of supply chain management, as I said to you in the very beginning. That means there's a big need of change is required around. Let's look at the procurement strategy. So that so far I've given you the background part, the context part. Now, if you look at the strategy, every organization, whether it's a government, whether it's a company, everybody has a strategy at the top. And those government also have objectives, companies also have objectives. And even if I say public sector companies, they also have it. They have an overall objective. What do we want to achieve at the end of the day? Then based on that, we make a procurement strategy. And then based on that, in a procurement, I might have 10 categories or 20 categories. Those who are falling category management. Those who are not falling category, they will have a very broad, old-fashioned procurement process. Now, based on the category, then the next category means one will be dealing with IT procurements, one will be dealing with services, one will be dealing with professional services. So everybody specializes in something. I know in the good old days, they would say one procurement person can do all. No, jack of all you can't. Today, procurement is becoming a profession. Certainly, you need procurement skills, but you also need subject knowledge also. If I'm buying IT equipment or IT systems, I don't have a foggish idea how IT system specifications are written. I can't do a good justice. So this is where we are coming around. The last is operational procurement. Now, what is procurement strategy? First, let's look at the word procurement strategy. We use this word very commonly. First question we ask, what is your strategy to do this? It's basically a roadmap. It's a long-term plan to acquire necessary resources and investment. Then the next thing comes around is, it depends on several parameters. You can't say one size for all, no. If I move from one company to another company, I feel I can do same thing now. Since I moved around 10 organizations, including public sectors and private sector, every company has a different culture. So you cannot come with exactly same mode of operations. The risks are different. If I'm in a pharma sector, different risk. If I'm dealing with public sector, my risks are different. I mean, auto sector is being different risk. My budget, my timeline. Some people work on lean approach around. No inventory at all. Some says, guys, let's pile up the inventory. Cost of ownership. So those factors affect the developing of strategy. And again, I want to emphasize strategy is dynamic. It's not static. Now, aim of strategy is mainly focused on cost effectiveness and expanding the organization organically. So there are two growths. One growth could be that you buy many companies, acquire companies, merge many companies and grow. Second is you grow on the same product line or some related product line through cost effectiveness. Framework of procurement strategy includes, so when we talk about framework, so strategy we all know by now. So the framework part is a holistic understanding. What is the vision? What's the mission of the organization? What time frame we have kept around? What tactical plans we have? If this does not work, what do we have a choice? We all went through it in COVID-19. If one delivery was not coming around, then the question, you're not going to stop the work. Then say, guys, how do I manage? And I'm buying from a company, the company has caught a fire, a company is buying a raw material, the raw material is under flood, or it's closed down. So how do I manage those tactical plans around ways to go? So I'm sure in the last 2 years, many of us have learned who are in the procurement, new ways to manage it, new ways to govern the procurement. Now the framework of the procurement strategies, the very top level, I would say, strategies statement of purpose. Why are you doing this? If anybody asks me a question, what are you doing in this business? So I have to show my purpose, I have to show my objectives, desired results. What do you want to achieve at the end of the day? What time frame you have? Every project which you have, whether in the government, whether in the public, whether in the private, you have a project activities around, time frame is there. Then coming the tactical plan part, how will we approaching and implementing this? Strategy looks very nice, very impressive. So I remember the one strategy which I made for the UN family, the UNDP. In 1999, I developed it. And by the time ERP came, I said, throw it away, make a new one. So we have to do that. the mayors. This is very, very important. If supplier is doing a good job or a bad job, now everybody talks of supplier relationship. Nobody talked of it in the good old days. The word was CRM, customer relationship management. Now SRM, even in the public sector, even if you look at the World Bank, new framework around, SRM is there. So the SRM in the private sector is very popular, it's picking up. In the public sector also it's coming around. So the question comes, before I do SRM, I need to measure the performance. Should I have a long-term agreement? I had a chance to work on it, even in the public sector. It goes back to the beginning of 90s. We used to buy a lot of computers, tables, furniture. I said, guys, why we are doing same thing again and again? Can't we have a long-term agreement for 2 years? We used to buy a lot of vehicles around. So why can't we have an agreement for 2 years? Fix up the price, build up the relationship with supplier. So you need KPIs, key performance indicators, service level agreements. We had built, even in those days, I can say around in beginning of 2000, we had SLAs, we had KPIs. I had around 25,000 suppliers worldwide. I could easily see their performance. How are they performing on delivery? How are they performing on price? How are they performing on quality, quantity, and after sales service? And computer will generate a message to them, guys, you are lacking on this. And those who are doing very good, they became our relationship partner. So this is where we need to come with the framework. Now, when we talk of the vision of the organizations, I think it may help you some way. What are you trying to achieve? What is your procurement vision and mission? How will it be implemented? What are the best companies you do? What tools and services are needed? How will success be measured? How does all this fit into the problem? I think these visions are very, very important around in terms of delivery. I remember a company I visited. It was in India, Bhopal. I said, guys, how much time you take from requisition to purchase order? I did the calculation. It was 40 days. I said, when do you want the goods? Within 7 days. So guys, the company takes 40 days and they want delivery from the supplier in 7 days. That shows there's a big gap in our vision of the procurement, or in our process around, or in our wastage of process around. So that's what we need to do around. Now here is the one strategy, different approaches. I will touch on it. I'm not saying one size for all. One approach which is used very simple way. I say, guys, all my items I want to do my spend. If you see the vertically in the center, all purchase item, I might be buying 30,000 varieties of goods, services, or even SKUs. I do the spend analysis. I say, guys, do spend analysis for me. And then based on that, category part. And I had a tough time when I started around the spend analysis in 86, 87 for my 160 country offices. Everybody was speaking 3 languages, English, French, Spanish, but when we want to compile the data, very tough. Then we came with the United Nations SPSC, Standard Product Standard Classification. It is my baby and I build it up and used by now most of the ERP organizations. So category planning I can do from there. I have a cost map for each one. So this used to be the very traditional strategy element. Go with the category approach. Then based on the category, I'll say, guys, I will use strategic sourcing for some item where I've got limited supplier. But then where I've got a big number of suppliers, I'll do competitive process. Where I've got a risk around, again, I'll go with a relationship. I've got only one supplier. Why should I do the bidding worldwide? What for? I'll go with the supplier relationship. So different approaches we came around based on spend. So spend was the driving thing around. So this was the very beginning when I started around. Now, why develop strategy? The strategy is a pillar of effective innovation and CSR. Reflects the mission, vision, and aim of the organization. Provides a framework for the team. And this question I do ask all the time whenever I visit, because every month I do 2-3 visits to various companies, whether on a consultancy or on a training. I said, guys, tell me, what are your strategies? What drives you to make a decision? Yes, you have a big manual, but what else is driving you to make a proper decisions around? So that's where we focus on, guys. Helps to ensure the cost reduction and values, opens the door for opportunity and improvements. This strategy is known for minimizing the and speeding up the supply chain process. The purpose of strategy is not to police the process. If you're thinking that we're going to police the process, we have got a 300 pages manual, procurement people will only read those pages which they know what are the steps. 300 pages are used by the audit people to question you, why didn't you do this? And I had a chance to change those pages around. I said, guys, make it smaller, make it more meaningful. So that means that's what we look around. Why do you need strategy? The very first thing is you want visibility. If my framework does not allow me visibility on my demand side, visibility on the supply side, I may lose the bus. Cost efficiency through strategic sourcing, better contract delivery and coverage, and good relationship, supplier relationship, quality management, product development, improved customer experience. If customer can know sitting on corner, if I connect from supplier to customer, maybe 100 players in between, customer knows what is the status of my things. I may use a tower, control towers or whatever. So customer knows the latest thing, what is happening. It's just like Amazon experience. If that experience is available to them, that's the purpose of strategy. And ensures compliance. Anything which is transparent, no hidden agenda, is pure transparent, end-to-end. Compliance will be much more. So fewer errors, sustainable development goals. So after the Paris declarations in G20 also, sustainable. Everybody is now trying to talk around net zeros, less carbon footprints, cut down the carbon footprints. So this is where I think is also becoming very emphasis around. So you and me, when we buy, are we looking around energy consumption of the products? Are we looking around the product can be recycled? Is it going back to the Mother Earth to damage it? So we need all that studies around on this. Increase supplier diversity. So in this case, we have a supplier, some are very big, they control the whole world. Then there are small companies, startups, or some minority women entrepreneurs around. We need to focus them as well. So you need to come up with your own strategies based on the government guidelines or whatever. So you could add much more. The need for the bigger approach. Big picture approach, when I say around, I only meant was the word is getting through disruption. Changes are happening too fast. And even a global economy, if you see now, is around 2.7%, 2023, 1.1% advanced economies. So this is the weakest growth since 2001. Word of inflation, rising interest. So that means we have to look at the strategy on this parameter. I can't make a strategy in silos. If you think that I can make in a silo my strategy without looking at these parameters, you're missing a bigger picture. You need to reassess, redesign the tactics to manage fluctuating costs. Components of big picture certainly is planning, technologies, risk management, and supplier management. So this word has become very important around. I remember the time when I came out from the college, 72, 70 from IIT when I came. We used to talk about supplier was like a road doormat. Now nobody talks about doormat. They're very important to you. Here comes another one approach of developing strategies. You have a direction strategy. What type of strategy? What type of organization you have? If you change the strategy, your organization structure also has to change. You can't say, okay, my organization structure remains same, my culture also is same, and I'm coming with a new strategy. The strategy has to blend with organization culture, or you change the organization. If your organization is not digital friendly, then don't talk about digital in your strategy. They won't listen it. They will have no trust on that. Management process, performance management. How do you manage the performance part without having, again, data coming to you? If data is coming through spreadsheet, it takes months. I also started with spreadsheets. In 90s, 92, I remember the time, we used to collect the data. It used to take us 1 month before I get the report for all my country office. Now with the press of a button, with the dashboard, you can get that. Work processes. So this is another approach of creating a strategy around. I'm just touching with different approaches around. Another one could be for a traditional company, if I say, they go with the spend analysis. Then they look around, where is my money going? Who are the suppliers? Maturity assessment. Then they see, guys, how is the maturity of my procurement? The very first maturity is the cycle time. To get a small value item, it takes you days, 40 days, and delivery you want in 7 days, then your maturity level is too poor. Better change it. Organization alignments, human capitals, supplier strategies, risk management. So you look at all these parameters around, including the KPIs, key performance indicators. Then you can say, guys, I need this change, and then you make a strategy based on it. So this is very traditional approach, which can be done around. Another approach could be very simple another way, only 7 steps. Your current status. Sit down as an expert, you say, guys, show me the status of what type of category item I buy. What do I do? What process is there? How much time I do? How many approvals are required? How many signatures are required? And then come to engage the stakeholders. Then call all the stakeholders to change them. You can't change alone. Align the strategies, define procurement policies, create. And in this one I used for my low value item, very lightly. I moved from Denmark to US, and I was going as a director there. So then when I said, guys, and I wanted my business card, which was costing that time $20 for 200 pieces. And to get those business card, there were 14 steps. Then I did the costing of all the steps around. It was coming around in 1999, I can say. It was around $90. The item of $20, I'm spending $90 in the process to ensure compliance. And that's the time I came with the concept of engage stakeholders. I said, guys, this is what is happening. We need to define our low value items, for which I will have a different process. And everybody agreed, the finance guy. I said, we don't have to just become police ourselves. We need to see around which are low values, what process we have. Earlier, we had same process for all. Whether I'm spending $1 million, whether I'm spending $25, process was same. So we need to come with that strategy. Now, another approach, which public sector, which again I'm taking from the World Bank and others which they've done, demand management. It's a very wonderful tool which had come up in 2016. Demand means planning, procurement plan. Procurement plan earlier was not given. I've got 40 projects on irrigations in a country, but I don't combine the plans around. Maybe there are some items common, category concepts around. If I'm doing 40 projects in a country, and there are some items which are common, can I combine them together? Category and sourcing managements around, contract management, supplier relationship management. Since I do some program for the World Bank on this SRM contract management, I cover it. But then I see it's a big change in the mindset. I'm not saying fully on the ground level, but still there's a big mindset change. And you will be hearing again Mr. Vinay in the evening. So he's the man behind this, who was the director for the public procurement in the World Bank. Compliance and risk, people, the processes and systems and technology. So this is the way I look around. If I see from the public sector, this is the changes are coming in. Elements of public procurement, demand as explained to you. That means there has to be plan. I will not touch it until I get the plans. Category sourcing management's around. Contract management's around. Where to do administration, where to check the negotiation, where I'm failing it around. SRMs and compliance and risk management. If there are risk part, which in the good old days people never worried about this part, but now the risk is also part of it. So there are good checks and balances for that. That's where I will look at it. Aligning the procurement with the organization goals. Implementing the framework. Making a framework is good. You made a beautiful design of the building. Now converting the design into the real building and the real policies, we used to call in the good old days, a framework will have 3 P's. Policy, procedures. First thing will be, 4 P's, principles, policy, procedures, and practices. So starts from the principle. Then we have policy based on the principle. And then based on the policy, we have, again, procedures around. Then we have practices around. I mean, practice could vary depending on the type of item and goods I'm buying. Measuring and evaluating success. You might have done a beautiful framework, looks good on paper, but when we were implementing it, as I said to you, one size doesn't fit all, different organization, different cultures, for whom you're doing, there may be resistance for that. So you need to come with the KPIs. And KPIs have to match with that culture and organization. World-class procurement, if you say, we're looking at executional level, operational level, strategy. Now, strategic level, maybe 10% people. I remember the time when I started my first career with Tata's. I was in the design side, but I could see in procurement we had around 10% people in strategic level. 60 to 70% were all execution and firefighters. Day in, out, they were running and getting the goods around. So we were more on the operation side and execution side, so more on the firefighting side. But now we want to turn this whole pyramid upside down. Have more people on strategic. So that's change is required. And operational part could be automated to some extent. Now, tips to build a world-class procurement strategies. Professionalize the procurement functions. So that is where we need around. In the good old days, it was okay, guys, has a degree and just hire it. Or somebody is free, some other department, move them into procurement. I think those days are gone. Procurement has become a profession. So when I say it's a profession, then you need a basic understanding and good education and skill of that. You need a knowledge, you need skill in that subject. So we don't see the guy hire the manager who can manage suppliers and stakeholders. So that means if you're managing a good manager, the guy who understands supplier, who understands stakeholder relationship, good communication skill, and is a strategic thinker. So the skill sets are changing. Don't sweat the small stuff. Example, I gave it to you, the business card, which I was trying to buy, costing $20 and going through 14 steps. And if I look at the money and the cost which is spent on 14 steps was around $90. So don't sweat on the small stuff just to ensure compliance. So you need to come with a better benchmark. That's what I would call. See technology as an enabler. Technology as an enabler is a wonderful thing because very first time I got involved with EDI standards developing when I was in Geneva. So EDI standard, then later on I've seen through ERP. And now we are seeing AI, we are seeing others. They're all enablers. They're not a threat. They make you smarter. So collaborate for strategic benefit. If you want to get a strategic benefit, you have to collaborate. You can't work in silos in a procurement. You need to collaborate with supply, collaborate with your stakeholders in-house. Listen to them as well. So that's where it comes importance around. The last, again, I'll say, emphasize the benefit of risk and control. Certainly, risk management is very important. And then we have to work it around which risk I need to manage, which risk I can ignore. So you need to have different approaches for different risks. Some risks you can't avoid. You need to mitigate them. Some you can avoid, they're very minor risk. If it comes, you will manage it. But you can't put all risk on the time. The time is the solution. No, my friend. So you need to divide the risk depending on probability, what type of risk it is. Next comes the quality of the good procurement strategy. If I say, what are the qualities of a good procurement strategy? First thing is strategic thinking. So if somebody comes to me with that, I'll say, guys, what are the strategic issues in this we have taken care of? Operational excellence. And operational excellence can come through, I would say, again, robotic process automations, through AI, through analytics. Without that, you can't do operational excellence. Result-oriented and technologically enabled. So that's what we're looking around. Technological advancements. If you look at over the basic ERP, to me, ERP also looked big ones. So when I was talking about Miss Anna Vilogoska, she was involved with IT system. My first IT system was ERP. And we were spending around $75 million, big money. I had to spend a lot of time to understand it. How do I evaluate them? Which one is good and which is bad? And I was very proud to implement ERP, but now I find for procurement is a pain point. It's very good for the organization, enterprise, resource planning, put all the factors together. But did it serve the purpose for ERP procurement? I'll touch on that part soon. Generate technology roadmap, digital technologies, technology roadmap, again, process re-engineering. If you're thinking of any change, don't use your old process which are outdated. I know some people did in those times, even when we were doing ERP. Some people are very complacent with X process around. I said, no. If you're going with ERP, spending too much money, change the processes around. Source to pay, e-procurement tool sets, technology enablements. So this is where I would say. Here, this is the one I showed you very clearly. In 70s, I had a chance to work in Tata's and MRPs. ERP, when I moved to the Europe and US, we were doing ERP. And this is where I'm saying ERP is a wonderful tool, still required, I'm not questioning. But the next step has come with e-procurement. And now it's come e-marketplace also. Government of India has done e-marketplace, which is called GEM. So with ERP, then we're going to e-procurement. We're using reverse auction, all those tools around. But once I got an E, I got all the whole end-to-end. Today, what is happening in ERP, you make a requisition in ERP, you make a purchase order in ERP, but between requisition and purchase order, the sourcing part is all in your emails. There's no transparencies. We want one platform end-to-end internet. So my sourcing activities are also there. My contract management is also on that. So that means even if you're sitting far off away on holidays, you should go on the system and see end-to-end. Customer can also see where is the status. So that's where we need to put it. So once I've got E, electronic, I have the data. The data is not to keep a storage. The data has to be processed. Data is just like a crude oil. I have to process, and that's where the procurement 4.0. We're talking industry 4.0. Industrial Revolution 4. If procurement has to become 4, your mobiles have become digital, but your process also has to become digital. And digital means we're talking of smart procurement. So that's where the journey has to do. Many companies are moving into 4. So that's where the trend is moving. The challenges which we have: supplier selection, negotiation and contracts, risk management, all are becoming, in the life cycle of procurement, still big challenges around. Review and continuous improvements. So we certainly need a big improvements. The use of Kaizen, again I will say that. I remember the time when we were working in the factories, the Tatas stood, I worked around in the factories, in the US also. Kaizen was very popular. Kaizen, good change. Or you could say it's a continuous improvement. How many of us in procurements are doing brainstorming to change our processes? Somebody else writes in a sitting in a different department who doesn't know our process. They write the process for you. I remember the time when in the UNDP I said, guys, all your audit people should work first in the procurement, then become the audit people. So there has to be change, the process improvement. So this is where we're talking of Kaizen. I mean, if you feel your process has a lot of wastages, you need to change. Now, this is where the whole story is coming, and the procurement is dividing into 2 parts, and the private sector is going very fast. Public sector also has started around, and the government still, I know it's coming through GEM. So upstream, downstream. Upstream means I'm making long-term agreements based on my spend. Downstream means those who want to buy, immediately they can use the supplier and place an order. It's happening through GEM as well. So this is where I think we have to move. So procurement is not one circle, 2 parts. Upstream will become strategic and operational. I know in the good old days people said prices are changing. How can you have fixed prices? Europe does, everybody does framework agreements. So you could come with some parameter to adjust the prices. This is the way trend is going. No more price. I think you heard already the chief guest. Price is not the only parameters. Cost. Then you came to the total cost of ownership. Now even we're talking of the life cycle cost after including how much damage we are doing to the earth. Strategic sourcing. So when I came to India in 2011, I could see strategic sourcing was picking up. Today we do every month 1 or 2 programs on strategy. Still category management is beginning. I know in the production side, still category management is picking up in a big way. And the last is value. If you're in a supply chain, then certainly category management is very popular there. Otherwise, in the production also is good. Another thing which I can say, the trends which is happening around to drive the strategy part, 20 years back was price. So your strategy was all revolving around price. 3 years back before COVID, adjust COVID, cost, risk, value, innovation. You want innovative products. If supplier can give me innovative product, then yes. And lastly, I'm going with the security of supply, mitigate the price, and mitigate this one. So you can imagine around the parameters of changing very fast. Final thoughts, guys, before I wrap up. Main goal is to deliver business value and competitive advantage. Commonly, it is achieved through optimization, increased efficiencies. Lastly, I will touch on identifying saving opportunity, managing risk, all these points which I have touched earlier. My friend, with this, again, I want to thank you. Keep in mind, strategy is a dynamic thing. That's why I kept let's move on. So strategy is not going to be static for the whole thing. So strategy has to be dynamic. You have to change it. My friend, with this, I want to thank you. Any question, 1 or 2, I can take it. Pamela, back to you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Batra. Now we'll take questions from the audience. I have a few questions here in my chat box. I'm going to read that one by one. We'll take the first question. What are the challenges and prospects if we make procurement policy a principles-based one rather than rule-based? That's the first question. If you would like to answer that, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Pamela, and for the question which has been raised. Now the question is, should we make the whole thing strategy on principles are based on the rule basis. The rule is a very mechanical process. If I go with the rule, guys, audit comes and asks me, Krishan, have you done bidding for this? Have you got 3 quotation? If you didn't get 3 quotation, did you go for second time or not? That is too mechanical. If I got only 1 or 2 supplier, I can justify I'm getting a value for money. And as it is, if I can say across the board, in all public sectors, even South Africa, I've seen, EU, I've seen, OECD, US, everybody's principle is value for money, the first thing. So the value for money is the criteria around. So principles are more important to me. The rules are subsidiary. So rules are supposed to follow the principle. If I can justify based on principle, audit should not question. Yeah.
So I'll take the next question. When you talk about a long-term plan, what's the outline? What's the timeline you're looking at? 2 to 3 years, 5 years, or more?
Okay. Normally, in the private sectors, we do up to 3 years. In the public sectors, where I've seen around to avoid the conflict of interest. Second, in the market, new suppliers are coming around. Competition is increasing. New startups are coming around. So there I will do maximum initially for a year. Then if I see the performance is good, I may extend for second year, but I will not tie my hands permanently for 2 years. I'll do it for a year, then extend for 2 years, goes on that.
Thank you, Mr. Batra. So the last question now, what is the best way to optimize your tail spend, and what is the optimum process to manage it? Thank you.
To optimize the spend. Now I have got, let me give my own example. We were spending around in the UN families, it's around $30 billion spent. And we had around 50,000, 55,000 varieties of goods and services. There are some items which are very close to same family. If I do bidding for each and every item, I'm wasting my time. We used to combine those items and make a category. This is where I started around 80-20 concepts around. So that means if you spend your put 20-80, that means top 20% cover 80% of the values. Again, Pareto analysis. So once I know which are my 20%, then focus on them and then try to optimize. So I think you have to go with the spend and then look around. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Batra. So now it's time for coffee and a networking break. During your break, do check out the virtual event platform, which has a couple of interesting items like the selfie booth, exhibition area, and the fun zone. We will reconvene after the coffee break at 12:15 p.m. I request all participants to be back on time as the next session commences sharp at 12:15. Thank you so much. Thanks. Dear participants, welcome back. Our next speaker is Mr. Matt Perkins, Chief Advisor, Procurement, New Zealand Government Procurement, Building, Resources and Markets, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. Mr. Perkins's experience ranges from buying a pair of gumboots for a cabinet minister one Saturday morning to leading the centralized sourcing and management of New Zealand dollars 3 billion worth of government spend on common goods and services. Mr. Perkins started his career at Pharmac, New Zealand's pharmaceutical funding agency, before working at the Ministry for Primary Industries for 10 years. There, he led the procurement function from being aligned to business units to take a category based approach. He then managed 9 community investment funding programs before leading a regulatory change program for commercial fish reporting. He has been with New Zealand government for almost 5 years, where after leading the New Zealand government centralized sourcing and supplier relationship management teams, he was recently appointed as the chief advisor. Today, Mr. Perkins will share his insights on pursuing procurement excellence. Please put your questions in the chat box and we'll take it at the end of the session. Over to you, Mr. Perkins.
Tēnā koutou katoa, e mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua, ko Rimataka te moana e runei taku nākau, ko kairangi te awa I mahia nei aku maharahara, no whanganui a tāra ahau, ko Matt Perkins toko ingoa, no reira tēnā koutou katoa. Good evening from Wellington, New Zealand to all conference attendees. My name is Matt Perkins, and over the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to take you through the New Zealand procurement evolution from a world pre-financial global financial crisis and pre-COVID to where we are today, plus also give you insights into where we are going. I think the title of this presentation is really key, Pursuing Procurement Excellence, and to me it has 2 distinct parts. First of all, the word excellence, which is where we're aiming for, our North Star, our vision that continually guides us, but also the word pursuing. We've made great strides, but this remains a journey, as you will hear about shortly, and we've still got more we can do. Before I move into the core presentation, I just wanted to briefly explain my introduction in Te Reo Māori, the language of our Indigenous people in New Zealand. What I shared with you is my pepeha, or introduction, which is aimed to create understanding and bonds between people who don't know each other. It pays respects to the people of the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, outlines where I'm from, and brings greetings to you all. So wherever you are today, I bring you warm greetings from New Zealand. If over the next half hour or so you learn nothing else, the key message I want to leave you with is summed up by a Māori proverb, he waka eke noa, or translated, we're all in this together. In New Zealand government procurement, we represent a number of different agencies, and we also deal with a number of different suppliers. And to make sure we're all on the same track and all heading in the same direction is key. And that'll be a continual theme of my talk this evening. For a little bit on the New Zealand context, we have a decentralised procurement model where government agencies are responsible for their own spend. There's about $52 billion of government spend that is spent on a range of goods, services, buildings, infrastructure, etc. And that's just under 21% of our gross domestic product. For those of you that aren't familiar with New Zealand dollars, that's roughly 28.7 billion euro or 31 billion US dollars. We're a country of 5 million people, and we're also situated down the bottom of the earth, and that presents some challenges, particularly with international supply chains at times. We also have generally high levels of confidence and trust in businesses and also between government agencies. And while that's not critical, it's made some of what we have been able to achieve easier. And for instance, we rely on reporting from suppliers in terms of how much has been spent under each contract. If we didn't have high levels of confidence and trust in the business to report accurately, we would need to find another way of doing this. So we do take advantage of those high levels of trust and confidence that suppliers will be honest with us. I want to take you back to about 2010, pre-global or just post-global financial crisis. Um, we had a willing Minister of Economic Development who saw the opportunity of what procurement could do for New Zealand. Um, we established a program with the New Zealand government procurement that worked across government and made sure that we had some quick wins. Um, some of these quick wins were through our first 4 all of government contracts. So these are where all New Zealand government agencies purchase goods and services under the same contracts. The idea being we can make more of our collective purchasing power, and for suppliers, they're dealing with one contract rather than multiple different contracts, multiple different terms and conditions. And through those first 4 all of government contracts, we saved approximately 150 million New Zealand dollars over the life of the contract. By doing this, it also gave us access to funding, which allowed us to do more in the procurement space than just central purchasing. Through an administrative fee that we charged on each purchase, it gave us funding that allowed us to invest in training and development on systems and tools that benefited not just New Zealand government procurement, but also government agencies and suppliers. We've done a number of different training courses, both through recognised international training organisations such as SIPS, but also we have our own graduate program where we've had over 70 people out of university come and join the procurement community, get trained up in what they need to know, and then go and work in other government departments, taking their knowledge with them. Um, so it's more than just about the procurement in the all of government contracts that has allowed us to be successful and allowed us to create change. It's through those it has allowed us to support the government agencies and New Zealand suppliers with other tools. So now we're going through our second revolution or change, and we can loosely call it Procurement 2.0. As I'm sure many of you know, procurement has seen greater expectation to respond to things like climate change and environmental degradation. Um, Purchasing through government spend can reduce social inequalities and can have an impact on demographic changes and also support technology disruption to achieve more. So we've learned that the money we invest in goods and services can purchase more than those goods and services. It can create secondary benefits. We also have high expectations with our ministers continually looking for transparency and accountability, and a system that is looking for change, a system that wants to move on and not be stuck in the 2010s, where there's a true opportunity to focus on public value that ultimately meets our public's expectations. So this is a brief overview of our current change program, which is a high priority across government. Uh, we've laid the foundations, but also know that we're not where we need to be, and we acknowledge that that's okay. But there are 3 key strings to our work program. First of all, data and transparency. We currently have limited transparency of procurement activities and incompatible systems and technology that don't always talk to each other. We want to make sure we have high quality data and insights, but also an integrated e-procurement ecosystem. We also want to make sure that we're working together as one. Across government agencies, we can sometimes still be a little bit disconnected or work in our own silos, and we want strong central oversight of our procurement system, and the government to be seen truly as one customer. And then we want to unlock value. So we want to have move from compliance orientated practices and poor capability to a really professional end-to-end experience for governments, agencies and suppliers where capability and capacity is at the forefront. If these three things align, data and transparency, unlocking value and working together as one, we see that's where the true value proposition is. That's where our North Star that we were working towards will be delivered. A critical theme of our transformation program is about leadership. And I just want to briefly talk a little bit about that. This isn't just at a system level or an individual practitioner level. Um, and when I talk about leadership, I'm not talking about the classic directing or telling leadership. I'm referring to what you might describe as a gardener type leadership, where it's about creating the right environment for procurement to flourish, for people to be able to deliver what they need to. Um, and it doesn't mean that as the leader, you're necessarily the expert in what we're doing. We also need to make sure that we're collaborative. Uh, Rather than thinking we know best, a lot of our work program um, in future state has been designed not just by other government agencies, but by talking with suppliers as well. They know their markets best, they know their business best, and they know some of the key frustrations of dealing with government. So, how can we learn from what their views are and reduce some of the frustration of working with government so that we are truly seen as working together and a customer of choice? Sometimes leadership's about taking a chance on something new, even if you don't know how it's going to turn out. And as procurement system lead across government, we recently undertook a lean agile procurement process rather than the traditional um, paper-based RFP process for our e-procurement tool. Now, I want to be really clear that we're not the specialists in this, or nor is lean agile procurement our own idea. If you haven't heard about it, it is worth an internet search if you want to learn a little more. But I will briefly explain what it involves. But before we went down the lean agile path, we needed to confirm that this market was appropriate for an e-procurement system. So we had a team shadow a local council which was using a lean agile process at a local level. The project team took lessons from the council experience and really focused on what worked well, and the team identified how best the lean agile procurement process would work for our e-procurement system. We also made sure that the team received training and support from an independent coach. For the new process to be successful, it was essential to us that suppliers also understood how the process was going to work. Otherwise, only half of the equation was going to be on the same page. So we provided guidance and an access to a lap coach at our expense to the shortlisted suppliers, as well as running briefing sessions prior to the lap event itself. We were clear that any discussions with the coach remained confidential between the coach and themselves, and the coach was also on hand during the lap event for real-time questions. So following a shortlisting process, uh, rather than going to an RFP process, the project team got 4 shortlisted suppliers into a room, and their mission was to pick one supplier to partner with. By being together, the project team was able to explore how we would work best with potential partners, focusing on collaboration, transparency, and interaction, not words on a bit of paper. It also meant suppliers got real-time feedback, could ask questions to clarify understanding, and got a feel for how we would work as a buyer. Of course, some sessions were held in private. It'd be a step too far to get suppliers to disclose their pricing in front of their competitors, but at the end of the lap process, the preferred supplier was selected and announced to the room. As I say, this lean agile procurement process isn't our idea, but we had to make sure it still ensured transparency and fairness to all. What the big appeal was to us and suppliers is that it truncated the time between shortlisting and selecting a preferred supplier, meaning less work from suppliers when there is no guarantee of actually getting paid work at the end of it. Even unsuccessful suppliers found the process really good. They liked the ability to be able to get real-time feedback so that they could pivot their own proposals. They also liked the interaction that you got and the way that we could work on a relationship rather than just on a written document. Sometimes system leadership is about trying something new and seeing how it goes, and this is what we've did with the lap process. We know it's not going to work on every procurement, but we do have a good framework for when it is going to be able to be used, and we'll also share with other government agencies when they might look to use it themselves. So this is one idea where leadership is about trying something new, learning as you go, knowing that you won't always get it 100% right, but also focusing on the end goal and making sure that you bring suppliers along for the journey. Another area I briefly want to touch on is our supplier relationship management program, where, as I'm sure many of you do, you we have tiered our suppliers and based on their criticality to government. Importantly, when we had decentralized procurement and no coordination at a central government level, each agency would be dealing with a supplier individually, and there was little visibility or transparency as to how critical suppliers were to New Zealand, and if there was a major event such as COVID, which agency was the supplier's priority. By establishing a national list of priority suppliers, we're able to work together during what I call peacetime, establish relationships that when it comes time to something like COVID or a natural emergency, allows us to rely on the established relationships, clear lines of communication, and suppliers can look to one agency or one organisation to understand where the government priorities are, not have to ring around 20 or 30 different government agency customers and then figure out where the priorities are. A real good example of this was in February this year when we had a cyclone in New Zealand, and there was a significant emergency response required. One Sunday afternoon, some of our key suppliers received phone calls from us. They dropped what they were doing and managed to source additional stock that could be shipped to the cyclone impacted area within 24 hours. Excuse me. At no time were there questions asked about where the money was going to come from, whether this was something that they would be paid for. They knew that because of the established relationship, we would sort out payment post shipment, and within 24 hours we had over 10,000 different product items on a vessel heading to the cyclone impacted area from 5 different suppliers. The invoicing and payment was tidied up in the days that followed, but the suppliers knew that they could trust and work with us because of that established relationship, and they wouldn't be left out of pocket. Another area I am keen to just share with you is talk about transparency, and that's a key expectation of the public sector in New Zealand. This transparency is expected from taxpayers, from other suppliers, from members of parliament, our friends in the media, and anyone else who wants to be able to see that money is being spent in the right way. To support increased transparency, we've recently developed dashboards that show publicly how agencies are performing. These dashboards show metrics like time RFPs are in the market, time to contract award, a number of direct contracts that didn't go through an open procurement process. We're also working on dashboards that itemize spend with individual suppliers, spend under different contracts, so that anyone will be able to go and manipulate the data and understand which suppliers are supplying which government agencies. Yes, there might be one or two things that people discover that may not paint the government in a great light, but we would rather be transparent and use these dashboards to actually show progress and improvement than not be open and honest. Ultimately, these dashboards will allow the public greater transparency as to what agencies are doing and where they're spending their money. It'll also allow agencies to compare their own performance against similar agencies and understand where they can potentially improve. And ultimately, we might see some improvement in compliance against some of our procurement requirements. Again, when we think about Procurement 2.0, we know some of our projects will take a year or two to be fully realised. And some of these projects, like these dashboards, are quicker initiatives that help build and maintain credibility that we are actually progressing, that we're actually delivering. And so, again, that's a fundamental part of our Procurement 2.0 program. Is not everything is going to be delivered in the first year, but we will actually have some quick wins, similar to we had with procurement back in 2010. So, where are we going? Where is the way forward? Yes, we have a 2030 vision that we're heading towards and a 2 to 3 year plan to start this transformation, to start this journey. But we know the path will not always be straightforward. I think we've all learned from the past 2.5 years that things definitely don't stay the same. The external environment, government, economic priorities, um, climate, global issues, things will continue to change. We also know there'll be some challenges that we can predict, but there'll be some things that we can't. For instance, we know in New Zealand we've got a general election in 22 days' time where we could see a change in government and we could see a change in priorities. There will also be things that we don't know about, um, and we need to be prepared as we can for those. I want to really acknowledge that things don't always go to plan. We've had a few false starts with some of our e-procurement system, meaning that in many ways we lag behind in this area. We're not where we want to be. Um, we do want to make sure that we learn from what's worked well in the past, but also make sure that we don't make the same mistakes again. To me, it isn't about making mistakes, it's not making mistakes twice. Another Māori whakatauki or proverb is whae te iti kaharangi ki te tuhuko mehe moanga teitei. Roughly, this means seek the treasure you value most dearly. If you bow your head, let it be to a lofty mountain. To me, this proverb is about aiming high or for what is truly valuable. But when you break it down, its real message is to know what you want, to be persistent, be determined, and don't let obstacles stop you from reaching your goal. Know where you are going, know where your North Star is, and make sure you do everything to move in that general direction. Our strategy, our work program, our tactics, even ourselves, we need to be agile, we need to adjust our course. Our future state needs to be policy and politically agnostic. We know investment and policy priorities will change over the coming years, but we need to create an efficient, resilient, and effective procurement system that is capable of readily flexing and potentially pivoting to changing needs without needing a complete overhaul. Yes, we can keep our vision in sight, and for us, it's a fair, transparent, and inclusive, efficient procurement system that delivers high public value to all New Zealanders. But we will need to keep scanning and adjusting our approach. As I said at the start of this presentation, he waka eke noa, we're all in this together. We need to know where we're going so we can paddle in the same direction, so we can truly deliver for the benefit of our respective organisations, our suppliers, our people, and our planet. I will now take any questions. There's a question one in the chat that has been just messaged to me. What's the difference between strategic and tactical procurement? So that's a really good question. To me, strategic procurement is more than just a buying of something. It is the combination of knowing your market before you go out to buy it, but also working with your suppliers. As I mentioned, our supplier relationship management program, um, knowing what your critical suppliers are and making sure that they have an understanding of the criticality to you of their business. Um, if you're just buying a pen or a bottle of water, that's probably more in the transactional nature because a pen might not be critical to your business, but your certain software or similar might be. So invest the time and effort in that strategic procurement, not in those temporary relationships where a tactical purchase might be okay. Are there other questions from anyone? Got a question about contingency planning due to criticality and how is it planned? That's a really good question. So I'll use an example of what happened during COVID. So as I mentioned, New Zealand's at the bottom of the world in many instances, and at the end of some supply chains. And at the start of COVID, we had limited access to laptops and desktops that were needed within New Zealand government agencies. Because we had already established with our supply chains who priority agencies were, we were able to actually work with those suppliers to distribute laptops to where those needs were, rather than those suppliers having to figure out the needs for themselves. Um, so it's about planning during peacetime. I think I mentioned what I call peacetime earlier. When things are going well, invest the time in those relationships and get to know your suppliers so that when you do need to call them in an emergency, you've got an agreed way of operating so you don't have to worry about invoicing, all that sort of stuff when things are critical.
Thank you for the insightful presentation, Mr. Perkins. Thanks for that. And now we will move on to the next session. And thanks for answering the questions as well.
Thank
So
you.
now we're going to move on to the next session. Thank you. Okay, there are more questions coming in. Would you be able to take one last question? Do we have any robust methodology for an ecosystem of generative AI that you could build to enhance efficiency and productivity in the digital technology and procurement space? Thank you.
Gee, that's a really good question to finish on, isn't it? AI is not something that I've spent or have a lot of knowledge on, so I'm not going to claim to have a decent answer for that. Yeah, again, it would be something that I would want to understand or talk to suppliers about, and have really open discussions with suppliers about what's potentially possible now. But also, if you're going into something like AI or any technology, make sure any contract or piece of work is flexible to allow for what will undoubtedly change over time. Um, that's probably as far as I will go in an AI environment, something that I'm not that familiar with. Sorry.
Thank you. There is another question here. Would you like to take it? This is the last one, I think. Today, procurement is based on IoT, artificial intelligence. How will you cost on purchase order? This is again.
Yeah, again, I'll leave that to the AI experts if that's all right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks,
Thanks.
Mr. Perkins. Thanks. So now moving on to the next session. So our next session has two speakers, Mr. Vijayanand Chaudhary, Global Head Supply Chain Management, Sterlite Technologies Limited, and Mr. Kabir Arora, Initiative Lead, Open Contracting India, Civic Data Lab. Introducing Mr. Vijayanand Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary is a supply chain management executive with 21 years of experience across various industries such as IT and ITES, retail, technology, and manufacturing. He has substantial expertise in consulting, category management, logistics, go to market strategies, procurement outsourcing, and the implementation of S2P solutions. Throughout his career, he has held leadership positions in companies like STL, Tata Technologies, Wipro, EXL, and IBM. Introducing Mr. Arora. Mr. Arora leads the Open Contracting India initiative at Civic Data Lab that works towards making public procurement in India more efficient, effective, and participatory. Mr. Arora has been working towards strengthening government capacities to make data-informed decisions and enhance citizen partnership. Today, Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Arora will be talking about advancing procurement data maturity, which will cover data analytics and management. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Chaudhary. So looks like the speakers. So the speakers are joining in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the audience could, visit one of the virtual platforms or maybe take a selfie of this. There has been a glitch, and the speakers will both will join in 5 minutes. Yeah, Mr. Arora is here. I think Mr. Chaudhary will be joining in.
Uh, Good afternoon. Can you just quickly let me know if I would be going first or Mr. Chaudhary would be like rough timing for the presentation?
Yeah, I'll just ask the organizers to get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Arora, you could go first, and Mr. Chaudhary would join you later. Would that be all right with you?
Sure. I'll just upload my slide deck.
Sure. So you could start whenever you're ready, Mr. Arora.
All right, just give me a second. My presentation is uploading here. Is my audio clear?
Yeah, it is clear. Thank you.
All right. So let me know whenever you want me to start. I'll be
Oh, you can start now. You could start now. Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Thank you.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. Just wanted to get a sense if I'm audible and the slide deck is visible. Can that be confirmed by someone? All right, so I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Kabir from Civic Data Lab. We are a private entity company which works with data for public good. We work to make different kinds of public data more accessible, demonstrate how it could be utilized for different kind of decision-making processes, improvement of efficiency, citizen participations and collaborations, and work towards institutionalizing more data-driven decision-making. One of the initiatives that we've been working with is Open Contracting India. And this particular initiative talks about use of contracts data. So today I will be speaking about advancing data maturity in public sector procurement processes. So to begin with, um, the first I'd like to just demonstrate two different screen grabs of tenders from one of the states in India. Uh, I'm not sure if I can see audience comments. If yes, maybe someone can comment about the major difference that they can see in the two screenshot. Uh, just trying to access Q&A section. Just give me a second, please. All right, I'll progress. So these are the two screenshots of different public sector tenders. And in case you can't notice, there is one fundamental difference between them. When we look closely, the title and the description. So for one, the title is AS underscore 18 underscore 11, whereas in the title for other is solar powered MPTWS at particular area under particular division in under NABARD for the specific year. Uh, Similarly, for work description, one says nothing, whereas another says construction of approach road, boring, installation of tube well, installation of commissioning of solar PV modules, their mounting structures, construction of control rooms, underground PVC distribution systems, and more. So this is basically what data is, procurement data, right? So procurement data is supposed to be able to tell you in detail different aspects of particular tender. So why is it important to know all this information? Becomes another question. So first is, uh, and that is just the sheer scale in public sector enterprises. So what happens is we can actually all the information that is over here in title and work description, I'm certain can be accessed if we go and download the documents. All the information will be present over there. But when the scale of work and the tenders is extremely high, then it becomes very difficult for us to individually go through PDFs, identify the details, and then understand the nuances of different departments, sectors, performance of procurement patterns in general. Just to give a sense, this is the information just for central public procurement. States are different from this. So just as per CPPP in India, there have been more than 15 lakh or 155,000, 300, sorry, 15 lakh 53,423 tenders since 2000, in roughly almost a decade. And for the almost the amount of 15 lakh tender, number of bids which have been received is around 52 lakhs. So this tells the sheer numbers and scale that we work with in public sector units. And as such, not having data captured properly, it becomes very difficult to do categorical analysis. Uh, and just to give a bit more context in India, what happens is in India, open data policy does not cover really government procurement as a data set. Um, as such, even after the data is captured in certain manner, it is not always very accessible for analysis. For example, if we go to our e-procurement portals, you can actually look up certain things by tender IDs. Then you have to enter a captcha to be able to download, to be able to access page with all the information. And even with that, you can at max get it as a PDF. We can't really then compare, say, how many tenders my department has put out in past one financial year and how the performance has been, right? So it is not most machine readable data. And what happens with such kind of opaqueness, which is not always intended, but as a byproduct, it not only can lead to more corruption, but also increases like inefficiencies within public sectors. So in public sector, procurement is not just about acquiring certain goods, services, and product, but it is also delivery of state's commitment to its citizen. So it becomes very important for us to look at efficiency from a very nuanced angle from social delivery perspective as well, which is not possible. This kind of things are not possible if the data is not accessible. And to solve this issue, a lot of countries in the world, it is not just India, a lot of countries in the world have come up with a global uh, open contracting standards. It's called Open Contracting Data Standards, and it provides a framework to be able to capture data in the through the procurement life cycle completely. from the planning stage to the tendering stage to the award of contract stage to the then to contract, and after that implementation, right? Whether the work, how the work has been completed, were there amendments, and so on and so forth. So open contracting data standard, it's one of the global data standards which have been adopted across the world and allows data to be captured in a way which can be analyzed, and also provides support system and toolkits to be able to follow certain key performing indicators. Uh, so coming to the case of India specifically, in India also we have moved towards e-procurement since actually quite a long time now. And because we moved towards e-procurement, by default, we are capturing uh, a lot of different kinds of data. Just uh, in India, this is called JEPNIC, which is Government E-Procurement Portal by NIC, that is National Informatics Center. So JEPNIC portals provide a way to the tendering authorities to be able to put out the information in a certain manner. So we are by default capturing informations over here, a lot of under different sections, the dates, the documents, the addendums, the details of tenders. So just to give a bit more of example, so we are capturing different kinds of data formats, right? So if it's a multi number of covers, multi-currency BOQ allowed or not, tender type, so we are capturing a lot of information. Uh, but what happens is, even despite of capturing a lot of information, the fields are present over there. We are generating a lot of metadata, but the way we are filling the data is not always standardized across, say, union government versus also different state governments. So what happens is, why it becomes very important is, just giving an example and going back to the first screen grab that I shared, a well-written tender title in itself is able to give a lot of details. For example, this is a recommendation we came up with during one of our capacity building sessions with one of the state governments. And we have created a guidebook called Breaking the Silo, which does share about how data can enable cross collaboration and efficiency gain. So just to give an example, uh, taking an example of work, say name of work under name of the particular scheme at name of the place during name of the financial year can allow us to capture a lot of information just looking at the title itself. So when we are looking, and if there's a sequence is also standardized, it gives a way to people working with data to be able to break these informations, right? Uh, this is where, yeah, this is the same thing that we were talking about. So we've been trying to bring around these changes, and also actually the organization. And I was speaking to Mr. Krishan Batra. He has also worked on great taxonomy standardizing projects for public procurement in India. So there are different kind of standards which can be followed, but all standards, any kind of standardization must account into later retrospective data analysis. So uh, in India, we have been working particularly with the state of Assam. So Assam actually did map all its data to open contracting data standards and share the data on the data.gov.in website, which is accessible for anyone currently. Then uh, followed by this, what we can also uh, we also work to launch something called Assam Public Procurement Explorer. So this particular platform allows all the public procurement data in a accessible manner. So unlike e-procurement websites, which are mostly to keep bidders into loop about what procurements are live, what is happening, this is more about data present for analysis. In this, you can literally just search a particular name, for example, electricity, and it will uh, give you option for bulk downloading uh, all the tenders related to electricity. So this was launched last year, uh, and then this was linked by Assam's state public procurement portal in their official website. So what happens? Why this is important is because it is impossible for any one particular stakeholder category or one particular department to have all kind of different capacities. No matter how much we try to build capacity within our own department, what how we can move forward to leverage the advancements of data science as we are progressing in the field is to open up collaborations. So once the data is out there, a lot of data scientists, experimentation, different organizations can actually use the data for different case studies and present innovative ways and solutions to be able to improve our procurement processes. And I'll be sharing some of the case studies as we move forward. So, and just to give an example, once the data is out there, we could very easily analyze the tenders and find the patterns of in past 5 years, and also associate when the government actually keeps pushing different reforms. It's very important to track the differences which are coming through. So just to give a sense, if you go to this particular website, which is open access a website, we also have certain KPIs, key performing indicators, which can be noticed over here by default, even without downloading the data and running the script yourself. So we can say how over past 5 years, award of contract data publication is constantly increasing by the state of Assam by all their efforts, right? Similarly, what we are seeing is the value for money is increasing. So value for money, how we were measuring is basically uh, amount as per the tender document versus award of contract amount. If there's increase from the actual amount, then of course there is a overrun, whereas in the amount awarded is less than the initially mentioned amount, that was cost saving. So we can see these patterns also coming out more clearly. We can measure competitions, that how the number of bids are increasing. We need to monitor how many tenders get cancelled or re-tendered because we were not able to get, say, more than one bid. So these all things are extremely important to be able to monitor, which can be only be monitored once the data is out there in a standardized format. Um, again, this is just to summarize what I was saying, that we need to monitor procurement health. We also need better way to plan procurement, and because once until we know the patterns, we don't know how to plan ahead. Uh, Similarly, ultimately, until data is out there, we cannot ever utilize the advancement in the field of data science, leverage the technological reforms which are happening. That can only happen by encouraging collaboration with different experts, which can happen if data is out there in a format which is accessible. So now I'll just quickly move towards particular case studies on how data can be used to harness not just better efficiency, optimizing the processes, getting better bidder responses, getting less number of tenders re-tendered, understanding the pattern change, but also because it is specifically, I'm speaking about public sector enterprise, tender is also a government very important tool to distribute public commitments. So these study tells in a larger sense how to leverage procurement as a tool for service deliveries. So this is one of the studies we did for the state of Assam. We looked at basically the state of maternal and child health across different districts in Assam. Looking at infant mortality rate. So when you see the more red the district color is, that signifies more criticality in terms of maternal and child health. And above it, we can see dots, the circle of different shades of green, which signifies the tenders which were related to maternal and child health. So we were able to see where the need for maternal and child health is higher versus where the more amount of money and tenders and projects are going to address the concern of maternal and child health. So we could identify the gap and see, oh, this is the gap we need to clear up, right? This particular area is relatively getting more attention, where this district is already doing somewhat okay. Whereas in, say, district in the southern part of the state is more critical, but we are not getting enough tenders or projects over there. So this allows us to look at tender as a very different kind of tool, which is needed to be looked at in public sector enterprises specifically. Another case study that I would like to bring over here is using data science models, basically. So again, taking the case of Assam, uh, the state is prone to flooding. It's a very common understanding for people in India. Annually, the state faces a lot of flooding. Just last year alone, we had over 190 fatalities because of floods. So look, because of state-wise severity of floods, there are a lot of tenders each year which are published to manage the floods better. So it could be for repair and retrofitting, it could be for preventative measures, it could be for immediate response. But there are a lot of tenders which go out to address the issue of floods. But what happens is there's no mechanism to be able to understand if these tenders are in fact building long-term resilience. So this is a data model that we built where we pull together procurement data along with satellite and weather data to understand the severity of flood hazard, with losses and damages data to understand the intensity of damages, the impact of floods in different areas, to understand the already existing infrastructure in different areas, tells how much is the coping capacity of those districts. And finally, the demographic information tells us vulnerability of different population groups. To very simply put, uh, all these factors, the first four factors, tell us the need of intervention in different parts of the state because of their issues of flooding. And the fifth part tells us how we have been responding by procurement as a tool. So what we did was, from the 5 years of tenders data, which was around 40,000 tenders in number, we were able to comb through tenders which were just related to flood, which came around 5,000 in numbers. Then we were able to geocode them, identify the category, whether they were pre-disaster, post-disaster, whether they were repair and response, or whether they were for preparedness and mitigation. So we were able to see where the requirement is versus where the procurement is going. But we did not want it to be one-time exercise as a static report. We had to make it more dynamic because all these information is dynamic, right? Losses and damages happen year after year. Procurement is a very dynamic data. Similarly, weather keeps changing frequently. So the data model allowed us to make this more dynamic, where we can by press a button, run the script, and understand where the need is higher within the state of intervention. So once I see where the need of intervention is higher, then I can go through my procurement and look at the category, that what kind of expenditure I have been doing anyway year after year, and if it is helping towards better flood management. This is the kind of report that we get from it. This is one of the districts which showed very high impact, which showed that the need of attention is higher. However, we see what over here is that losses and damages are higher, but at the same time, the amount spent year after year on procurement is also very high. What it tells us that we are spending a lot of money, a lot of new projects are being tendered, but the kind of projects which are coming up are not helping build long-term resilience. That means that most of the procurement are mostly going for repair and retrofitting instead of mitigation measures. So it allows us to combat the floods in better manner. Very quickly, the last argument for and use case why procurement data becomes very important is, globally we are facing a threat of climate change. We are trying to be more aware about our actions, and government is among the highest, biggest purchaser of goods, works, and services. Right. So the environmental footprint of government is extremely high. So it lies upon the public sectors to be able to demonstrate how to make more environmentally sensitive purchases. So for this, again, until we have right data, we capture right data, we cannot make greener procurement a viable solution. So for green procurement also, which is something I think we are also touching in another session in the same conference, what data becomes extremely crucial to identify what are the high impacting sectors, high impact procurement that we are doing, how we can tag it to the impacts, how we can tag it to the rating of the degree of environmental sensitivity, what are the impacts we can move, and gradually start calculating life cycle cost over cost of acquisition. So all these things to even implement green public procurement is possible only if we start capturing data in a proper manner and make it available to people also to access it, collaborate on it, come up with very interesting use cases, studies, and help public sector by collaborating on how things can be improved. So this, I'll just end my presentation over here by saying the way forward becomes, first thing for better media practices is to start building our own capacities, to be open towards collaboration, because none of the stakeholders has it all. So some of the stakeholders will come up with expertise in data capacities. Some of the stakeholders, for example, in public sectors, have expertise in actually doing procurement processes, right? So maybe collaborations are needed to build the data capacity so that we can start capturing data. Meanwhile, we need to publish standardized data in open so that we can enhance collaboration for meaningful and impactful procurement processes. I'll just stop over here and check with the organizers if there are any questions. Thank you.
All right. Am I audible? All right. Thanks, everyone. You know, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you are in. And firstly, I would just thank ISM and World Bank to go ahead and give me an opportunity to go ahead and present on this topic of procurement maturity, which contains that how data should be managed so that we go ahead and develop our next generation procurement strategies. So, given that, the basic mantra would be that, our next generation automation depends on today's data that we have. While it would be easy to tell that, garbage in, garbage out, but that's the truth that if we do not have the data in a proper format, in a proper organized way, obviously most of the next gen tools will not work. Having said that, let's get started. So, what is that we all want to do? Where do we all really want to head in terms of our procurement strategy? When we say that the supplier management will be very proactive, where our strategies are very preemptive. Similarly, all our processes and all the activities, operational activities that we do that are fully automated, and source to contract is very much predictive that our supply base, our spend management, the prices, our other things are very much uh, which are very much predictive in nature, which are suggesting us what we should be doing, which are finding suppliers on its own. So that's the future state that we all want to be, right? We all want to be there, and these are the three things that really we want to be in. Having said that, what we are going to discuss today is typically data and procurement, taxonomy and MDM, some data maturity, and predictive data analytics. Now, if we see where does our data really reside, I would consider procurement as part of a large supply chain activity. Actually, it is supply chain management or supply management that we call about. Procurement stands somewhere in between of this whole large particular process. But having said that, procurement, we generally look at it in two different formats. One is a very strategic activities, the other is operational activities. In strategic activities, what we first do is define a sourcing strategy, and then we go ahead and do a lot of demand management, then contract management, then award of the contracts. Then we see, after we do all of these, then comes how do we measure the quality of the suppliers and go ahead and do some analytics over the spend that we have done, so that we are in control of our spend management, bring out savings for our organizations, and at the same time see that how we go ahead and transform as per the organization's goals. So these are key strategic activities we keep doing. Now, as against to the operational activity is that we create a PR, we create a approval process, then we go ahead and do the purchasing or the PO activity. We punch out that particular PO, we manage the logistics of it, and once we have done the received the material, how do we manage the invoices and the payment? So those are the various other operational activities. Now, if you look at data, we are having data in all these segments, all the areas of work that I just now told. And they are all in different formats, in different ways, and they all are interlinked. And if you see one particular ERP system, whether it is SAP, Oracle, or anything else, all there are behind them, there are a lot of tables which are interlinked, and how these data talk to each other and they work for us. So when we are doing all of this, in reality, are we doing all of this only within our organization, within the world that we live in? I would say it is much more beyond it. And when I say it's much more beyond it, who does this all data interact with? Starting from our suppliers to our customers. Now, when we are doing things onto our input side or the upstream side, we go ahead and see suppliers. That means their supplier's supplier is also seeing this kind of data and they are working with some of it. There are prospective suppliers when we talk about our sourcing strategies who are looking at it. There are a lot of government bodies that are involved, like, for example, uh, a clearance, a taxation authority, a government uh, interaction in terms of banking, in terms of financial institutions, contract management. There are different legal councils looking at this particular data. There are good amount of cross-border entities, and and also there's good amount of social media and online entities that are also looking at this particular data. So on the left hand side, this is whole suppliers world which is looking at our data in a certain format, in a certain way. Having said that, what are the things that they are interpreting? That is more key. At the same time, when we move downstream, it is our customers, like the way I am a customer to my supplier. Similarly, I am supplier to my customer, and my customer is also seeing all similar data in a certain fashion. Now, whether I receive a good, whether I receive an invoice or a QR code uh, or any other document which is related to what I have produced as a product or a service, everything has a certain format of data. So that means our customer, their customer, prospective customers, and similarly banking, outbound logistics partners, and their social media is also seeing this particular data. Now, if all these data will work in a silo, which cannot be interpreted by all these cross agencies that are involved in this whole supply chain, then it's going to be very difficult. So the data has to be well understood by all of them. And if the data is understood by all of them, what are we really creating? We are absolutely creating one industry. Now imagine if this whole one industry is working seamlessly as one organization with different EDIs or different data interchanges, then the world would be so fantastic. Your smart contracts or any predictive analytics, everything will work very seamlessly. Now, if you have to do this, where do we really start? Now, how do we mature our data in the organization, right? So I said there could be 4 stages. Now, at a nascent stage, we would simply say that, yeah, I have a ERP or a system or a tool which is really working for me. And in that, I have randomly coded few things and I've repeated those codes. I've created certain digitized formats to go ahead and work with, whether it is a purchase order request or uh, whether it is a commodity code or a vendor code or a category code or anything of that sort. When that whole particular set of data is there in some format which is helping me to analyze and making me to work. Now, most of the times in the organization today, if I have, uh, let's take an example of Apple phone. Today, the new iPhone 15 is getting launched, and me as an organization, I'm buying Apple phones. Now, the phone has a particular code. Now, the model 14 and model 15 are two different commodities, and they should have two different codes. But point is, if I use the same code to buy a 14 and a 15, then I'm just repeating that particular code. And when I continuously do this, can I do a historic analysis? It would be very difficult, right? So the categorization and other things are missing. And then we also have HSN codes which are corresponding to this, to these material codes, which goes and does the taxation automatically. That is going to get disturbed. So, but in some format, we have certain data and we are also doing some manual overrides. Doing all of this, I would really call it as that an organization would be in a very nascent stage. Now, moving that to an organized stature would mean that I have coded it appropriately. I understand the categories. I put some internal standards of the organization, but not a taxonomy that can be really understood by the outer world, but at least inside within my organization, I'm able to understand. Then I can do some analytics and do some visualization on that, whether I run a visualization tool and go ahead and do a lot of analytics. Now, similar to as my previous speaker explained, there are good amount of visualizations that can be done and where two different subjects can be related and work. So this could be a very intrinsic stature where, within the organization, I'm well organized. Now, moving it one step ahead, if I adopt to taxonomy based standards, which is well accepted across the organization. Now, we all can say that even outside the organization, there are different standards. But if there are different standards, but as long as they are standards, and I write an algorithm where one standard can talk to another standard, at least even that will work, right? And at the same time, most of the international standards, whether it is ANSI or UNSPSC, they are so well drafted and designed that if you can write algorithms, they can start talking to each other. Similarly, my supplier is able to see few things directly. He can preempt that, what kind of order is coming in, and his EDI and the electronic data interchange is connected. Then also we call it as a good adaptive approach. Once we have all of this, then we can do category based analytics, we can do historical analytics, spend analytics, we can go ahead and do trace and track of our material. We can do a lot of things where good amount of automation can be put in and a lot of visualization can be done. When we are doing all of this, this is the time when we can really bring in RPA, where, when we have a certain data in a certain format and we have to go and put it across to a different tool, and the automation can take it forward, then we go and put a RPA at that particular pace. So this is a very adaptive stage where we are in, where we are at the marketplace. Now, having all this particular data, if we are putting AI and ML, where we are putting certain algorithms in place to see and to simulate certain situations, then we are saying that we are putting the AI. And similarly, when we put those algorithms and the computer or the machine is really taking up those algorithms and simulating newer instances and newer outcomes that we are putting in, and that would be a typical machine learning. Well, in this world, everyone believes that, or generally the new mantra is AI and ML, and it sounds uh, very difficult and technical for the procurement and supply chain team. We sometimes tell ourselves that, we are not technical, but trust me, AI and ML are very simplistic things in the world. If we have data, if we are putting certain algorithms, we are doing visualization, and if we are plugging in certain outcome related algorithms using various tools, whether it is a random forest or a linear progression or a lot of mathematical analysis and data models that we can design, and if we plug those data models onto that visualization layer, then that is where the actual AI comes in. And when we simulate that event by event, the machine itself is going to learn and go ahead and suggest the new models. That's the machine learning. Otherwise, exactly, please don't be perturbed that, AI ML is something different and a new world. But when we are doing all of this, obviously, we will have to do a data governance. We need to go ahead and ensure that there is no kind of data compromise that is happening in the whole process. Otherwise, all these models will fail or give anomalies in their reports, or will go and lead us to make some wrong decision making. So we need to secure that we are not doing any manual overrides or going and accepting certain non-compliances in terms of our coding or the processes that we have set. As long as we go ahead and secure the data governance, then nothing is going to trouble us. When we do all of this, obviously we live in a predictive state where we are able to preempt a lot of things, whether it is a demand or a supply or a price or a spend analytics or a customer's outbound logistics or track and trace, a lot of things, and all of them will become really predictive. Now, this is a typical journey, is what I would say, right? Where at the nascent stage, we are simply just little digitized. Then we have organized our internal data. We are now in a collaborative data format, and then we are fully digitalized, not digitized, but totally digitalized. So this is a typical journey. I would sincerely suggest that all of us who are in the private sector or in the government sector or in whichever organization we are in, we need to go ahead and be honest to ourselves that where exactly we are in this whole data maturity journey, and really take this forward from there. Now, let me talk something about taxonomy and MDM, right? Most of us will be using ERP or some kind of tool, right? And in these tools, whatever we do, we need to be very well organized, and we need to follow certain standards. Always we will have a question when we look at it. What kind of standards do I follow for my material codes, or my vendor coding should be in which methodology, or my whether it's a capex or a opex spend, then there would be a certain capex code that has to be applied, whether it is a project code or a WBS code or a business org entity. So all the ERPs will have a certain data structure or chart of accounts or whatever we call it, right? We need to go out and sit peacefully before we implement them. Or if we are working, or if we get introduced to a system which is already live, even then take a step back and peacefully think that if you have to redefine it and redesign it for an adaptive mature model or to get more adaptive to the marketplace, please go ahead and take two steps behind and cleanly think that what we should be adopting, how we should be doing, simulate those structures, and then when we see that yes, this is working, is when then you go ahead and put it. But generally, uh, typical try to follow any one particular standard, whether it is a UN for certain codes which really interact, like material codes interact outside of your organization, and project code and WBS interacts internal of your organization. But both of them have to be very well linked, right? So when we go ahead and do these and coding, let us also keep in our mind that who will be looking at these particular codes in certain shape or format. It would be our suppliers, it would be our government bodies, it would be logistics, it would be anyone, or like I showed you in the previous slide, there are a lot of the whole world is going to watch, or the industry in which we operate is going to watch. Now, when we use certain standard software, they also work on certain standard codes, and typically, generally, most of the softwares have UNSPSC coding system. But having said that, when we will be having this typical challenge that when we work with our suppliers, they will have their own coding system, like a manufacturing part number or whatever. So it cannot be that we go and put their manufacturing part number as my material code. Then we are messing the standard. So while we follow our standard, we go ahead and write algorithms to go ahead and link it to their part numbers. It is that particular point in time when the systems will really work for us. Generally, this is more relevant for direct procurement, where there is good amount of raw material, a long list of materials and services that we take. Now, when we are doing all of this, we will have a lot of internal standards that we'll have to go and work with these external standards. Like I would have a certain definition of capex, I would have a certain definition of OPEX, certain definition of REVEX, certain definition of services. For example, for me, green is GRN. For someone else, it is GREEN. For me, a pencil could be a direct commodity. For someone, it could be an indirect commodity. For someone, it is CAPEX. For someone, it could be REVEX. So whatever our organization considers, you go ahead and put those formats, but go ahead and try to link it to the codes which are going out of your organization. Then this whole thing will work. Now, how do we go ahead and establish that? We will have to create algorithms that would equate the different operating standards within the same ecosystem. The moment we do that, I would say that we have arrived. Having said that, how do we look at it at a 40,000 feet above, that when we do all of this, what is going to happen? At the core, we'll have our supplier networks, their spend analytics, e-sourcing, auctions, contract management, etc. When we go a little mature, we would have things like predictive analytics, smart contracts, and then robotics or RPA or cognitive computing and AI. So that would be a little more matured style. Now, that the most advanced part would be something like we are using IoT, where we are collecting automatic data from the sensors. We are using a blockchain technology, or we are using certain kind of footprint methodology to go and track, or we are using some virtual reality. Or imagine, how the work would be when I walk into my room and say, hey Alexa, or any other name, right? Alexa or Siri or whatever, can you please tell me the status of purchase order ABCD number? And Alexa would respond to me saying that this purchase order in this approval stage, or it has gone out, or of this particular purchase order, some material is delivered, some is not. If they start talking, that is natural language processing, where a command is given and it is converted and the results are coming out, that would be a typical virtual reality, is what I would say. That's these are some of those emerging technologies really we would like to go. But having said that, what is our journey where we want to reach is very simple. Our inputs need to be very much improved. Our data needs to be well governed, where we move from a unstructured database to a structured database, where all our, like my previous speaker showed, that there's a lot of text and how the text can be used as a data. Similarly, our track and trace, our third party data, like I spoke a lot about it in terms of taxonomy and algorithm that would integrate a certain format to our internal format. When we do all of this, obviously, a lot of things would come out. We can talk about AI and ML and tracking blockchain and RPA. So obviously the results would be that we have a predictive source to contract and an automated P2P and a proactive supply management. So this is the whole journey. Given the time, obviously, this is a favorite subject, and I can speak more and more about it with a lot of other case studies. But paucity of time, this is what I have for today. Any questions or anything, I would be open to take.
Thank you for your insights, Mr. Chaudhary. Uh, we'll have a Q&A. So Mr. Arora can also join on stage. We have a couple of questions from the audience. I'll read out the questions one by one. So the first question is, do we use data to identify potential risks or opportunities for collaboration with suppliers? So one of you could answer, or yeah.
Yeah, we would. I mean, uh, we cannot tell something is when we have to measure a risk, whether it is a low risk, high risk, or medium risk, or whether it is a risk or not. If you have to do that, then obviously it has to be by data, right? So we are going to use the data, but at the same time, now we are talking about supplier risk. Now, the data between what the supplier has and what we have, if we go ahead and collaborate that with a certain standard, certain format, which is live, then I'm sure it would be a very automated interface, and we can easily go ahead and do the risk. For example, there are many risk management tools of the suppliers, like for these tools count the data from various social media engines, news engines, and other engines, and your internal performance of that particular supplier, and then brings up and tells you whether the supplier is red, green, orange. So, I mean, there are many who do that, Reuters or Dow Jones or Dun and Bradstreet. I mean, that's how they work. But at the end of the day, at the back end, it is all about the data and the kind of algorithms that run over it and the AI and ML that run over it.
Thank you. So moving on to the next question. What do you mean by green public procurement? How can procurement help in achieving sustainability? Thank you.
I can take this one, Vijay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So green public procurement is basically bringing environmental assessment into the process of acquiring goods, services, and work. So this is a discourse which is catching up globally. So European Union already have framework for it. OECD, World Bank, and all other bigger conglomerates have guidelines for it. It basically looks at cost of goods, works, and services across life cycle and how the impact on environment can be lowered. One good example that I can think of is the cost of acquiring initially a regular vehicle might be a bit higher, but if we are operating vehicle for around 5 years, in that case, EV is operational cost and environmental cost is exponentially low than say a diesel run vehicle. So just changing our procurement criteria to have higher environmental impact, can help things green up and achieve sustainability in a broader lens, specifically talking about public sector enterprises as well as larger enterprises, because they are single biggest purchaser often in any geography that you take up. So yes, I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Mr. Arora. So moving on to the next question. In what ways can AI enhance data collection and management and procurement processes, contributing to improved data maturity levels? Over to you. One of you could take this. Thank you.
All right. Kabir, you would like to address, or should I?
I can go after you. You can take the first stab and then I
All
can
right.
go ahead.
All right. See how artificial intelligence can help in data maturity. My answer would be is that if your data is mature, then you can do artificial intelligence, right? So it is not that AI that would bring the data or cleanse the data. Yeah, maybe when you do data heuristics, like for example, I'm working in an organization. The organization is 30 years old, and it has got a lot of data inside the ERP, and that historic data really matters to me. Yes, then what I would do is then I would go and do a data cleansing methodology on top of it, like Kabir had shown. And when I do the data cleansing over it and do the data heuristics, there I can go and deploy certain AI to do the cleansing. Otherwise, like I said, data has to be matured. Like when I said nascent and improved and then adaptive, and then we go ahead further. So data, when we go and feed in and collect and maintain, there should be a governance to that in terms of what standards we use, how do we put, and it should be clean. And that is when the data would get more mature to run an AI model or algorithm on it. Now, my algorithm can read anything that is GRN, GREN as green, and I would go and feed in certain things, and then it is going to go and work. But point is that if something is green and I start writing it as RED, then my algorithm is going to fail, right? So that is the reason why I say that data needs to be more matured, clean, and collected properly. It should be more internationally accepted standards. And if there are multiple standards, that is still okay. Please build in algorithms to go ahead and talk to these standards, between these standards. And then when your data is mature, you run as many models on it. And the more the models you run, obviously the machine will learn uh, and preempt more and give you more accurate predictive analytics. So that's how it's going to work.
Just wanted to quickly add huge plus one to what Vijay said, that to be able to run good successful models, data has to be there in place. Uh, but there are also a few other innovations which are taking place which are in very nascent stages. So for example, there are chatbots now in place which basically understand human language to be able to assist you make bid documents which are more standardized. So there are experiments in nascent stages, but these are very limited part of AI modeling. Majority of part comes, as Vijay was saying, once the data is in place, then we can have predictions, we can have risk analysis, pattern understanding, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing
So,
is, I this gives me more idea at this point in time that the more we use something like a NLP, a language processing, or something we use more in terms of reading a lot of contracts and text,
yeah.
and the more we use other things, we could go and run AI on all of that and collect that particular data, and that data can be modeled as against our structured data and then develop another artificial intelligence. Yes, that also could be possible.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Arora. Thanks, Mr. Chaudhary. So we'll go to the next question. Do we have any robust methodology for an ecosystem of generative AI that you could build to enhance efficiency and productivity in the digital technology and procurement space? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Kabir, would you like to take this or?
Uh, Please go ahead. I'm not certain that I have a direct response to it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So, when we want to work with generative AI or go ahead and put some predictive analytics, obviously we would need to have three things, right? One, a good data. Two, which is interactive, which can be understood by others. I mean, a good data is something which is good. I would say it is good for me, but it cannot be understood by others. It is meaningless. And three is good algorithms and models that can sit over it and work for us. As long as we have these three things, we can go ahead and work on a generative AI. Now, in order to get these three things, I must be having a set of historic data, which I need to go ahead and cleanse, put or do a data heuristics over it, and then go ahead and cleanse it up. Two is that how this interacts with the external world. Does the external world understand this data in a similar way? Because in supply chain, we do not work in a silo or within an organization. Like within a bank, there could be a lot of banking data which is has to reside within the particular bank itself. But point is, even they are also kind of interacting more with customers nowadays. So I cannot really find an example where an organization can have data only for themselves. But yes, so in supply chain, we have to interact with our external world for suppliers and also to our customers. So that has to be a very interactive data quality which everyone can really understand and EDIs can work on it. And then we go ahead and build a generative AI over it, and it's going to really work. Like for example, Amazon Business now, they are trying to get into the procurement space. There's catalog management. There, the moment we are thinking that I need to buy a laptop, and I go ahead and give this command to Alexa, then NLP converts that, takes it into Amazon Business, feeds in, and then it moves for approval, and it goes to someone else as a voice note saying, hey, you have got an approval to make for this person, and he approves it, and that material lands up. So that's a futuristic world, and that's going to be reality over the next 1 or 2 years. So such kind of things would come in place. But to do all of this, the data has to be more clean, clear, and interactive.
Uh, Thank you, Vijay. Just wanted to add one more point. I think we are a few steps behind on this. We have to create a first data ecosystem to create ecosystem for generative AI. So that is where the struggle for procurement data is right now. And so there are global data standards, which I, for example, mentioned, open contracting data standard, which are allowing people and encouraging them to create this data ecosystem. So once you have this data ecosystem, then of course there are third-party ecosystems that we can superimpose. And I would request you to maybe just check out open contracting data standards uh, countries. So all the countries have open data portal where all this data is available. So at least when data is there, a lot of cross collaboration can happen to explore possible methodologies. That's
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arora. So thank you so much for this insightful presentation, this session. This is a lot of information. Thank you for that. Thanks once again, Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Arora. Now we'll
Thank
break for
you.
lunch. Thank you. Yeah. Now we'll break for lunch and reconvene at 2:15 p.m. and request all of you to be back on time so that we can start the next session on time at 2:15. And you could also check out our virtual event platform. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for having us here. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, dear participants. Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. So now, coming up now is a panel discussion. This panel discussion is on developing procurement resilience, and this discussion will be moderated by Dr. Nikhil Gurjar, President, Consulting Connoisseurs. So please put your questions in the chat box. Again, at the end of the discussion, we'll take up the questions. Dr. Gurjar is the president of Consulting Connoisseurs, a management consulting firm based out of Bombay. He is a professional with strengths in the areas of modeling and simulation based management consulting, project and supply chain management, and technology based transformation. Dr. Gurjar is a pioneer in the field of simulation based management consulting in India and has also worked in several sectors, including steel, specialty materials, oil, white goods, consumer goods, education, IT, robotics, technology, garment, and textiles. Over to you, Dr. Gurjar.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Am I audible? Just doing a
Yes,
quick
yes.
check. Yes. Okay. Thanks a lot for the introduction. And yeah, so today we are having a very interesting set of discussions that we have seen in the morning also, and now we are going to see some more. And this particular panel is specifically about the procurement resilience, as we say. And in this panel, we've got some real interesting people. So let me go ahead and introduce them rather quickly and start with the discussion. So, first, I would like to introduce Dr. Gian Luigi Albano, who is the head of division at Concept, which is the national central purchasing body in Italy. And he's also an adjunct professor of economics at University of Louis Gicali in Rome. Uh, we have our second panelist, who is Ram Raghuraman. Ram is the founder and the CEO at BCube Global Solutions, which is a boutique consulting firm offering curated solutions in operations, supply chain, and strategy. And he also was actively involved with ISM India previously as one of the regional directors. Our third panelist is Les Ball. He basically is a global supply chain and procurement leader. Well, he's got a very checkered career. He's spanned across different geographies. He was formerly the CPO of ABB, and he was also associated with Ford and Eaton. So, with these few words, I know there's a lot to speak about the speakers themselves, but I think we could start our discussion. So, welcome all of you, and so let us start our interaction on procurement resilience. Uh, I would first touch upon one of the strategic parameters, supply chain and procurement resilience. It's considered good news for procurement, but bad news for the microeconomists because it tends to increase the costs beyond their lean values. So thereby it increases the cost of the product. So in other words, we see that we are going away from the desired optimum in terms of costs. So how do we perceive this particular argument, and what is the strategic perspective and the economic perspective? So I would first like to invite Gian to share a few thoughts on this.
Well, thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Greetings
Yes.
from Rome, although I have a picture in the background which reminds of the mountains in the north. Refreshing picture, hopefully. It's an honor again to be part of this, the biggest uh, conference in supply chain and procurement. And I'm really pleased that you have raised a point which is really an economic point about resilience. And let me sort of It won't take very long, but I'd like to make a couple of logical steps to get into the heart of the problem. So let me start with this. Suppose for a moment that we have an idea of what is the implementation of a resilience strategy, what should be done in order to strengthen the supply chain. Suppose that. And it's a very strong assumption, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Now, obviously, if all sellers and then ultimately, since I'm in public procurement, ultimately public buyers were to agree that this is an important thing to do, that the risk of global disruptions is so high that we need to take an action, then if there were to be a coordination, then in principle, it is as if collectively we were buying an insurance to make sure that we do not, we don't get global trade supply chain frozen for 2 years, so to speak. Now, when you buy an insurance, normally as a private consumer, as a private individual, we tend to take for granted we have to pay for that. And we pay for that just because we want to make sure that if an adverse element, event strikes, we will be protected. So to some extent, when you rephrase this as an insurance, everyone would agree that indeed it would be beneficial to buy an insurance. Now, if you look at the microeconomics, and thank you for using that particular word in the title of this first opening discussion, turns out that when you get to the level of a single individual firm decision-making process, that becomes a little bit more complicated. Because suppose that you as a firm, you like to have your ecosystem of suppliers, stronger. So you're willing to pay for that. But at the same time, you're competing with other 100 different firms that might want to take advantage of the fact that you're investing on this insurance. And in a very short term, they might use it as a competitive leverage to steal market shares. So it's in a way, and I don't want to make this more simplistic than it is. It's again, once more, a kind of prisoner's dilemma kind of story. So although we compete in the market, we would like to have some degrees of cooperations among competing firms, because it would be in the collective interest to have a stronger ecosystem of suppliers. And the longer the supply chain, the more more fragmented, the more we should coordinate in order to have this ecosystem. But every single firm will have an incentive not to do so, because by not doing so, it would gain a competitive advantage, at least in the short term. And all other guys, knowing this, would immediately mimic that solution. So all of a sudden, the castle, this idea of a social protection, would crumble just because there is a very strong incentive, at least in the short term, not to do so. So in a way, whenever there is a failure to act in a coordinated way, there is normally, this is what we teach students in every single university in the world, there is room for public intervention. But now, could we think of a public intervention so as to kind of push private companies to buy that insurance? I mean, I think this is extremely difficult, because the only way you can do that is by using regulation. But you cannot use regulation to push firms, to basically oblige them to buy an insurance they don't want to buy, because it's a part of the market to decide the way they want to compete. But if they compete in a standard fashion, looking at the very short term, no one is going to willing to invest in an extra insurance to get, a stronger supply chain. And the longer the supply chain, those incentives replicate at every single stage of the supply chain. Every single supplier who is a supplier to another firm has exactly the same problem that, a downstream firm will have. So ultimately, let me summarize by saying that one of the drawbacks of a global system is that when it comes to actions that are really coordinate actions, they are by far much difficult to take, because you would have to take, millions of firms to coordinate simultaneously to do so. And so I think that if you look at the private perspective, this is extremely challenging. And maybe there are sectors which you could achieve because the ecosystem is a geographically, localized, you name it. But if the competition is global, this is extremely difficult. So I don't want to leave the audience with a too pessimistic message. But in fact, when I have a chance to mention what's happening in the public sector, things are even worse, to be honest. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll stop here.
Thanks a lot. I think that went a little longer than what we expected. Yeah, Les, would you like to add something to it?
Yeah, I agree, and thanks for the comments, Gianna, and thank you for having me, Dr. Gujar, as well on the panel. From an industrial manufacturing point of view, I have a slightly different view. All of my previous companies actually gained business post-COVID because they had a very robust, a big, ugly initiative, which was called resilience and sustainability. And they used it and rallied behind it, and in fact had lost business that they regained in each case, each of my last three companies, because they put the customer first. They had a very strong set of processes in place. They had people across the function that understood this wasn't just a procurement thing. And as we know, with COVID, costs went out of the window. People said, just get the product. We don't care if you've got an air freight or whatever you've got to do. And, I think I won't name the three companies, but 2 out of the 3 gained business and didn't really have any disruption from COVID, despite being heavily sourced in countries that were under lockdown. So I think there's 2 sides of the coin. It is very complex. I don't think there is one solution fits all, but it certainly is a source of competitive advantage for industrial organizations.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Les. Let's move on to the next, aspect that we are trying to look at. See, one of the points which is critical is the way one predicts and forecasts, because that's what drives, the kind of necessity for storing inventories and making the resilience component understood. So prediction and forecasting is basically a critical cornerstone in defining and developing resilience. So, and here I would probably invite Ram first. So, how far could one predict and how accurately could one forecast? I mean, how are companies working over these challenges? And more importantly, are you seeing that there is some kind of a limit to where we could go given our current technologies? Yeah, over to you, Ram.
Thanks, Nikhil. And am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start off by thanking ISM and World Bank for this opportunity. It's an honor to be a part of this panel with my fellow esteemed speakers. Hello. I think as we speak about prediction and forecasting, and again, all these things they've assumed greater significance in the post-COVID world. The last part of your question I think, is something that is easier to tackle. I think in terms of technology is highly advanced. I think it's just now that, and the possibilities are rather limitless. Oh, I wouldn't say limitless. There is a limit, obviously, but again, the possibilities are endless. It's just now that organizations are playing catch up in terms of how they utilize the technology. And I think, for example, what I mean by that is, there's artificial intelligence, machine learning, which is constantly evolving and learning as we go along. Organizations use, sensors and Internet of Things to capture real-time data. There are highly advanced simulations that are available that can, pretty much forecast, accurately model different scenarios and give you various outputs. So if anything, I believe, from a technology perspective, there is a huge possibility in terms of how we leverage it. It's just the lack of, I wouldn't even call it lack, but we're just getting to grips with, understanding how we can utilize technology to our benefit. And The other important one, which is a critical aspect, is more than the resource standpoint, limitations in data are what are constraining how we utilize technology, both in terms of availability of data and in terms of the quality of data available. I think that's important. So uh, I think that's a perfect segue into, for example, what we're talking about. How far can we predict and how accurate can we go? I mean, it entirely depends on a variety of factors. I've already spoken about uh, data availability and quality. That's one of the significant parameters that influence how far you can go and how deep you can go. The other one that makes it harder, I think, is the complexity of the supply chain in itself. I think if you look at modern supply chains, they are fairly geographically spread out. There are multiple nodes. They're involving a variety of products or commodities, and there's multimodal logistics in play, and trying to map all these. And when we're talking about, there's multiple nodes, these, you can imagine, these are, for the multiple data formats that you'll have to somehow map into a common system and try to make sense of it. And especially, I mean, if you look at a particular supplier may have a particular a data format, and then you'll get the data in a different format from a different supplier. So trying to gather all this, I think gathering is perhaps easier, but trying to consolidate, put it all and map it out is a really gargantuan exercises. I mean, there is technology that aids, but again, trying to put this into an algorithm that does all this for you is complicated. So I think that's the major constraint. And even as you go about predicting and forecasting, I think if you look at it, behaviorally very stable and predictable environments are easier to forecast. It's always, what's happening. It's a tried and tested method, and those often work. But it's really turned upside down in the recent past. There's a lot of disruptions. There's a lot of there's a lot of changes. There's a lot of dynamism in the world that we live in. So, having said that, I think it's I think in terms of forecasting, and I'm talking about accuracy here, you don't want to use data and make wrong predictions. So I think in order to limit, because you might spend a lot of time and resources and energy on something, on an event that you predicted as an outcome, but it's never going to happen, right? So there is a trade-off that you'll have to consider and try to limit your horizon window. I think that the shorter your horizon windows,
Yeah,
the
but
more I think useful your
the
predictions and
shorter it is, the more difficult it is for using machine learning because you have lesser data points. And the other thing, like you mentioned, coming from a public procurement background myself, the fundamental element is that of distrust. And when the
correct.
distrust element is there, then you cannot do much. I don't know, Jian, we also use a lot of game theory. I don't know what your experience on that says.
Well, I want to add something, more related to the fact that, there is a tendency which is natural because it's hardwired in our, the way our brain works, that, we extrapolate from the past in order to predict something about the future. There's nothing we can do. I mean, this is where, the way we survived in the jungle in Africa. So it's very simple. So the point is, we tend to think that something potentially disruptive will be similar to COVID, all right? Because we have experienced COVID. And so we tend to think, oh, it's going to be like that. But another pandemic is likely to be completely different. So the point is, to what extent we can say that the COVID lesson, suppose we have learned a lot of lessons, and I think we have learned a lot, might be useful for a completely different kind of a pandemic. So many people say, we don't know. The point is not whether it's going to be another pandemic, but it's only when. But the point is, what kind of pandemic? So the point is, do we believe that, in fact, what we're doing, and I thank Les for bringing forward cases in which actually a sort of strategy has been working effectively in order to strengthen supply chain, and it's very good, for also for theory. But the point is, do we think we have learned enough in order to face other forms of pandemic? That's the point. The point is this: so there was an obsession in Europe during the first year of the pandemic about the fact that we should stockpile things in order to get ready. The healthcare system should stockpile kind of personal protective equipment. And then all of a sudden we woke up in the moment and said, but maybe those PPEs won't be useful for another pandemic. What we're going to do, we're going to stock 35 billion masks, underground for what? For 6 months, and then we have to throw them away because they will not be effective anymore. So there is, the point that I think it's happening, we're kind of started to get out of the, I would say, very emotional part, reaction towards pandemic, try to think more coldly about this. But when you get more rational, I agree with you, Ram, things become very difficult because you don't know where to look for and what to look for. So, and go back to my point. The point is some form of coordination is needed. And one of the lessons is that the global trade broke down because of COVID. So we were to go back to that starting point. We have to make sure that barriers are not erected the day after a pandemic is declared. Otherwise, you can have any sort of extremely resilient global supply chain, and nothing's gonna function properly.
That's an interesting point, Gian, because
one more comment on this is just, I think, another outcome of COVID. I think what companies are doing now, in the post-COVID era, is that I think while these questions of forecasting accuracy, these are all fundamental questions that are going to remain. But what companies are doing is they're trying to make their supply chains a lot more agile, a lot more adaptable, and a lot more responsive to external disruptions. I think that's what's the other thing what companies are doing in order to, like Gian said, will another pandemic happen? When will it happen? You can't really predicate based on that. Instead you focus on process, you make your supply chain more responsive in the hope that will make your response to another disruption better. You can't really predict another pandemic or another disruption like this. So if you make your supply chain responsible and agile, it might be a better solution than trying to focus on.
So let me just take both your comments and combine them and have a snowball effect for Les now. So let us look at it.
Poor Les, the victim of the snowball.
So
the slopes of the Swiss mountains,
what new practices have you seen when it comes to risk profiling in supply chains? Pre-COVID, post-COVID, and how have these affected the service levels? You said that some of the companies did leverage, but how did it in general affect the service levels from a risk perspective? So we're not talking about generally stocking up inventory, but even assessing risk and looking at risks, and how have they affected the costs, because more different kind of risk assessment will have different cost implications. And what specific challenges do you see in the current approach to risk profiling in various organizations?
Okay. Well, I'm an old guy, okay, and I therefore don't have a great memory. So I would like to make one point before I start with that question. We often, when we talk about this really, really mission critical topic, we often just get down to processes and strategy and the big picture. But we very rarely talk about employee capability, organizational capability in terms of human resources. And one of the things that I have seen, probably going back to the financial crisis in 2008, because this isn't just about COVID, it's financial instability, it's tsunamis, it's geopolitics. It's, as you said, Jan, it's a different flavor of the same stuff. Never a boring day in procurement and supply chain, we know that. And I think it's how organizations, and I'll talk about the agility that Ram talked about in terms of internally, but it's the agility of the organization's human resources and human capital that I think is distinguishing the successful companies going forward. And in each of the companies that I've worked for in the last 20 years, they've all heavily invested in not just upskilling their resources, not just in procurement and supply chain, but in adjacent parts of the organization, so that people understand if you build complexity into engineering, into your products, you're going to pay for it in terms of supply chain complexity. And if you don't invest in resilience, Mr. Finance or Mrs. Finance, it's going to cost you somewhere different outside of the piece price, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a huge investment, not just in terms of helping people technically with the skill set to use new technology, but also building the culture of one where people want to stay, they want to be retained, they want to be attracted to that organization, because it's being invested in terms of giving people the skills to get things done. And I think resilience and sustainability is a big one. So I've probably used up
So
all my time, but
sorry, this particular point, are you talking about internal to the organization or looking at the suppliers or both?
both. I mean, I think collaboration with suppliers. I hosted a supplier day back in my ABB days, and some of the suppliers at lunchtime said they thought they were in the wrong event because there hadn't been discussion about collaboration for a long time. It had been, like all industrial companies, talking about piece price reduction and costs, and I think there was a kind of recognition that in many organizations in the industrial and energy and electrical sectors, that says we need to work more collaboratively with our suppliers. We'll talk about vendor managed inventory maybe if we have time, but there was a time for that. But if you just push your inventory out to the suppliers and you don't do any work on risk profiling and understanding your end customers, you're just pushing the problem onto somebody else's books. So
Exactly.
yeah. But going back to the question, in terms of new practices, I think there's been much more partnering with senior leadership and finance than I've ever seen in the last 40 years of my career. Probably in the last 10 years, 15 years, I've seen that. So there's much more sponsorship at a senior level around risk, sustainability, and resilience. Procurement, I think, has got a bigger seat at the table now than ever before in supply chain. That's one of the very few positive things that came out of COVID, for sure. In terms of risk profiling, there's been a huge amount of work on digitizing internal operation activities and capabilities, and probably a more profound use of big data. But I still think many organizations are still trying to get their arms around, how to use that big data the most efficiently and to have the most impact. The trends and behavior of suppliers, beyond financial stability is certainly a key area that's been looked at.
So the way you're describing, Liz, the way you're putting it across, it looks like finding a supplier is more difficult than finding a partner.
I don't think so. I think if everything you see is a nail, you're going to hit it with a hammer. And I think there are many suppliers out there that would be very good partners. But if you hit them with a hammer because they look like a nail, then you're never going to get your screwdriver out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got an engineering background.
It's
Yeah, me too.
Les, if I may, it's really amazing that for someone like me, who's sort of a weird animal, a little bit of academic, a little bit of a civil servant. The 20 years ago, I remember vividly a lady who's now professor at University of Pennsylvania was presenting a couple of papers actually published in the American Economic Review about how to build an ecosystem, so collaboration in the supply chain. So she used a kind of a misnomer, a little bit, network. So a network is something different, but she meant really this idea of not squeezing your suppliers because you want to convince them, you're giving them extra profit margin so that they can invest in an insurance policy that will work in your favor, when an adverse event will strike. And we economists were talking about it 20 years ago, but actually it was just a paper. So it was completely lack of communication between which something that I thought at that time was extremely relevant to the profession, management profession. But for us, it was just a model, but a model which made a lot of sense because it said cooperation is something, or competition, it's not something that you can detach from the temporal dimension. So risk assessment and times or time horizon are really two important factors. When you take this into account, all of a sudden the way you define or design competitive processes to get inputs will be completely different. You will tend to kind of soften price competition to sort of allow your suppliers to get extra profits. Why? Because you want to convince them to invest in solution that might be beneficial at a later stage. And that's exactly what you say. Call it cooperation. This is nothing more than an insurance strategy for which you have to pay something up front. And this is nothing. It's inevitable. You have to put money on that in order to get something else in return at a later stage.
And I think this particular point is quite interesting because we would actually try to look at the aspect of resilience through through vendor managed inventories, which we were talking about, which Les had just mentioned. And it is one of the time tested methods to reduce your working costs because you're shifting your cost to your supplier. But so what are the good examples of collaboration now, looking at the new enthusiasm in resilience and the new models that are evolving?
Can I take that, Ram?
Yes.
I mean, I agree with you, and I would have used exactly the same terminology. It's a time-tested method to get working capital off the books. But I think one of the big things that's changed is that organizations are looking at the total cost of ownership and the total cost of working capital, and including the working capital in the first and second tier suppliers. And I think only when you look at it as a complete ecosystem are you really going to get the full picture from a cost and from a risk point of view. I think one of the secret sources of moving from something like vendor managed inventory to maybe more collaborative approach with suppliers. One of the secrets maybe that we did, we brought together our most strategic suppliers in a very small group with the leader of engineering, the business leader, the product management leader, and the procurement guy and HR. And we said to them, okay, each one of you, tell us, what do we need to do differently for you to put your best people on our products, your best engineers, your best logisticians? And we kept quiet for a whole morning and we listened to a dozen suppliers telling the organization what they liked about us, but what we could do differently. And it was an aha moment for the organization. And it immediately started to build, were you there on that day? Because that was the day when there was partnership and collaboration. So that was a small thing. But going back to VMI, it can help resilience. But I've seen too many instances where organizations have just shifted the inventory and haven't done anything with the strategy or the risk profiling. They don't really understand the behavior of the end customers. They haven't done that evaluation, Dr. Gurjar, that I know that you're greatly skilled at in terms of understanding the unpredictability of your customers. And of course, it just leads to chaos in the supply chain. So it's there are additional, maybe more robust ways. I've seen this increased collaboration, which has led to massive design changes in products to reduce the complexity. Late point definition of products going way back in Ford in the 90s, but even more recently in companies like Eaton, ABB, and Otis. Coming up with designs that are designed to purchase, not designed to value and designed to cost, but really designed for total cost.
For total cost.
Yeah. So Ram, I think one important thing which he was talking about was looking at the end customer behavior. So if we talk about digitalization of operations versus digitalization of end customer behavior, so there are a lot of initiatives which go in digitalizing the operations rather than looking at the customer interface. How do you look at the relative trade-offs, of the former versus the latter? And the question is, are we spending the money on digitalization on the right thing today, or you think there has to be a change?
I think Well, the short answer is yes. We are spending money and lots of it on digitalization, right? Companies realize the importance of digitalization. But the 2 points that you mentioned, the two aspects, they typically constitute I would say, the digitalization strategy per se. One is investing in operations, which is more inward looking. The other one is investing in customer behavior. I think both these have, I would say, I wouldn't view it as one versus other, but it's just a matter of striking the balance between investing in both, because for an organization to be successful, it has to invest in both. And depending on, I would say, the maturity, the type of industry the organization is, it's how you make that. Is it a 50-50? Is it a 70-30? Is it a 20-80? All this depends on, I would say, the nature of the organization. But first, I think, let me just explain, I think, what you refer to as digitalization of operations, right? It's, if for the benefit of our audience, it's I would say, you're
Also,
optimizing your internal process, you're enhancing efficiency, you're automating processes. These are all what constitute, investment in digitalizing your operation, and these tend to
also,
have
if
an
you
impact
Ram,
on your
Ram,
bottom
if
line.
you Ram, if you have a framework which will help to decide, how this trade-off has to be arrived at, that would be useful.
I think, see, as a consultant, the easiest answer is it depends. And that's the answer that we usually always use. um, I will say that the trade-offs typically, right, is in terms of, I would say, see, look at it from a if you are in a manufacturing, I think you will see that ultimately you will have to get the return on investment in your into how much you spend. So depending on how much understanding consumer behavior is going to give you, it depends on the competitive landscape. So if you were to compare, say, manufacturing versus retail, it's a completely different, it's an apples to orange comparison, right? Because in retail, there is a high degree of emphasis placed on understanding consumer behavior, because the
Yeah.
cost of acquiring a customer and customer loyalty is that much harder. In terms of manufacturing, you invest in a customer to buy once. That's probably sometimes good enough, because the returns on selling one piece is much better. So I would say, uh, manufacturing, and again, the other point that I mentioned is depending on how digitally mature your company is. If you're already have a high degree of, I would say, digitalization in your operations, maybe then you tweak. But I would say there's no particular framework. I say it's understanding the organizational goals, understanding where you are with regard to your competitors, um, and what your priorities are. Whether is it yes, less.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think you're
Uh,
absolutely right, Ram. But I think what I've seen in my most recent experience is, if you tried to justify and get a cost return on digitization just for resilience, you would never make it. But the
Mm.
benefits of digitization go far and wide, top to bottom in an organization, whether it's in terms of customer acquisition, retention, or operational effectiveness, or you name it, you can throw a metric at it. And I think these days this is an entry ticket. It's almost like training and development, for the new future, the new norm. How do we equip the organization? Well, it's digitization. And how do we equip the people? Well, it's training and development. And without it, you're not going to be competing in 5 to 10 years time.
so
So
let's
the return is,
there is
yeah.
there is an interesting point to what you're saying. Maybe one of the questions which the audience has put forward is that how could you look at something which you cannot control in any case? So in the digitalization context, this also is important. Like would you like to add to that? To what you were saying? with this?
Well, I think as Jan said, you know, the next issue is going to be probably the least predicted one, and
Yep.
you know, so you know, if you go back to Dr. Deming and lean principles, you know, you can do your failure mode analysis, but you might miss some. So it's all around being agile, and you may not be able to predict what the issue is going to be, but what you can do is you can predict what your action is going to be. And it might be basic activities, it might be basic processes, but it will all be about protecting the end customer, protecting the supply chain, you know, whilst meeting the values and the rules of the road in the organization and doing business. But yeah, you're not going to be able to predict everything, but the digitization will give you a lot of data that will probably help you predict a lot. But then
And it
you're
helps
left.
in posturing. It helps in posturing.
Yeah.
So even if I cannot control that, I can definitely posture to that. That is something which, you know, which probably is the bottom line of what you are trying to
Yeah,
say.
posturing. I've lived outside
Yeah.
of the UK for too long. My vocabulary is not as good as yours. Posturing, posturing is exactly the right word.
It's richer. It's richer.
Yeah.
Nikhil, do you mind if I take advantage of one particular question? There are so many questions. I'm not sure we're gonna be able to answer
First,
them
let
all.
us complete our
Okay,
discussion, and then
great.
we'll go to the questions. I took this question because this was linked to what we were discussing, so that's why I just talked about
Okay.
I think one I think the simplest way, and most of the audience in India might like this. I'm not sure about you, Les, but India's former cricket captain, right, MS Dhoni, always used to say, "Focus on the process, not the outcome." So that's what I think procurement leaders have to do: is focus on the process of becoming more agile, responsive. You're not going to predict, what the outcome is going to be, but focus on the process. The results will be better.
Yeah, but if you want to use a cricket analogy, and I didn't want to get sucked into it, but if
We
you
are very
take
sensitive to that.
yeah, but if you take the way the England team are currently playing, they've got that camaraderie and one team spirit, and all for one and one for all, and so creating the culture in the organization around resilience,
Right.
it is really very powerful, and it can make up for an awful lot of deficits in skill. If we talk about the England team,
Yeah, one particular aspect which I have seen, the past few years, we've been talking a lot about procurement changes and supply chain changes, but sometimes you feel whether one has to really change, or doing good by doing nothing is also a strategy which is possible. So is this a good paradigm in today's scenario? Because we talk about the microeconomic perspective again, and then we say, okay, are we overreacting or overdriving the concept of supply chain continuity and resilience? It's not that a pandemic is going to happen every year, and of course the thing that might happen we cannot even predict, and we cannot even fathom what is going to happen. So are we overdoing it, and is doing good by doing nothing a good strategy in this case? I think Jian, probably you could touch upon that.
Well, I'm gonna sort of steer towards a little bit my sort of natural environment, which is public procurement, and because that definition would apply almost, completely to what's happening. I mean, my impression, we've learned a lot. I mean, my impression is that one of the lessons that we have overemphasized is that during the pandemic there were different kind of abuses here and there. And it always boils down, when you talk about public procurement, it all boils down to what are the rules. Maybe the rules were not the right rules. There was an abuse because we didn't have our procurement vehicles for emergency contracting and so on and so forth. And it is as if by fixing the rules, I mean, a lot of countries are fixing the rules right now, we're going to go back to business as if the pandemic never existed.
Never took place. Yeah.
Never took place. So there was a point that we had a very long discussion with people, especially in the UK, and a couple of very good academics saying now that, we should have, framework agreements for emergency circumstances always in place so that we do not use direct contracting that would leave, open the door to abuses of any sort. Actually, the National Audit Office completing an enormous work, gigantic work, retrospective work in what happened during the pandemic. We're going to learn a lot about that. But again, this is misguided approach. The procurement vehicle, framework agreements. Let me take it. This is my natural ocean in which I, swim every day. Framework agreements are exactly the tools, coming from an agile approach to procurement. So it's a vehicle in which you tend to shift risk towards your suppliers. But if the risk is there and you don't take any stake in that risk, and you live under the delusion that you have a framework agreement in place, and though someone else is going to take care of the disruption when the COVID-21 strikes, this is again another fantasy. We're going to live again, we experience exactly the same problem. So what we're doing right now, we're living under this umbrella, in this fake umbrella protection, saying, oh, we have a framework agreement, we're fine. Okay. Yeah. Secondly, let me mention that, and I want to, I want to take advantage of this conversation to say the World Bank has published a very insightful set of guidelines about risk management in public procurement. This is one of the key dimensions is completely overlooked in public procurement. Okay, when you evaluate your suppliers, almost no one in Europe takes into account what happens if something, adverse takes place at a later stage, and what are the kind of strategies that your suppliers are planning to take in place in order to protect you as a final customer. Right? This is something striking because we should spend most of our time doing that right now, rather than going back to business and say, oh, we have another framework agreement in place and we're fine. We're not fine. We're back to business. We're back to position zero again. So, and this is dramatic. Let me conclude this by, again, borrowing from one question. The main difference between the meaning of cooperation in the private sector and in the private sector is dramatic. There is a gulf, a notion between. Why? Because in the private sector is still the possibility of setting an unwritten set of code of conduct, which is based on actions. If I leave in your pockets an extra margin of profit, I will at some point look at what you do under abnormal circumstances, whether you reciprocate. And this is much easier because we have, long-term relationship, we can observe action. But in the public procurement world, which is mainly driven by written rules, these observing, punishing, reacting is much more difficult because it's all driven by contracts, written contracts. I know less. In the UK, things are fairly different, but not that different, and this is why we are sort of more fragile, the public sector, because sometimes we do not want to use rules of the game, which are a little bit more flexible, sure, which would lend them to potential manipulation, but still more agile and more, I would say, appropriate to react in case of adverse circumstances. To me, this is the heart. Yeah. This is the heart of the problem.
I'm absolutely with you, Jen. I actually haven't lived in the UK for 30 years, but I know exactly what you mean. And some discussions with UK government commercial section, they have the same challenges. But I'm absolutely with you. The agility is absolutely necessary. But you also talked about this law of unintended consequences as well. And, not just thinking about, does this fix the risk, but what happens 6 months, 60 months down the line, and there's not enough investment of thought around that, for sure.
Mm-hmm. The one comment that I'd like to make also is that, in terms of, talking about, doing nothing, doing all these things, I would say in terms of principles per se, pre-COVID, post-COVID, nothing much has changed in terms of the way we look at supply chains, we look at setting up supply chains in terms of principle. Some of these are stuff that we've known all along, but just that we've not focused on compliance. I mean, we have really good contracts with most suppliers, but again, unlike the public sector, I'm speaking predominantly from a private sector standpoint, is most of the it's the focus on compliance has become a lot more. The spotlight now is on having these principles and adhering to them. Earlier you could get away with certain tweaks. I think it's something that I guess the private sector is learning from the public sector, where it's almost a straitjacket. I understand, GN, where there are focus was only on compliance, and you could left very little room for maneuvering. But again, this is something maybe one of the very few I would say scenarios where
Incidentally, Ram, I had worked in the public procurement space as well, and I had looked at how we could incentivize PPP agreements. Unfortunately, today PPP agreements are not incentivized for the efficiency or the efficacy. They are more, looking at the financing costs and the
Financing
operating
costs.
costs, but they are not
yeah.
looking at the efficiency for the customer. So when we introduced that in certain tenders, it was a welcome change. I mean, people really took to it. So, okay, there are rules. I agree that there are rules. As long as the rules are applied to everyone, the public
And
procurement
uniformly
is safe.
enforced.
Yeah,
I
public
think,
procurement is safe.
but I think with public procurement, also the introduction, and we see it in many countries, of competition, then there starts to become more more focus on customer satisfaction, and you can see that in the post office, the
Yeah.
health service, and in different countries, and so.
So let's take one last question which has come from the audience. How can you develop a you know, strategic procurement resilience framework or in a private
Frame.
sector? Yeah. So how do you develop
Okay.
that? So I think Les and Ram,
Les
you
would
could
be,
probably touch on that. Yeah.
I don't. I think to have a big picture target. So really, I think it's capturing the imagination of the organization, and resilience and risk. They're just other nodes that are going to come along and affect the supply chain. They're just further inputs. And so to treat them as completely alien and different is probably not the right thing to do. You need to have a comprehensive strategy, procurement, operations, supply chain strategy that really embraces all areas of risk, all inputs, whether it's regulations, doing business right, whatever. And
Anything specific to the leadership? I mean, if you can touch
well,
upon
yeah,
that.
I think it's around. I'm a big believer in ADKAR, which is a change management approach, and ADKAR, starts with A for awareness, D for desire. And with the awareness, you need to get with the executives and actually mentor and even coach them into sponsoring what you want to do, and to sell to them in terms of the desire, what is the output for them. And it may not be short-term savings, but it will be long-term, earnings before interest and tax that will magnify as you start to get a more robust strategy in place. And part of the ADKAR change management is also having the ability of the organization in place. So it's a very holistic approach. It's a multi-year approach.
Yeah.
And risk is one big element, but it's how do you make your operations more serving the customer and bringing the customer and the suppliers closer to yourself as part of the value chain.
And definitely, I think the other, investing in technology and digital is going to be a big part of developing procurement resilience, because now you need greater visibility, not just into your suppliers but their suppliers and so on. So you need real-time data on where your freight is, so you can make decisions or adapt. So I would say, in order to enable all the stuff that we've spoken about in terms of developing procurement resilience, I think having investing in technology, investing in building a responsive supply chain, investing in being agile and being able to adapt to an ever-changing scenario. These are all various aspects that organizations should consider in terms of as they look to build procurement resilience, I think, and collaboration. I think the one thing that we didn't emphasize enough, if we haven't already, is I think post-COVID, there's been, well, procurement has always known collaboration is the cornerstone of a supply chain. I think the other parts of the organizations have now woken up to the reality that, the more you collaborate with all your stakeholders along the value chain, the better you are going to be in terms of
Exactly.
value.
Ram, you talk about the process investment, but I think it's also the investment in the people and the organization. So making sure you've got the capability and the capacity. And for years, the organizations have been squeezed. I know there's a section later, another panel on procurement as a career. I mean, I think the last few years and the next few years, procurement is at the epicenter of organizations now. I mean, never before has the net value of a procurement person been so high, and I think it's a great place to be. But if you don't invest in the people, they'll go and disappoint companies that will invest in them.
Sure.
Yeah.
I hope the person who had put the question got the answer. We would now wind up with a few closing remarks on this. So I would invite each of you to summarize in just about 30 to 45 seconds. Yeah, we'll start with Gian.
Thank
Just
you,
30
Nikhil.
seconds. Yeah.
I guess if I were to list the word that we've mentioned more frequently during the last 60 minutes is people and collaboration. Now, from a microeconomist perspective, collaboration is about time horizon, so cannot be built in 2 days. So it's a time frame question, and second, it's about incentives. And it's about having an array of actions which is rich enough in order to observe the way different partners react to changing environment. So let me say that the private sector is in the best possible to experiment new forms of collaborations, and hopefully the public one will look at it and try to cherry pick at least seeds of wisdom at a later stage.
To put it in economic terms, probably looking at an indifference curve where you can do it in-house or you can do it through someone else. That would be the ideal kind of collaboration.
Also. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Les, you would like to?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Dr. Gurjar. It's been a pleasure. I mean, yes, we talk about process and strategy, but I think it's equally about people and organization. In terms of people and organization, it's about the culture, creating that winning culture, the mindset. Risk isn't going to go away. It's been with us for the last 100 years. It will be with us for the next 100 years. It's just a different flavor. It could be dark chocolate, milk chocolate, or it could be flavored chocolate, but chocolate is here to stay. Okay, we know that in Switzerland. It is about collaboration. It's about building that partnership across the whole value chain, starting from even the third-tier suppliers through to your customers, and looking at it from a total cost management perspective. So don't just look at your own bailiwick, look beyond, because the total cost is what's going to impact the organization. Thank you.
Yeah. Ram, would you like to?
Yeah, thanks for having me. And I just want to summarize by saying I think the focus would be on, in an ever-changing scenario, as there's a lot of globalization in the supply chain, the focus still would be on developing lean supply chains that are responsive, that are able to respond to challenges and disruptions as quickly as humanly possible. And I think using technology, using collaboration, using I think a better upskilling of individuals to be able to provide that change or drive that change across the procurement function is what we're going to see. So happy to be in part, and I gained a lot of insight from Les and Dr. Gian as well. And Thanks again, Nikhil,
Thank you.
for
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
moderating
you.
this panel
Thanks a
really
lot.
well.
Yeah. So
Thank
one
you.
of the important things that we have seen in this particular panel is the importance of looking at pandemics, which is not just a supply chain disruption, but it's also going to pan out as a geopolitical event. And a
It is.
geopolitical influence on supply chain is becoming more and more predominant now. And in future, we are going to see more of these. So what we had as a discussion today was just looking at certain aspects of that. But I think as time would progress, we are going to see a lot more on this particular front. And I think it was really an interesting discussion. Yeah, thank you, Ram. Thank you,
Thank
Les.
you.
Thank you, Jian. And thanks, Pamela, for inviting us and for ensuring that everything runs smooth. Thanks again. Over to you, Pamela.
And
Thank you, Dr. Gurjar. Thank you for this rich discussion. To all the esteemed members of the panel, thanks for this. So now we'll be moving on to our next session.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Our next speaker is Mr. Sanjay Kumar, expert for Switch Asia Policy Support Component. Mr. Kumar has nearly 3 decades of governance and leadership experiences in public policy, procurement, and sustainability. He recently took voluntary retirement from the Government of India to pursue his passion in sustainable procurement. Mr. Kumar currently advises Switch Asia Policy Support on its GPP projects in Bangladesh, Cambodia, Malaysia, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. Mr. Kumar's title, Understanding Sustainable Public Procurement, published by Springer, Germany, is the first comprehensive book on sustainable public procurement, providing in-depth analysis on the origin, nature, and reality of the implementation of sustainable purchasing. Today, Mr. Kumar will share his insights on leveraging procurement for achieving climate change goals. Over to you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pamela. Can you see my slide?
Yeah, we can see so. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
No? Can someone confirm? Can you see the slide, please? Excuse me. Can you hear me? Can someone confirm? see my slide. Excuse me.
Yes, we can see, and we can see the slides also, and we can hear you as well.
Okay, thank you for confirming.
Thank you,
So,
Mr.
thank you very much. Thank you, ISM and PPPAI, the World Bank, for inviting me to this conference. And sorry for the initial glitches. We got delayed by 2-3 minutes, as we were not sure that whether you are able to see me or not. So today I'm going to talk about how can we procurement and sustainable supply chain professional can leverage their procurement spend to achieve climate change goal, right? So what I'm going to talk today is we will talk about spend some time on national and international context. Then I will come back to case for integrating climate change in corporate goals or in the government goals, and why this matters to corporate professional. And I will be devoting a lot of time on once you start your GHG emission reduction journey, supply chain. So how to go about this, and finally, so this is an iconic picture from the COP21, which was held in 2015, right, in Paris. And the government, from all around the world, they agreed to Paris climate agreement, right? And if you look at the progress since then there are 196 countries who have already signed, the Paris climate agreement, right? With the limit to the global rise in temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. And 70 countries have set a net zero target, which is very good, which covers about roughly about 76% of total GHG emission worldwide. Then more than 1,000 cities, 1,000 educational institutes, 400 financials have pledged to cut emission by 50% by 2030. More than 18,000 companies around the world disclosed climate change data through CDP in 2020, which is again a great thing. More than 3,000 business and financial institutions are working with SBT, that is Science-Based Target Initiative, to reduce their emissions. So we think that the progress has been fantastic. Then we need to check the reality, right? So where are we now, right? If we look at the the gap in the target and also implementation gap, so we're heading towards not 1.5 degrees Celsius, but we are heading towards people say 2.7 degrees Celsius, right? And in order to cover this implementation gap, the government and has to deliver on the whatever the place that has been made by them. So that is why Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, he said that government or private sector commitment to net zero cannot be a mere public relation exercise. Don't just place it to show that we care for the world, but actually we all need to deliver on that promise, right? So what are the key messages? Key message for the public is, right, stop talking, stop debating about the science behind the climate change. Instead, let us debate solution to climate change and demand urgent action, both from the government and corporate. So the message for the government is, it is fine that you don't want to do cap and trade or impose carbon taxes, right? But you can't argue that the jury is still out on the climate science, right? And government not be, because the government will be held as accountable for inaction, climate change by by this generation and future generation as well. And the message for the corporate is, right, if you do dilly-dally at this point of time, soon the time will come when GHG emission will be increasingly scrutinized, regulated, and priced, right? So corporate also need to think about this. And in fact, there's solid business. There are three fundamental reasons, and one from coming from the customers, because increasingly, stakeholders are demanding, greater transparency and accountability on ESG data, right? And if you look at the number of protests, around the climate change, it's increasing worldwide, right? And survey after surveys shows that there is a rise of people who are not taking actions, appropriate action on ESGs, right? And still better, business such as opportunity, see opportunity behind low carbon transition, right? And increase the brand value and so on, right? But on the other hand, there is a increasingly regulatory design is becoming tougher and tougher for all the corporate who are working worldwide, right? Today, 90% of the global economy fall under a net zero place, right? So wherever you operate, doesn't matter. You work in India, you work in Europe, you work in China, it doesn't matter. Your emission is under some kind of commitment from the government or the corporate. UK has introduced mandatory climate-related financial disclosure for company, and this is going to be followed, within coming, you can say 4, 5, 10 years all around the world. Again, in EU, they have come up with the carbon border adjustment mechanism, right, in which they are trying to put a fair price on the carbon emitted during the production of carbon good. It doesn't matter whether the good is being produced in India, China, or Netherlands, right? Then again, US has come up with the US inflation reduction, in which they are doing some kind of scheme funding program for offering climate change solutions. If you want to avail that solution, you need to take action. And you look at another, the investor, right? So I think CEO right, when I think in 2020, New Year massive, he said that he wrote to all the CEOs, right? And he said that we focus on sustainability not because we are environmentalists, but because we are capitalists and we have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders and to the stakeholder in general, right? So they have started, they think that it is their fiduciary responsibility, so they will watch the company who are committed, was the company who are taking action, and was the company who are not taking action, right? For those companies, the investment cost will naturally will go high, right? The Glasgow, summit again, financial institutions world over, they joined and they formed a, kind of a grouping they call Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And what the amount, $130 billion, right? It's a huge amount. Right? And they have committed that, they to design the global economy net zero, right? Again, the worldwide arrangement task force on climate-related disclosure, right? They are again committed to inform investors, shareholders, and public of their climate financial related risks. So, PPPAI is building up from all the sides, whether it is a government, whether it's an investor, whether it's a customer. So, you need to listen, right? And thankfully, the CEO around the world, they now consider that sustainability is the only path to build a two-way system. Right? And again it has come, and the number of CEOs who are for this view is increasing. Since 2013 to 2020, it has increased by 15%, and 98% of the CEOs surveyed, United Nations Global Compact and SHR studies, they see that sustainability is the only way forward. right? But here we have a concern. There is another study by Accenture itself in 2020, which said that half of the organization leader outside of procurement sees sustainability as a top 10 procurement priority, right? While only 22% of procurement leaders feel the same way. That means, although the CEO and the other stakeholders in a company or in an organization, they think that sustainability should be the priority of the procurement department or supply chain department, the procurement leader, they don't think so, right? Only 22% believe that. So this is a disconnect, right? And that disconnect, we need to resolve in order to, achieve the climate change goal if you want to use the procurement, right? And we'll see that, how we can do it, and if we don't do it, where we would start. So, to address this disconnect, the business must adopt a vision, right? And the procurement profession, the CEO, they need to align their function operation to the vision, right? And to see that, how can they transform the procurement process to achieve that vision, right? By collaborating with the supply chain partners. Because if you can't do, nobody else can do, as you will see, because most of the impact, of the procurement comes from the supply chain. See, another reason why procurement CPOs, leader, listening today, they should care about this, because procurement activities of the government 15% of global GHG emission. And remember, this does not include, institutional procurement by the big corporates. If you add that, this percentage will go definitely higher. Again, in the government sector, again, the study by World Economic Forum 2022, it says that defense, transport, waste management, construction, industrial product, and utility, they constitute roughly about 70% of the emission. So it tells you, it guides you where does the government need to focus, right? And government and business have made commitment to become net zero, right? So where you are operating, right? Either your company or your government has made a commitment to become net zero. So how could the procurement goals be different from the government's or the business goals, right? You need to align it, right? And finally, again, in one of the survey by the Gartner, they try to find out, what are the impact on supply chain as a result of climate change. So 72% of the respondents, they say that, there is a increased environmental disturbance in terms of increased weather events like flood and, drought and water shortage, etc. 44% of the respondents, they say that it affects the security of supply as a result of climate change, which we witness. 43% says it affects and similarly others, right? So here I want to just warn them and caution all the chief procurement officers who are listening today, right? Because all this deception has a cost, right? So if you want to address this cost, you need to take this into account in your decision making, right? Because ultimately, there is another study by the CDP which said that company may incur up to 150 billion in supply chain as a result of sustainability risk, right? Then another studies, it says even by UNDP, workplace disruption caused due to climate change can cause 2 trillion in productivity loss. So say for example, you're in Bombay, right? And tomorrow there is a flood and office attendance get down to 10%, 15%, right? Your 85%, 75% employees are not coming to your office. Just look at the productivity loss, as a result of climate change, right? So we need to think of. So now that we understood why we need to take care of the climate change in our procurement decision, right? now we come to the the stage. If we think that we need to do that, then how to do that, right? Again, it's something like a procurement cycle. It is a there is a cycle. First, we find out the GAG inventory, identify actions, set targets, action plan, implementation, report on impact. It's nothing great about this slide. So let's see one by one. What does GAG inventory say? GAG inventory means like how much your total GAG emission over a period of 1 year, right? So again, the first thing, when we are trying to address and to become the net zero in your company or within a government, let us avoid greenwashing, right? All along the talk, I will be talking only of the net zero between, not carbon neutral, right? Which includes also offsets, right? And what does the net zero means? It means achieving a balance between the carbon emitted into the atmosphere and the carbon removed from it. It's given by British standard system. This is definition you can just have. And when you start your journey, these two documents, developed by the World Resource Institute and again the World Business Council on Sustainable Development, right? They together they develop these two guidelines, and this is going to be the fundamental, which you should be referring when you start your journey on GHG emission reduction. I know it would be, I mean, it will look odd to the public procurement and supply chain professional that are we concentrating on GHG emission reduction or the procurement, right? But since you will be working on the mitigating climate change impact using your procurement or supply chain, then you need to be familiar with this document. So again, this picture, it gives you different kind of GHG gases such as CO2, CH4, N2, and so on. And it says that there are three kind of emissions when we talk about the GHG emission of your company or of your organization, right? One is direct emission, which is happening as a result of your own activities, right? And the second one is, it is also called direct emission because it is happening within your premises, within your company, within your workshop or factory, right? You have a control over that. So it's a direct emission. And the second is indirect emission caused by the electricity which you are, taking for running your company or organization, so that is scope 2. Again, indirect emission because you don't have control on that. And remaining emission which you can think of, right? Like purchased goods and services, capital good, fuel, energy related activities, transportation, distribution, waste generation, business travel, employee commuting, everything, comes under scope 3 emission. Again, it's an indirect emission. So, this indirect emission, it constitutes roughly about 11 times, the direct emission, which is under your control, right? Remaining, more than 70, 80, 90% of the emissions which are coming, they are coming from the supply chain, right? And when it's coming from the supply chain, the procurement professional and supply chain professional becomes the first point of contact who can either address it, or I think they are the only one who can address it. This is my belief, right? And because you are the one who will be taking decision on whatever the emission coming from this area upstream and also the direct one and scope 2, because you are the one who will be able to you have the relation with the vendors who will be able to control this emission. If you don't, I think nobody in company would be able to do that. There are methods to calculate the GHG emission. Scope 1 and scope 2 are relatively straightforward. It can be done, but scope 3 is very complex, right? And we'll see. So if you ask me, in a perfect world or in a ideal world, what will be the CO2 emissions of your company? You go to your warehouse and see that, okay, add up all the CO2 product level CO2 emission during the life cycle, and you come up with some figure, right? But in actual world, we don't have data about product level data about how much is the CO2 equivalent GHG emission coming from the product A, B, C, or D, right? So in that case, in the real world, what we do is depend on the indirect way of finding how much is the GHG emission, right? And there is again all this, right? Is to find out based on the how much you are spending, right? Other way is to find out based on the data which you are primary data which are supplies, right? So, and it could be mixture of both, right? Depending on the maturity of your suppliers and depending on the maturity of your own initiative. Then you find out how much the GHG is. So you start with a spend-based method that is based on the secondary data of how much you are spending, and say a spend is $100 or 100 rupees, right? You multiply with the emission factor for a particular product or particular services, and you get the CO2 equivalent of GHG emissions. And finally, once you, then again is a waste data method. It's something about how depending on the mass or depending on the volume. Okay, say for example 100 kg of cement you are buying, so 100 kg of cement plus per kg emission factor, multiply, get the CO2 equivalent data. Then a hybrid method, you get some data from gas, you get some data from waste, either based on the mass or based on the spend, and you find out. Finally, you method when you get specific data or primary data from the supplier themselves. They are the most correct one, right? But that will take quite some time, maybe 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years, I don't know, depending on how big your organization is. So and so don't wait for those 5 years to start your GHG journey, right? And we understand that there are challenges, and your sustainability colleague in your organization, they will be helping and they will be dealing with those challenges, right? And they will be they will try to address these challenges, right? Like limited data transparency, we understand. Low quality, granularity of data, we understand. But we have to begin our journey. That is very important, right? So once we have, GHG emission, GHG inventory, then we need to identify what kind of action we would take, right? So before taking action, let us understand the interrelation between your company, your suppliers, and your customers, right? For you, scope 1 and scope 2 emissions become scope 3 emission of your company, right? Similarly, scope 1 and scope 2 emission of your company, they can become scope 3 for the suppliers and for the customers. So considering this link, right, we can be successful only if we work together, right? So it is very important that when you are starting your GHG journey, right, engage with the suppliers, engage with your internal team members, right? Then you begin your journey, right? And once you have started building collaboration, then you will have something like data like this, right? This is example from the health sector, like 40% is coming from the generation and distribution of electricity, gas, and heating. This data is based on the study done by the Healthcare Without Harm. So naturally, we like to focus on area which constitute the maximum impact, right? Maximum GHG impact. So in this case, you see 3-4 categories are contributing to the maximum impact. So naturally, we will try to focus on that particular area. And I'm sure most of the procurement and supply chain guys are aware about 80-20 concept. In the sense, where is the spend, 80% spend, right? So that is where we would like to focus for any initiative, right? In this case also, you will get similar data if you plot depending on the suppliers or depending on the product categories. You will get something like this kind of graph. So again, you will try to focus on, where is the maximum impact. Say, for example, you have a 20,000 vendors, right? So if you plot this, we'll find that, only 100 or 200 vendors are constituting your 80% of the emissions. So naturally, you will focus on those 100 and 200 vendors, right? So, but, use the, secondary data to identify the hot spot, and then we move on, right? Once you are able to identify 100 and 200, the vendors, right? You know them, then you work with them closely to find out how much is their primary data. That will also take time. You will need to educate, you will need to assist, and so many things. But we'll have to do. But first, you identify who are the vendors who are contributing to 80% of the spend, right? And begin your journey. Don't wait for the ideal situation to come. Setting target. When it comes to setting target, now we have calculated the GHG inventory, right? Then determine the base year. Your base year could be, say, we are today, if you are starting your journey, your base year could be 23, right? And then set the target year. When do you want to become the net zero, right? And then accordingly model your target and your activities. Fortunately, there is something called science-based target initiative, right? That is again, initiative of CDP and United Nations Global Compact, World Resources Institute, and WWF. So what it gives you is that it helps you, right? It helps you, it assists you with the different kind of resources to set your target as per the net zero target, as per the commitment, so that your company is able to achieve those targets to meet the 155 degrees Celsius. 155 degrees temperature, to restrict it to 155 degrees. Then again, it gives you, you need to when you're talking setting the target, one in S2, and scope 3, it gives slight relaxation of, and it's 67%. If your coverage is there, it's good enough to go ahead and move on this journey based on science-based target. Then it gives you again the approach. There are two kind of approach depending on, one is absolute based approach. Here, any company A, B, C, D are free to decide, how much their annual reduction would be, right? And per annum, only criteria is per annum reductions would be the same, right? In a sector-based approach, say for example, in a homogeneous sector like cement or in a steel, right? Different company, again, they can decide on their target, and they can set their different target. For the sector as a whole, it will be the same target, right? And that will depend on what kind of technology is going to come in the future, right? And what are the strength of different companies. Again, this is the example of the Apple. They have set the target basing the baseline is 2015, right? And this is how they are progressing on their target to become net zero carbon emission by 2030. So, if you want to finally, see the GHG emission inventory and target setting, these two functions most likely will be done by the sustainability professional in your organization, right? But with, of course, with your, with your engagement. But you as a procurement professional, right, or supply chain leader, you should, take control of, action plan implementation, because you're the one who will be controlling the supply chain, right? So you need to take care and take the leadership over here, that how you're going to develop the plan to mitigate GHG emission in your supply chain, and how you're going to implement it. So it's a basic level program, a strategic climate program you can design, with the vision, prioritization approach, focus area, goals, metrics, and what kind of solution you intend to take. And once you move forward, then you can go to the intermediate level and Here you become more specific. Say, for example, at the beginner level, in the gold and practice, you are just saying that develop business case for action, raise awareness. It's a general thing, right? But when you are coming at the intermediate level, you are becoming very specific. You are saying that goals and matrix, geo waste by 2027, top 10 suppliers to set SPT by 2025. So you are becoming, more specific about how you're going to achieve your target. Then finally, you need to identify what action you are going to do in your supply chain to mitigate those. What kind of project you will do? What kind of initiative you will initiate in your supply chain, right? So for any of the, there could be various initiatives, right? And you need to figure out which initiative will help me in the GHG emission by how much, so as to meet the net zero emission target by 2020. Finally, reporting and tracking, right, is very important, as we all understand in any activity. So, for a small company, maybe, if you are working with the 10 vendor, 15 vendor, 20 vendors, right, or maybe even 100 vendors, depending on the how, what is the resources available at your hand, you will be able to design some of the KPIs, and you will be able to monitor yourself, right? But when the size of the company increases, size of your supply chain crosses the national boundaries and is spread over different countries, then it will be very difficult to track, the progress, the progress of the KPI. In that case, there are several, tools available, given by, again, different organizations, right? Which helps you, to monitor progress of your suppliers as per the KPIs, right? And you can monitor it sitting at your headquarters, or they do it on behalf of you. These are all third party, and these are not the only one. There are many others as well. So EcoVed is, depending on what kind of program you are having, and what is the maturity level of the program. They have, categorized, different vendors into 4 categories. Like the one vendor which is beginning, at the beginner level, intermediate level, advanced level, and at the leader level, right? Right. So how mature is, your vendor with respect to GHG emission mitigation efforts, right? So what they did is they came up with a, based on the 15,000 sample size, and they did it worldwide. So what they found is most of the vendor today worldwide is falling in the category of beginner. If you look at, and they have given the size of the company is 1,000+ employee, all sizes, and in 4 categories, right? And in the leadership level, there are very few. That means what that is shows is the vendors all around the world, they are still, the beginning, and they are just starting their journey, right? And that because the, the pressure from the supply chain, pressure from the procurement department is not coming, and they are not, me as a procurement person, we are not working with them on this target, right? So it is incumbent on us, right, as a procurement leader, as a supply chain leader, that we take this onus on our shoulder and help your company and help your, country achieve the net zero target. Because if we don't, as I said, no one can, right? So we have to take the lead, and you start your journey today. So here are the key observations, right, from the implementation experience, right? So there is a huge deficit, as we have seen, in understanding GHG emission standard, baseline emissions, setting target, stuff, blah, blah, because it does not come naturally to the procurement professional. It is acceptable, right? But since, this is going to be the future, this will be defining your profession, right? It's a need to learn it, because after all, we learned it, then only we became the procurement professional or supply chain professional. The second is, transforming the climate change effect of company supply chain will require board level oversight and support for procurement and other internal teams. So as we have seen in the Accenture, study of 2022, the sustainability leaders, the CEO of the companies, they want you to become sustainable. They want their organization to become sustainable. It depends on you. How do you, you align your procurement objective, your supply chain objective with the, the business objective, and get started. It is, you have to do it. And third is decision maker tend to overestimate the green premium, right? They need to pay for the less emitting product. Of course, it is true that there is a green premium, right? But it tends to reduce as the technology progress, right? And with the economy of scale, right? And finally, it says that goals can achieve with 3 to 6% of the green premium. Of course, it's costly. It will increase your budget, no doubt. But the cost of not doing or not taking action is much bigger as compared to what it is cost at the moment, right? So think about it, and thank you very much for listening me, right? Hey, presently, keep in touch. I'm available for any question and answer, and otherwise also. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you for your insights. And yes, we'll take some questions from the audience. I'm just reading out the questions from the chat box. Yeah. So, first question is on sustainability. What strategies can we adopt to make sustainability a central focus in our procurement processes? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I think, I tried to answer this question. See, your country, whichever country you reside in, the country has committed to the climate net zero goals, right? And your organization where you are working, right, in the private sectors or in the public sectors, they have committed to the net zero goals. So once there is a goal, your business goal, right? So how can your procurement objective or how can your supply chain objective be different from the corporate goal, right? So we need to align our procurement objective and supply chain objective with the corporate goals, with the government goals, right? Then only we progress, right? So my answer to this question is, talk to the CPOs of your company, talk to the the CEOs, and align your procurement goals with the government and corporate goals. That is the only way to do it. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. So we have another question. What measures can we take through procurement to reduce the carbon footprint of our supply chain?
Oh, great. See, as we discussed, right? If you look at the sustainability impact of our supply chains, right? 90% of the impact sustainability risk is coming from the supply chain. Say, for example, tomorrow there is a flood in Kolkata, and my supply is to be received at Mumbai, right? And as a result of the flood, the factory was closed, and we did not get the supply at time. Right? That affected our production. It led to production loss. We were not able to supply to the customers the goods which we were supposed to supply. Right? So you need to think of the opportunity. Where are the opportunity, right, in reducing the supply chain? When you are working with the suppliers, you just think of start engaging them. What kind of electricity they are getting, right? Whether those electricity are coming from the renewable sources or whether they are coming from the fossil fuel sources. Maybe we can discuss and agree with the timeline with the suppliers that, okay, today is 2023. What we'll try to do is to install a solar power plant, or at least try to source the electricity which is coming in your premises from the solar plant or wind energy by say 2025 or 2026, 2027. It's your idea, right? One. Second is, again, you can sit together and see that, okay, these are the materials we are trying to buy, and how can we, rework the design of the product, right, which will help us in reducing the GHG emission coming from the product. Right? Then again, you can think, work with the suppliers. Okay, you are giving me, supply 6 times in a year, so 7 times in a year. Can you reduce this, can frequency of supply so that I get the, the emission coming from the transport, right? It gets reduced. You can also work with the suppliers. You optimize the transportation coming from different vendors so that the transport impact as a result of transportation. Can we work with the suppliers to see, okay, if I'm getting supply, right, can it be delivered using the e-vehicle, right? Today, the e-vehicle market is also growing, right? And today, especially for the last connectivity, I'm reading the report that most of the companies, right, are using the e-vehicle, right? So how can we, integrate that? So depending on the sector, which sector you are, depending on the product which you are doing, there is plenty of opportunity to reduce GHG emissions, and they are expert to do it. You need to engage with the, if you want, and you need to invest, because that is important. At the moment, most of the time we don't understand GHG emission because we never faced it, right? But since this challenge is coming to us, we are the only one who can address this. Remember, because you are the first point of contact with the vendors, right? So if any company or any business has to interact with the vendors, you are the contact point, right? You can take a decision at the contact stage, right? You can mitigate sustainability criteria in the procurement decision, right? So you are the one, right? So there are ways. Only thing is we need to invest time and energy to learn it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. So I'll just put forward one last question, after which we'll move to the next session. So, what steps can we take to prioritize energy efficient products and equipment in our procurement decisions?
See, there are, opportunity at different stages of the procurement, right? At the, say, for example, at the technical stage, right, specification stage, you can integrate energy efficiency criteria in your technical specification, right? And then you can say that, okay, the company who are meeting those technical specifications, they will qualify. So they get the order. Again, coming to the, the supplier selection stage, you can, specify the criteria that, okay, the firm, not now, but 3 years down the line, the firm who has installed 60%, the firm who is having have installed solar panel, in their plant, and they are sourcing the electricity from renewable sources, they will only be qualified, right? Again, in the award criteria, depending on the, how you are giving the weightage to different aspects, to cost and quality and to the energy efficiency, you can give different weightage, higher weightage for the, energy efficient products. So, there are a lot of choice which you can exercise in your procurement decision, and you need to use them. So, thank you very much. Thank you for the, great questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thanks. So now we'll move on to the next session.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Pramila, and thank you everybody who are in the audience. It was pleasant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So our next speaker is Mr. Brishban Vaidya, Head of Asia Pacific Strategic Sourcing and Global Buying Center, Uber. Mr. Vaidya has 2 decades of experience in various global sourcing and procurement functions like strategic sourcing, procurement transformation, procurement operations, solution design, and consulting. And he has worked with global majors in their respective domains like Accenture, American Express, British Telecom, and Jetpact. In his current role with Uber, Mr. Vaidya is the Asia Pacific Head of Strategic Sourcing, and he leads the Global Buying Center also. Today, Mr. Vedya will talk about strategic supplier management. Over to you, Mr. Vedya. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Pamela. I hope I am audible, right?
Yes, yes,
All
sir.
right.
You are.
Thank
You
you.
are.
I'm going to
Yeah.
share my screen. All right. Thanks everyone for joining, and thanks for having me here. As Pamela just mentioned, so I'll be talking about the supplier relationship management. This is one topic which has been, picking a lot of pace in the last few years. It all started with a general discussion that, how are we managing our suppliers? But it was happening without tools and technologies. Today, if you look at the supplier relationship management tools are either coming as a standalone solution or they are part of the sourcing tool offering that is happening, right? So that's how this particular topic is so important, irrespective of the type of industry, country, category. It's very, very important, right? That we should have the right set of supplier relationship management. So, my introduction has already been given, but just for reference again, have worked with some companies like American Express, Accenture, British Telecom, and now with Uber. So it's a variety of, industries that I have worked. So bringing, knowledge sometime from the banking to, the technology sector is helpful. And similarly, something from telecom, what has worked there well, and deploying that in the technology sector, that is something which I would say has been really, really helpful for me. The experience that I have mostly acquired is in the sourcing and procurement domain. I've done operations, I have done strategic sourcing, I have done solution design, technology deployment. So with the mix of all, I definitely would say that I've been lucky that I got a chance to work across multiple domains, multiple companies, which I am deploying a lot in Uber. It's my 7th year in Uber now, and I've been leading the strategic sourcing function for Asia Pacific region, wherein we operate in around 12 to 13 countries in the region. Along with that, I lead the global buying center, which is a setup that we did almost a year back, which manages a large volume of spend globally out of India. And then along with that, I am leading, the transformation from the sourcing side for Uber globally, wherein we are looking at what should be our future. So that's a brief about me. If I have to talk about the agenda about the supplier relationship management, broadly, I would be, giving you some insights on how the sourcing functions landscape is changing. Landscape here means what is it that our stakeholders or organizations or suppliers are asking us today. Then I'll be talking broadly about, how supplier relationship management has come up as a domain to look at. What is supplier relationship management, what are the benefits or why it is needed, why it has picked up so much speed now, what are the impacts of not having a supplier relationship management program in the organization, what is it that we need to do as a part of the overall SRM framework, and apart from that, what are the challenges that we generally observe. So setting up the context, slightly busy slide, but if you look at how expectations from sourcing and procurement has changed over the period of time. So the one which is on the left hand side is the traditional approach, which I would say is holding true for a lot of organizations, but for many organizations which are either at matured stage or are in best in class, expectations from the stakeholders are slightly different there. Because of that, they only picked up the maturity metrics, and they started working towards big time changes in the organization. If we go slightly, maybe a few years back, the expectation from sourcing slash procurement was we should get the right set of product, and right set of product or service here means the quality should be right, the price that we pay for that should be right, or sometimes it was the best, are we paying the best price, and the overall cost of acquisition or running the operation should be best. So these were the expectation, and this is where the sourcing people were always working towards, wherein we had very clearly written rules and regulations around what is sourcing policy, what is procurement policy, how the system has to be done, when the sourcing has to be engaged. There were, but there are still, those rules that we need to have minimum 3 quotations. Cycle times generally, are long when you actually go out and do, tenders or RFPs, etc., to collect those 3 bids. You need to have a very, very detailed scope of work. So these were some of, the things that were happening in the past, and some clauses which were being negotiated in the contracts were like non-negotiable. Things definitely have changed from there. I won't say that they have changed for all the companies, all the categories, all the countries, but the trend definitely is changing. What stakeholders are today saying, guys, we are not concerned with your 30-40 pager policy. Just tell us what is right for the business. What is it that we as a stakeholder should know, so that we don't kind of do a non-compliant thing. Rest, you are the ones who are actually doing this. So you go and do the work for us, wherein keep the procedures simple in the overall process. That's where we have been using a lot of tools which are simple in nature, wherein users are also now matured. They know very well what is it that they need to focus. The expectation from stakeholder is again on the speed, right? The speed has to be right. We can't wait for 2 or 3 months for your cycle to get completed, right? So whenever you're working, make it fast for us. Yes, our expectation on cost remains the same. Our expectation on quality remains the same. And lastly, we don't want too much of hierarchy, right? We just need a single point of contact for us to work with and do this for us. So this is where, the whole landscape of sourcing has been changing. So if everything is changing, supplier, who's a very, very important part of this whole process, how do we kind of work with that supplier? How do we manage that supplier also need to be changed, because you can't improve cost without having the supplier. You can't improve the speed of doing things if your supplier is not supporting. You can't actually have a error-free operation if your supplier is not cooperating, right? So that's where the supplier piece is so important, and managing the supplier has become so important. So if we have to define what is supplier relationship management, when does it start? The answer is very simple. It starts the moment you, as a sourcing person, start identifying a vendor. For every vendor selection today or shortlisting today, there are some criteria which are either written or are in the mind of the buyer here. So the process starts there. Based on what you actually figure out from maybe Google or search engines, your questioning changes based on the inputs that you have received from these search engine, etc. So that is where what kind of relationship you need to start building with the supplier is very, very important. Do you need to spend enough time initially in shortlisting the supplier, or is it like with a very basic understanding of their capabilities, either from the public domain or through a very simple meeting or one call, you can actually take a call. So the relationship journey starts from there. Once the supplier has been onboarded in your system, now the supplier is in your ecosystem, which means the supplier is now part of your family, right? You have to do business with them. So a lot of focus goes in that also. So that is also part of your relationship cycle, wherein for your day-to-day business, wherein you are issuing purchase order, taking services, making payments, etc., at every single point in time, you need to understand how good is your relationship going on with the supplier. Is it that you are facing too many challenges in solving each and everything apart from the procurement of services, or is it like going smooth? How understanding is your supplier, right? So that also need to be looked upon. Along with that come a proper framework to measure the performance, right? And performance is something which traditionally was not being evaluated much. A lot of it was perception based. For some supplier it was being measured, but today the scenario is slightly different for many organizations, wherein the supplier performance is actually tracked. And that is where the tools and applications are actually helping. They actually track the overall journey of a supplier, right from the time when you start searching for it until the time the supplier doesn't get out of your system, which is like you stop working, make all the payments, and no more relationship with that supplier. So that whole journey which goes, every step has one or the other thing which is required to be done. Whether sourcing does it, procurement does this, finance, legal, tax, business, whoever does it, everyone has their part to play in that. That whole journey, how it is managed, is actually known as the supplier relationship management process. And this is quite analogous to the customer management, right? All of us are customers to either telecom companies, utility companies, banks, right? So we receive call from them, email from them, messages from them, either as a part of their service call or many times for billing, etc., right? And think that you are sometime frustrated with the service of the service provider. You end up showing your anger there. Same thing can happen in the life of the supplier also. It could be like supplier is slightly frustrated with the buying organization or the vice versa, right? So the customer cycle and supplier cycle generally are the same, just that the customer relationship management has been happening for years, wherein the back offices have been created, and that is where things are now moving for supplier management also. Definitely technology has come. The number of suppliers are comparatively less as compared to the number of customers the company would have. So it's slightly a lesser work, I would say, but the focus is still on the similar line. That's how a lot of programs have been developed. So why is it needed, or what are the benefits of supplier relationship management? And these are not just generic things. These are the things which have come out after a lot of researches, a lot of data analysis, interviewing a lot of people, that what is it that you get out of when you actually have a formal program of supplier relationship management. Broadly, if you look at these 5-6 benefits, they might be coming in your traditional approach also. But the moment you actually put a structure in place, you will see that whatever benefits you are getting, a lot of them are measurable and they are actually improving from time to time. And that is what creates a buyer's interest also. Oh, this program is really working. Let me actually invest slightly more into that. First and foremost, what is the biggest benefit? So your stakeholder is asking you to improve cost, improve efficiency, which means you want to do more with less, or you want to do things faster, right? That is efficiency. And definitely quality is their expectation. So when you have a supplier relationship management program in place, and I'll talk about what happens in that, you see every single key metric that you have is improving. So when that metric is improving, your stakeholder is happy, your CFO is happy, and a lot of other folks in the organization who are actually the service users are happy, and your customers are also happy because you as a organization are also delivering those services to some customers, right? So this is one of the tangible benefit which is quite evident from this particular process. Second is on the transparency and the visibility that you get into your business, supplier business, when you actually formalize this process of supplier relationship management. When we talk about transparency and visibility, we can actually get to know how is the supply chain of supplier working, right? Who are the suppliers for this supplier? Who are the other customers for this supplier, right? You actually get to see the visibility of how this might impact your organization's supply or supply chain also, right? When you start doing a formal evaluation of the supplier or start looking at their performance, right? Communication and collaboration is again a very, very important thing here. If you have a particular mechanism through which you can actually provide feedback to the supplier or collect feedback for your organization from them, you're not just solving the problem with that supplier, maybe you are solving a bigger problem for your organization also, right? If one supplier comes and tell you that I always face a problem in getting payment through your organization, or maybe in the whole procure to pay cycle, I generally don't get to escalate. Now that's an input, which means somewhere in your organization, your process is also not working. Maybe one supplier is telling you, others are not, but it might be impacting, right? In such cases, I'm sure all of you will agree, if a supplier sees a risk of maybe payment, sees a risk of supply with the buying organization, definitely in their mind, they always would have, whenever I bid next or whenever I supply next to them, let me increase my price because I am seeing a issue in getting payment. So I have to build, my cost of operation and pass it on to the customer because this is how they have been doing. It's simply linked to a thing like when you pay in 30 days, your price is better compared to when you pay in 120 days, right? Your price will be slightly high because your cash flow gets impacted. That is there in the mind of the supplier also, right? How these things get sorted again through a very, very formal program. Innovation, right? If you don't talk to your supplier, how will you innovate? You can't simply innovate internally. If you are innovating internally, you are just impacting limited part of your organization and maybe your customer side of it. But how you will kind of innovate on the products that you are procuring or the services that you are procuring, again, you need to collaborate with your supplier there. So that's very, very important, that innovation is something which has come up as a benefit out of this process. And definitely customer satisfaction, as I said earlier, if you're fixing your whole supply chain, your production or your service offering to your customer will also improve because of that, which means your end customer also would get satisfied, right? And last is risk management. So you can actually manage the risk again by having a proper communication and collaboration with the supplier. It could be a financial risk, legal risk, or any other kind of risk, right? So with a proper program, these are some of the benefits that any organization would get. Again, these are the things which have been confirmed by the sourcing and procurement professionals, that these are some of the benefits that we really, really see every time when we have an effective supplier relationship management program in place. So that's where it is so important. Next is what actually you lose if you don't have SRM, right? This is just opposite to the benefits, right? You will see a performance dip, or you will only come to know it when the problem has happened, right? If you don't have an effective relationship. But yes, if you have an effective relationship, you will come to know in advance through measurement, oh, things can go wrong at that point in time, and that's where you started talking to the supplier. And when escalation comes or when things go wrong, you're only spending time to solve that, right? Which means your workload will increase. You have to invest a lot of resources from your side. It could be money, it could be people, it could be the time. So that is what actually would actually increase the procurement cost for the organization also. If your cost is going up, definitely it will have the impact on your further supply chain also, wherein you will take time to go to market, or maybe providing services to your customers also. And with that, transparency and visibility always will be missing. So as I said, these are just opposite to what are the benefits. So easy to understand, but yeah, things which have been happening where effective supplier relationship management is not in place, right? So overall, it does impact the business if your supply chain is broken. I'm sure a lot of you would agree, the experience that everyone had in last 2 to 3 years post the pandemic. Things were pretty clear, right? It was sometimes tough to figure out, okay, if this supplier is not supplying to me, who's the other supplier? Oh, how do I tell this supplier that can we increase the payment terms, etc.? Why those challenges were coming? Because the relationship was missing. It was an occasional discussion with the supplier at the time of maybe the RFP or selection or contracting. After that, it was left to the business to manage. But when business started facing the problem, they came to sourcing saying, can you help me? You were like, okay, let me first figure out who's the point of contact at supplier. Maybe they might have changed by now. These are very small things sometimes to look at, but they do have a larger impact on the overall service quality here, right? Again, that's where supplier relationship management program is so important. So when we kind of define the supplier relationship management process, there are some basics which need to be understood. When it's basics, we are talking about what should be the foundation of the program, right? Just like we all are employees, right? I'm sure you will relate it to the performance management cycle that all of us go through. Either we are doing the evaluation of our team members, or we ourselves are getting evaluated by our managers or management, right? So there is a foundation which is always laid down for employee performance management. The same level of foundation management has to be kept for the suppliers also. So if you look at these 6 elements here, you can actually relate it to, are you seeing that in your organization for your own evaluation also? You'll figure out that these topics do get discussed, right? So when we talk about open communication, what we say that there has to be a transparency when we are actually doing an evaluation of a supplier or managing a relationship with a supplier or doing a performance evaluation of a supplier, right? And the communication has to be both sides, right? That's where the mutual respect comes. It cannot be a one way or one-sided mechanism wherein you are just giving feedback to the supplier. Okay, this is something that you did good. this did not work well, right? So it cannot be one directional, it has to be bi-directional, it has to be coming from the supplier also. Again, as I said earlier, many a times when you collect feedback from supplier, it can actually impact your internal processes, internal delivery, and your customer satisfaction also. So along with communication, a mutual respect has to be given. The discussion has to be factual, discussion has to be healthy. It cannot be wherein, the ego comes into play and you are actually demeaning the supplier, right? So things would not work after that. So the respect is very, very important. And when you are actually doing a supplier relationship management meetings or program, ideation should be one of the key element which should be kept there, right? When you are discussing with the supplier, talk about the ideas. Before idea, talk about the problems. Okay, I'm not facing any problem with you, what you are supplying or providing to us, but tell me what additional I can do wherein my customer also get satisfied, my internal metrics become better, my business grows. Now those are the things that need to be discussed with the vendor. It should not be a cost only discussion every time. What is it that you can do to reduce the cost? I'm not saying that cost should not be discussed, but cost should not be the only element, right? If you're discussing only cost, sometimes a simple question like, can you tell me within the existing relationship, existing process that we have, what is it that need to be done to reduce the cost, rather than always asking, can you reduce it by 5%, 10%? Ask for those ideas. What is it that could be done? And you will see, okay, there are things coming from the supplier, right? So the fairness also has to be there. When we talk about fairness, it's like when you are evaluating the suppliers, or if you are judging the suppliers, or if you are having discussion with the supplier, keep the program same for all the suppliers for a particular category, commodity, country, etc. It should not be that whoever is your favorite supplier, you are actually doing more open and fair discussion with them, and the one who's a smaller supplier occasionally supplies, you don't even evaluate them or don't even understand their capabilities. So it has to be fair with everyone that you're doing. That's how you can actually be ethical, you will be transparent, you will get more ideas how you can actually improve your overall health of the organization. Trust has to be there, right? When supplier is telling you something, make sure that you actually accept if it is coming with the fact. Don't think that no, you can't tell me that my organization is not doing right? Ask for those facts and trust that maybe there is some experience the supplier would have. So that is very, very important. And last is the flexibility, right? How flexible both parties are in making things work. It should not be always rigid, right? Okay, this is what is written on the paper, this is what I expected you to do, and I don't want to listen, right? Many times you have to be flexible. Okay, what are the factors what might have impacted suppliers performance, or what is it that might have impacted your internal organization's metric also, which might have created some issues, right? Or what actually made things better. So be flexible in your approach. So these are very, very important, elements when you are laying down the foundation of a very healthy supplier relationship management program. If we talk about the process, it's a pretty simple 5-step process as such, which actually starts with the supplier segmentation. We'll talk about what is supplier segmentation. So it's basically dividing suppliers based on certain criteria, that who's a strategic supplier, who's a leverage supplier, who's a bottleneck, etc., or who's a routine supplier, right? So it starts with that. So you have to look at the complete supply base and start doing the segmentation. Many companies actually have automation done here, wherein the supplier segmentation start at the time of onboarding itself. It could be based on the value which you will be procuring, or the category, or the business for which the supplier would be providing service. But it can be done post facto also, when you have a history with the supplier. So once you have done the segmentation, the second step is setting up the objective. What is it that you want to get out of a particular supplier or from the particular program, right? So that has to be very, very clear. Third, you have to put the performance management in place. It cannot be just relationship wherein you just do a formal meeting with the supplier, but it is not backed by any data, right? So the performance measurement is very, very important. That is where things become pretty clear and better. Fourth is, after you have done the performance management, you have to build the strategy around how do I now manage a particular supplier. Now when I know how they are performing, what is it that I need to do? And last is, how do we jointly work towards the continuous improvement of the services. So this is a 5-step process which generally happens in the SRM as such. Going slightly detailed into this, first, as I said, is the categorization of the supplier. Broadly, it is done based on 4-box approach here, which is pretty standard, and most of the companies work in this manner only. The 2 axes on which the measurement is generally done: what is the supply risk with the supplier. When we talk about supply risk, we look at what are the products and services they are offering, how good is the quality, are the specifications matching with what we are saying, do they have enough capacity, you do the financial stability or financial due diligence of the supplier, right? So this is on one side. And the other side of, or the other metric that you basically look at is what is the potential to add value from the supplier side, how the supplier can help you as an organization in ensuring that your supply chain doesn't get disturbed, right? Are they innovative, right? Are they using technology? How strong they are in their supply chain, or how strong is their supply chain with us, right? These are some of the factors based on which you actually do the segmentation of the supplier. There are different questions which are generally asked from the supplier so that you can figure out where does the supplier fit in. For example, if there is a supplier who is actually adding a very, very high value to your organization, wherein they do a lot of innovation, also they always come with ideas, and the supply risk with that supplier is also high. Supply risk high means what if the supplier stops supplying to you? They are very innovative, everything is sorted at their end, but because of something or some reason they stop supplying to you. Now that is a very, very risky subject for the organization, which means if that is happening, that supplier is a strategic supplier for you. And if you look at strategic suppliers, will be limited in nature. It's not very easy to replace a strategic supplier, or it's not easy to figure out who should be replacing this supplier that easily. So your focus should be very, very high on the strategic supplier here. If I talk about the routine supplier, and I'll not cover all because this is slightly easy to understand and you can read. A routine supplier, they're generally suppliers which are many in your database. Even if you don't have many in your database, easy to figure them out, right? Generally they are suppliers maybe in stationery, maybe sometime in the facility space, right? Because there are enough of them. If one supplier doesn't supply, you have another one. If there is no other one, you can easily find the other one. So the value that they add is pretty limited, right? So these are your routine suppliers, so you have to build a strategy around them also. Do we really need to meet them often, or is it like we can simply do their evaluation based on the core metrics which are coming from the tools and the applications? On the other hand, strategic, as I said, they have to be managed slightly different. We'll slightly talk about that in the later slides. So these are some of the questions, again, the type of question that you have to ask yourself or ask the supplier also sometime. What is the strategic importance of that supplier, right? Is it a custom product or is it a standard product? Are they really flexible? If I ask them to do something at some point in time, how they are behaving, right? And on the right hand side, you have to kind of do the scoring. Whenever I ask for a flexibility, they accept it easily, right? Which means they're really good, right, on that parameter. So I should score them high. You may have a supplier, whenever I ask them to do something different, they have such a diplomacy in their or bureaucracy in their organization that things don't move, right? Is that the right set of supplier for me, right? The answer is no. Definitely their score would be low. So these are some of the questions, and again, it can vary from organization to organization, sometimes buyer to buyer. What question do you ask to do the categorization of the suppliers, right? So once you have done the categorization of the suppliers, second is to set objectives, and the objectives have to be smart. I'm sure as employees, we talk a lot about smart goals or smart objectives in our organization. Same thing need to be done with the supplier when you are actually running the supplier relationship management program with them or performance management program with them. You should have specific goals or objectives written. What is it that you want to get out of it, right? Second, measurable. Whatever you want to get out of a goal. For example, you want to drive, cost. You should be very, very clear. I want to drive cost rather than being an open-ended. I want things to improve. Now that is a very, very broad statement. What things are you talking about, right? So the day you define, I want the cost to be improved, what cost you want to improve, right? So that is something measurable. Is it 2%, 5%? you should be very, very clear what is it that you're actually asking for. Third, is it achievable, right? It should not be that you're actually working in a domain wherein supplier has a fixed cost of maybe 85, 89, on say 90 out of the overall cost, and 10% is their margin. Now you cannot expect 12 to 14% of cost improvement. Simple example could be, if you are working in the labor market, you know very well that there is a fixed cost of the salary which will go to the labor, and there is a margin, right? You can't think about the overall costing. I want 50% cut. How can you get 50%? Because 90% is anywhere regulated cost. You can't do that, right? So it has to be achievable. It has to be realistic. Realistic here means that, can this happen or not, right? In all the conditions, will this get delivered or not? Last is timely. You need to define the time by when you want to get it, right? So this is again similar to the objectives that we all as employees or employers actually have in our organization. The same methodology has to be applied in our supplier relationship management program also, or supplier performance management program also. So once we have done the categorization and put in the goals in place or objectives in the place, then we have to move towards the performance management here. And performance management based on the SMART goals will always be based on some numbers, facts, and will always be quantitative. This cannot be perception based, right? So you have to very, very clearly define what are the key performance indicators, what are the service level agreements that you need to kind of have in place, based on which you will do the performance management of the supplier. So this is what the process is for supplier performance management, wherein you actually look at the data, you analyze it, and you then figure out how good the supplier is and what are the risks associated with the particular supplier, and what is it that you need to do now to kind of work towards the continuous improvement. If I talk about the supplier management performance management process, again, this is a representation how you actually look at it. So there are two stages here. One is what you do prior to engaging a supplier for a particular supply, and second is post of that, right? So think of a scenario wherein you are floating a tender out today. You actually define the supplier selection criteria, and then in your statement of work or scope of work, you actually define what are the expectations that you have from the supplier. So setting those performance targets prior to engaging a supplier in your tender document or later in your contract is very, very important. And that is what ideally should get further translated into your performance management cycle also. If you have defined KPIs like maybe 99% on-time delivery, invoicing on time, zero escalation, now they should be the one which should appear in our performance management also. Now, who are the people who you need to go to collect this data? Definitely sitting in your office without consulting anyone, you should not be doing the performance management of the supplier. You should create a questionnaire, you should create a survey which should go out to the people who are involved in the overall process. They all should do, the rating, ranking, scoring of the supplier, based on which then you should kind of look at how good the performance of the supplier would be. So be it, the stakeholder, sometimes could be finance, could be legal also, sometime when you can ask them, do you think there are any risks or contractual breaches that are coming? Legal is the best team to advise on that, how they have kind of seen, the legal risk with the supplier. How easy was it to negotiate with them on the conditions, which have been put in the contract? Similarly, taxation, is everything going fine on the taxation front? I mean, if I take an example, say for India, one of the issue that tax generally tells that your vendor is actually not filing GST returns on time, which impacts our accounting also, or taxation also, right? So taxation in those cases would say this is a problematic supplier because they are not following the compliance requirements on time, right, which impacts us also. So that's where you have to define who are the people or who are the departments in your organization to whom you need to go every time for scoring. And this is just a sample of the scorecard, how you can measure various suppliers, and this is based on some surveys. You can actually do the weightage of the broad parameters, float a survey, and then do the allocation of the scores there, and a dashboard can tell you like who's a green supplier here and who's red, right? Who's not performing, who's performing, Where is it that you need to put attention? This is just a representation. You can have your own representation also. And today we have tools in place which actually does the supplier performance management evaluation also. So once the performance measurement has been done, then you define what is it that you need to get out of that. I mean, one of the example I've taken here is risk management framework, right? So are there any risk associated with the supplier? It could be legal risk, or again, financial risk, environmental risk. We did hear about sustainability in the previous session. So define all those things. So what you need to do in this framework, once you have done the supplier evaluation, you get to know where are the pain points or which are the areas which need to improve, right? So that is where you will have the identify phase and the measure phase already done. Now how do you want to manage it is again something based on the discussion that you need to do with the supplier. Again, sitting alone and forcing something on supplier may or may not work, right? That's where this word relationship is coming again and again. You have to do collaboration, you have to communicate and define strategies how you will be kind of solving for the problems that have come. And whatever problems have been there, right? It could be supply issue, it could be like supplier is not even updated on what's happening in market, they rarely innovate, they kind of don't bill us on time. So all those things need to be kind of discussed with the supplier, and you have to look at how things are improving from time to time, right? And keep a check on that. So monitor their performance improvement, and lastly again report that and use that report when you are meeting the supplier again. And just to give you an idea, when we talk generally about the strategic suppliers, it could be a monthly review, it could be a quarterly review, or it could be a 6-monthly review. On the other hand, if we talk about routine suppliers, actually no one can spend time on those 2,000-3,000 suppliers and keep meeting them, right? Can this be done through a simple survey where you use the same framework again to define what you need to do? So depending upon the categorization of the supplier, you have to define your meeting frequency and evaluation frequency with them, and start measuring how things are improving with them. And there are various ways to managing risk as such what you have identified. This is just an example. If you figure out that there are some risks which are coming out with a supplier and you cannot do much around that, better to kind of work with another supplier. On the other hand, if there are risks which can be covered easily through the contractual changes or putting additional SLAs, KPIs, penalties, etc., that is what you can do, right? So there are various ways of managing risk. So this is just an example, so I'll not spend much time on this because we have limited time here. And lastly, when you have done the performance management and you have built the strategies around how you will be managing the supplier, last is to look at how you work towards improving or the continuous improvement with the particular supplier. And these are again similar to the benefits slide which I mentioned or shared earlier, right? So once you see that these things are happening, these are some of the benefits again you will start seeing as the outcome here, wherein you won't have any issues with the business continuity, right? Or your discussion will be around how do we ensure that we don't face any issues or challenges, our risks are reduced, we get higher quality, we innovate jointly, right? We kind of have a better customer satisfaction. These are some of the things that are the last point in the process of supplier relationship management. Lastly, after the process has been done, I just wanted to talk about some of the common observations which have been found, that what are the challenges that appear in the supplier relationship management program. First, I mean, this is not something that you can do as an ad hoc activity, because this is how it has been happening over the years, and that's where with limited focus things did not change. So supplier relationship management program does need time. Today organizations have defined roles and teams who are actually just doing the supplier relationship management, wherein they do the categorization, they collect surveys, they arrange meetings, they meet supplier, they bring everyone in the meeting, they track meeting minutes. After that, they put actions in place, they do the allocation of the responsibility and keep running that cycle. So it is very important that time has to be given. If you don't have a team, if you don't have people, then surely this would not work, right? Second challenge, the focus generally has been found on cost. A lot of people do supplier relationship management program only to reduce cost, right? Or only to improve cost, right? No, that should not be the focus. So when you are defining objectives, make sure that you cover them in your program management also. And for that, definitely you need to have a team, right? So without team, you can't work. And last is lack of collaboration. Again, you can't just sit at your desk and define certain things thinking, oh, it takes a lot of time. Why should I go to, the people who actually work with the supplier? Why should I talk to the stakeholders? Why should I talk to the supplier? Let me define how good or bad this supplier is. If that is the case, then definitely the program would fail. So this is again one of the challenge that organizations have been reporting, that I don't have a team, I don't have people, this needs investment, so I can't do it. But on the other hand, those who have done, definitely all those people do talk about this is something very important. Honestly, I haven't heard or seen wherein organizations have been removing people who have been put on the supplier relationship management program because they see the value out of it. So probably this is what I wanted to cover. Just last statement again, very simple but important thing. Everyone is a customer for someone, right? So we are customer for our supplier or a supplier to somebody, right? But we are the suppliers of service to our customers also. So that is, the power of this program. Again, last thing, think like, you are a customer. What do you expect from your service provider? Try to deploy those things in your supplier relationship management program. You will see, you would have a happy customer, happy supplier, happy stakeholder there. So with that, I end my presentation and open to any questions. Yeah. You're on mute, Pamela, in case you're speaking.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Vaidya. There are questions in the chat box, so I'll try to take it one by one. So the first question is, when we talk about e-procurement software, is there anything available off the shelf, or does it have to be developed and deployed?
Great question. So as I said, there are off-the-shelf solutions also, but if you look at the new set of tools or even, the existing technologies, most of them are now coming with the offering as a part of that broad solution only. I will not name a particular one because that will not be justice, but whatever you are using today, most of these tools today have a supplier relationship management program. And the reason why they are offering, because they actually have your procurement data, invoicing data, supplier data already available. They have built in an additional module there wherein they are saying you don't have to spend too much time collecting data based on what you are transacting with a supplier. I can actually generate some data or metric around that and I'll create that for you. Similarly, some companies who actually had been doing spend analysis applications or tools, they have also come with offerings today. In fact, in last few months I have seen so many global solutions wherein the traditional spend management companies are now coming saying, forget about spend management, I will connect with your ERP, I will pull your procurement data, and then I will give you a ready reckoner or ready report so that you can actually go to your supplier and start talking about performance. So things definitely have changed. Simple answer again is existing tools have been kind of enhanced. Now it's all about buying that module now from the provider here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vaidya. So we don't have any more questions. So thank you for that. Now we'll move on to the coffee and networking break. Do check out our virtual event platform, and after the networking break, we will join at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Dear participants, welcome back. We will proceed for our next session. Our next speaker is Mr. Hunt Lakasa, Senior Public Sector Specialist, Governance Global Unit, the World Bank Group. Mr. Kasa is the Senior Public Sector Specialist in the Governance Global Unit at the World Bank. He focuses the full range of public sector reform, service, and knowledge functions, supporting the World Bank's global portfolio of projects which contain GovTech components. Mr. Kasa offers advice and support to global task teams, procurement and governance staff in the preparation and supervision of projects with major GovTech investments. He plays a substantive role in improving World Bank GovTech practices and approaches. Mr. Kasa leads initiatives to modernize the procurement function in World Bank client countries by providing e-procurement advice, performing assessments of country e-procurement systems, and measuring of savings in public resources because of using e-procurement. Today, Mr. Kasa will share his insights on digital transformation of procurement. Over to you, Mr. Kasa.
Great. Thank you so much, Pamela. I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay, perfect. Well, thanks so much for the invitation. I believe this is my second or third opportunity to present at this event over the years. Today, we're going to talk about digital transformation of procurement. It's been a long process over the last 20 years. And we have a great opportunity today to talk about how procurement is changing due to the digitalization of the function. And let's see, I'm going to go to the next slide. And we've got a lot of discussion points, and I'm going to put my timer on here so that I don't go over. So we're going to talk about the GovTech Maturity Index and public procurement. It's a new data set that the World Bank came out with as of, there's data from 2020 and 2022. We're going to talk about how that reflects public procurement globally, and then we'll take a look at how it reflects public procurement in India. Additionally, we'll talk about e-procurement benefits. What are the new benefits of e-procurement? Because things have really changed. We're going to talk about the applications of e-procurement modules. Many times, countries and regions within countries or subnationals aren't fully utilizing all the various modules there are in e-procurement. Then we're going to talk about red flags, sustainable and green public procurement, disruptive technologies in procurement, artificial intelligence and procurement data analytics, cloud, interoperability, and then performance indicators. So let's talk a little bit about the GovTech Maturity Index. This is a data set created by the World Bank to measure the maturity of GovTech areas. Now, we've divided into four: supporting core government systems, enhancing service delivery, mainstreaming citizen engagement, and fostering GovTech enablers. We captured data from 198 economies. It is the most comprehensive measure of digital transformation in the public sector. And it is not intended to create a ranking or assess a country's readiness or performance for GovTech, but rather it's intended to complement existing tools in diagnostics by providing a baseline and benchmark for GovTech maturity and identifying areas for improvement. Again, there are, as far as the indexes go, for the various categories, we have the core government systems. There's 17 indicators there. For the public service delivery, there's 9 indicators. For this digital citizen engagement, there's 6 indicators. And for the GovTech enablers, there's 16 indicators. And here you can kind of get a full glimpse of the core government systems. Here you can see financial management systems, tax systems, customs systems, HR systems, payroll systems, and then you see e-procurement. And you can see, although e-procurement was a little slow to take off than these other core government systems, but you can see that it certainly has caught up in the last couple of years. So that's good to see. This is globally. Additionally, you can see here the blue is whether or not there is an actual system, and if you look at e-procurement, which is the fifth one down, you can see globally there's 133. There's some that are still being planned, and then there's some 25 countries still haven't have systems. Now, what I will say of the 133 systems that are out there, they are, across the board. E-procurement is a vast set of functionality and modules. We do consider if a country is publishing tender announcements and contract awards digitally on their website, and it's updated every month through an automated process. We do consider that procurement. So there are some countries that just have that module and they're working, and there are other countries that have full-fledged e-procurement systems. And here you can see the responses. We have 162 here, and then you can see them regionally divided. SAR, which is South Asia region, you can see the numbers associated with the distribution there. These are the indicators that we've got for GTMI, for e-procurement, for procurement. We ask, is there a procurement portal, an e-procurement portal? What's the name of the portal? What's the URL of the portal? What's the year it was launched? What are the capabilities? Do they know? Are there tender announcements and notices and contracts and online tendering and interfaces with other systems? Do they publish data in open data standard, which for procurement is the open contracting data standard known as OCDS? Is data exchange with other systems? Is there any innovative approach associated with e-procurement? And then is there a governance e-procurement operations, registers, and security audit and trails? And is there a supporting document associated with it? So that's the data that's captured. And here we have the data for India. For India and other countries, we did grab subnational data. I think India and Nigeria, we grabbed information for the regions. And here you can see that the data specifically for India, that indeed there's just over 30 e-procurement portals in all the various regions. Additionally, what we can see here is the capabilities that indeed quite a bit of them have online tendering and contracts, and even also a number of them have online tendering contracts and interfaces with other systems, which is fantastic. Here we can see whether or not they publish their information in OCDS format, which is the open data format for publishing data, and you can see the number of regions that do. And do they exchange data with other systems? We call this interoperability. And you can see here, some of them, about 5 or 6, do it over a government service bus, which is a really advanced way of using an enterprise architecture to share this information with other government systems. And then others use just old-fashioned APIs to share their information with other systems within the government. Then additionally, are there registries, security, and audit trails? And here you can see, indeed, many of the regions within India do. So that's the GTMI. I want to talk now about e-procurement benefits. A lot of these we're familiar with, and a lot of these, some of these are a bit new. So obviously there's increased efficiency and savings on the transaction cost, and also there's savings because there's more competition, because there are more bidders associated with e-procurement. Additionally, we have increased environmental and social sustainability. It helps government to prioritize their environmental and social sustainability in their procurement process, providing tools to evaluate environmental and socially impact of products and services. Furthermore, we have improved supplier sustainability performance for e-procurement systems can encourage suppliers to improve their sustainability performance by requiring them to provide information on their environmental and social practices as part of the procurement process. We also have increased innovation by encouraging innovation in sustainable products and services by providing a platform for suppliers to showcase their sustainable solutions. Also, there's improved transparency and accountability, increased competition and better value for money, improved access for small and mid-sized enterprises or SMEs to participate in government procurement as they can submit their bids electronically, and improved data analysis and decision making. So that's many of the procurement benefits. One thing I would like to talk about is the application of e-procurement modules. And one of the issues we've at the World Bank we've seen globally is that very few countries utilize the full package of e-procurement modules correctly. And what we've got here is we've got the supplier positioning module, which we're probably all familiar with as we are procurement professionals and practitioners. You can see that for low value, low risk in the low value commodities and ready available, that e-catalogs or an e-marketplace. And I know that in India, we have GEM, the government electronic marketplace, which has been doing fantastic and created a bunch of momentum over the years. And that is using e-catalogs or marketplaces, which is perfect. For high value, low risk, these are high value items that are very competitive. Another opportunity is to use e-reverse auctions to try to get volume discounts. Then for high risk, low value, you would use e-tendering module and e-contracting module, and for high risk, high value, the same, e-tendering and contracts for very specialized items that have high values and few suppliers. And we need to recognize that each of these procurement modules provide different functionality, and they're best used in their proper context. So another thing that is that we've been working on in the bank is red flags, and we also call these governance indicators. And the idea now with digital procurement is to incorporate these into the digital procurement process. So the idea is that they're closely related to improving outcomes and government effectiveness and perceptions of corruption. Currently, most procurement fraud detection programs are ex post. That means they actually happen after the fact. So either they do a one-by-one process, which is they actually go and get each tender and they and contract, and they go through all the information and try to find if there's any fraud there, or they will go to an e-procurement database and they will grab the information and do reports to be able to identify any fraud ex post. But ideally for e-procurement systems, the best opportunity is to move to a superior ex ante or proactive fraud detection program. So while you're doing the procurement process in the e-procurement system, if there's an issue, it will flag it right then and there. And examples of red flags and fraud schemes are including bribes and kickbacks, conflicts of interest, bid rigging, and collusive bidding and fraud schemes. So it is important to include red flags into the e-procurement process. Additionally, we need to start putting together incorporating sustainable public procurement and green public procurement into the digital process. One of the online databases that we curate and maintain at the World Bank is called the Global Public Procurement Database. This database captures macro information about countries. So that's information about the country, it's information about the public procurement agency, the central purchasing body, it's information about the legislation and what the legislation, the public procurement law supports, what it doesn't support. It's information about e-procurement, the type of system that they have, and the type of and how well the e-procurement system is actually being used. And then there's a bunch of public procurement performance indicators in there and time analytics. And one of the things that we did this past year is we actually started, we defined a set of sustainable public procurement indicators, which are environmental, social, and economic, and we did collect the data. The issue is there's just not a lot of data, unfortunately, because it's not being captured in the e-procurement system. So e-procurement systems can help to facilitate routine data collection and support sustainable public procurement practices and green public procurement practices. And they can collect the information on tender specifications and tender process and contract performance, and they can help to facilitate routine data collection on this. And then with the data collection, you can do analysis and reporting and visualizations, and they can even be done in real time to help identify opportunities for improvement. And I do think that this is a very important item. You know, we've got these systems, but they're, you know, it's great that we're digitized the public procurement process, but as we move forward in time, public procurement is changing, right? All of a sudden, sustainable public procurement is important, and you know, one way to really green a country is through, you know, the 15 to 20% of the GDP that runs right through the procurement system or through the e-procurement system. And the same with if you want to fight corruption in procurement, the e-procurement system is a fantastic way of doing that. Let's talk a little bit about disruptive technologies in procurement. This will fundamentally change the way in which public procurement is valued. It provides an innovative data analytics approach to help identify corruption, collusiveness, and fraud patterns, as we talked about in public spending. It also promotes a data-driven decision-making and evidence-based procurement policy and strategy development. And the benefits of disruptive technologies are efficiency gains, transparency, governance, and data analytics. And let's dive into some of these disruptive technologies. And here we've listed them all. We do have a report that we did put together on disruptive technologies in procurement, and we actually presented it here, I think last year or the year before. And here we've got the listed disruptive technologies. Today, I'm going to talk about cloud, AI, RPA, and data analytics. Some of the other ones we've talked about in the previous presentation, and there's a fantastic report out there that you can get an idea of more information about these disruptive technologies, how they're used in the procurement process in the report. So let's talk about artificial intelligence and RPA. So artificial intelligence is the application capable of processing tasks that are currently performed more satisfactorily by human beings, insofar as they involve high-level mental processes such as perceptual learning, memory organization, critical thinking. And then another one of the subcomponents of artificial intelligence is robotics process automation, and is a technology designed for automating repetitive tasks, which in procurement we have quite a bit. And the software robot connects to an application to manipulate data, perform calculations, and communicate with other digital systems or carry out various tasks. And one of the things for applications for potential of AI and RPA technologies covers all stages of the procurement process. And there's numerous benefits. So one thing we can do is automate low-level value-added task in public tendering and contract execution process. So one of the things we do at the bank and many public procurement authorities do is they provide reports on post-review. Prior review at over a certain value, usually it goes up, and there's a fiduciary process that happens. But for post-review procurement, it is historically been an outrageously taxing process of, procurement professionals and practitioners going in and identifying which procurement transactions need to be reviewed within the post-review process, and then diving into each of those procurement packages and identifying whether or not there are any outliers or things like that. That, believe it or not, can be automated, and that's a great use of artificial intelligence. Additionally, automation of all activities related to master data extraction and dirty interfaces through RPA. So this would be robotics processing automation and pulling information out of all of the documentation associated with the procurement package and being able to aggregate that and analyze that and provide reports on that. Also, it can help with enhanced contract management and improve accuracy of strategic decisions. Predictive analysis with machine learning also. There is also a study out there, and I think in one of the regions within India, of an AI RPA tool where it's grabbing information associated with contracts and contract performance, so that and aggregating it to a larger database. And the idea with this is that when you have all this contract information, one of the challenging tasks we have in procurement is doing the due diligence of the qualification process. Well, because you can always keep digging, and also many times when information is sent in for the qualification requirements evaluation, it's scanned copies of signed documents, and it's very hard to validate. So one of the things we do, if there was a database of all the contracts out there, their lifeline, or their timeline, their cost, whether they were completed or not completed, and we have all this information, and we could use this information through an AI interface, and it could help out with the due diligence process. Instead of us having to go and dig, we'll let the AI go and dig through all the information and provide the results. So this is the automation of more critical procurement tasks, such as the evaluation of qualification requirements through a contract database. Thanks. All right, so let's talk about big data analytics. In big data analytics, I like to call this procurement data analytics, or PDA, and it's available of the availability of machine readable procurement data collected in an existing e-procurement systems. Luckily, we're fortunate enough that most of this is in a relational database, so it has lots of metadata that can help us leverage the public tendering procedures and supplier spend management to offer the following opportunities. So this is enhanced spend management, so that's big data analytics, can substantially improve the classic spending analysis routines. It can help facilitate sourcing, evaluation, and negotiation preparations, and it can increase capacity to detect public corruption in better risk management and support government accountability. Now we'll talk a little bit about cloud technologies, because they offer a great opportunity in terms of data sharing, flexibility, and cost efficiency for public buyers. And the benefits offered by a procurement integrated are numerous. So you have more accurate decision making through a more reliable data, increased compliance and reduction of maverick buying, a guide to decision making. One of the great things about the cloud is, I know there was a question earlier about, are there e-procurement softwares out there on the shelves? Yes, there are. Those are commercially off-the-shelf systems that you can hire a vendor or supplier and customize those to meet your needs, or there are software as a service that sit up in a cloud, and you basically, these e-procurement systems have functionality that you can configure to meet your needs. And that can really help to streamline the process of getting up and running on e-procurement while using best practices that are built in to these e-procurement systems. So it really does, and we're doing quite a bit of COTS and SaaS solutions throughout the world. So I do feel that one of the other things that we really need to consider in e-procurement is interoperability. E-procurements are really powerful systems with all the various modules, but they become exponentially more powerful when they are hooked up with other systems. The example that I like to give is the Korean system. E-procurement system is connected to 128 other government information systems, which really helps to facilitate and expedite the procurement process. So examples of systems that you can interface with is the business registration system. You can do SMS notifications gateways, e-tax payments. Another is beneficial ownership systems, and we're integrating e-procurement systems with beneficial ownership systems. And this does help out with the qualification requirements evaluation during the evaluation process to see whether or not, to see who the owners of the vendor are and whether they have any correlation with government officials. And also, I think the biggest integration is always with the IFMIS system. And it can help that procurement transactions are properly recorded and accounted for, and to ensure that all financial transactions related to procurement are properly managed and monitored. Now, what I'd like to do is focus a little bit on the integration with financial management systems as we wind down the presentation. A couple things that we want to do is we want to make sure that our e-procurement system is integrated to be able to provide budget allocation prior to the procurement procedure publication, to make sure that the approved budget allocation prior to the contract award, and that's a part of the e-tendering process, and approved budget allocation prior to the requisitioning for the e-purchasing. And additionally, we want to make sure that we have commitment control and management after the contract award. And then we want to have electronic payment schedule to release the funds. And here we can see a diagram of the budget cycle and how e-procurement fits into the budget cycle. So here you can see the procurement plan feeds into budget preparation, goes back and forth when the government or the region puts together their budget preparation. That goes and creates e-procurement plans. And then it also, once those become approved, then it can be published information about the e-procurement plan and the procurement packages. Then you've got the commitment of the funds, which are associated with the awarding of the tenders, and then the payment of the tenders or the purchase orders through through purchasing. And it does cycle back around, okay? Now, one of the things that we need to start doing as part of this is also incorporating sustainable public procurement tagging into this budget cycle. So this would be green tagging. So if anything is tagged green within the budget preparation, it should cycle down into our e-procurement system so that we know that for a particular procurement transaction that we should be using environmental or green criteria. Additionally, there could be gender tagging associated with that, and that could flow down into the procurement process. And that legitimizes the use of green public procurement or sustainable procurement or gender tagging or within the procurement process. Because at the moment, most countries and most e-procurement systems, it's a voluntary process. So the last thing I'm going to talk about is the importance of performance indicators. We've got all these e-procurement systems out there, but one of the things we don't have is the public procurement performance. And I know that because I curate the global public procurement database, which captures all this public procurement performance information. And many countries and in many regions within countries don't properly collect or publish this information. Remember, this is information that's public, and it should be public and published either through their own mechanisms or through preferably through the open data procurement method, which is the Open Contracting Data Standard, or OCDS. And here are a couple of suggested indicators. So one is the adoption of electronic procurement to increase participation of SMEs in EGP, and then also just to see what the full adoption is. We do track to see how much procurement is actually going through the e-procurement system compared to doing the paper-based version. Then we've got public procurement performance. So this is the idea here is we collect, how many tenders per year, goods, works, and services, how many contracts are signed per year, goods, works, and services, how many of those tenders and contracts are using green public procurement, and how many are utilizing fraud detection. And the idea here is to improve public financial management, improve efficiency of the procurement process, environmental responsible procurement, to improve socially responsible procurement, and make sure that the procurement process are treated in a fair and equal way to foster transparency. So this is something that's really important, and I do feel that it is missing. I think that one of the things that we need to consider is when countries and regions or subnationals put together their annual reports, there needs to be some kind of consistency associated with public procurement performance indicators. And that is it. So I want to thank the organizers. This has been a fantastic session. And I will take any questions. Thanks so much. Pamela, you're still muted.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kasa. So, yeah, we will take questions. So, the chat is not visible to me.
Okay, I can see there's the three questions or a couple of questions here. Should I just go ahead and go through those? Thanks, Pamela. Okay, so one of them is, what are the key drivers for implementing digital transformation in procurement within an organization? Well, one is you have to have the legislative framework. So it needs to be part of the public procurement law to make sure that this digital transformation can actually happen, that you can do this. Secondly, you have to have the institutional framework. I always like to say, for public procurement authorities and agencies, once EGP gets up and running, everything changes, right? So instead of using all these paper-based processes, now everybody is interfacing with the digital process, right? Which is the procurement system. And as part of that, we need to have an agency or a supplier that supports and maintains the e-procurement system. So if you look in larger countries, what you'll find is they actually have e-procurement agencies that support the system. And they support, the Public Procurement Authority, all the procuring entities and the vendors to help to facilitate that. And that's important, the infrastructure framework. Additionally, so those two are important. And then there needs to be, I think the other thing that we need to make sure, and I mentioned this in the presentation, is that we use the correct e-procurement modules for the correct types of e-procurement. One of the big bangs for your buck is the e-marketplace, and India's has really utilized that, and they've hit the tipping point where everybody's using it now. And other countries really need to do that because you save on the transaction costs, and you can easily, interestingly enough, green those marketplaces and put in sustainable and green goods and works and services in there, and that's really important. So I'm looking at the second question, and the second question is, in summary, what could be characteristics of a good supplier relationship management? Well, it's a very good question. As we move forward in time, the supplier relationship has become much more digitized, right? Back in the day, you were calling suppliers, you had your list of suppliers. It was very challenging to source suppliers. Now there's all these methods for sourcing suppliers by utilizing the suppliers that are in your e-procurement system that are associated with certain category codes, where you can go and look and see which suppliers have submitted bids or signed contracts. So there's a wealth of ways of finding suppliers. Also, one thing that I always like to say is that we should be utilizing these digital technologies on the market analysis. I think that's very important. So grabbing information in the procurement database about pricing and time analytics associated with certain category codes, I think that's very important. And also supplier performance, capturing that is important. Now in public procurement, it can be very precarious to include that in evaluation, but you don't need to include that in the evaluation. What you can do is, if you do know a supplier does have poor performance, that means as the previous speaker, your risk goes a lot higher. So you need to be much more aware of that risk and make sure you're mitigating it properly. Okay. And I can see, wow, the third question is a doozy. How can a supplier relationship management to gain competitive advantage and enhance the circular economy? This is a great question. So the relationship management with a supplier in a digital environment does help by, during the procurement process, making sure everything is transparent and public at the according time. And then once the contract is signed, all that information is shared. But coming back in, again, what we want to do is we want to make sure we're capturing all of the sustainable public procurement information associated with the suppliers and their performance information, so that when we go and we procure again in subsequent years, that we know what the suppliers and the market is available. I think doing a market analysis is really important. So we know from previous purchases, especially for high risk and high value, where how we can better utilize the information that we've seen previously. So it's more in a circular fashion. And I will stop there. I'll see if there are any other questions. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kasa. There are no more questions. I can see the chat now. So thank you for your responses. Thanks for that. So we'll move on to the next session now. So coming
Thanks
up
so
next.
much.
Thank you.
All the best. Yep.
Coming up next, we have a panel discussion on the future of procurement as a career. The panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Umesh Malik, Vice President and Head, Reliance Procurement and Contracting Academy, Reliance India Limited. Dr. Malik has close to 3 decades of professional experience in the field of procurement and contracting, materials management, and learning and development. Mr. Malik has managed direct and indirect material procurement, including feedstocks, service contracting, materials management, and a variety of strategic transformational initiatives, while serving as the site head for procurement and materials management at one of Reliance India Limited's manufacturing facilities. Mr. Malik moved to the corporate office in Mumbai for a business transformation project and is now in charge of developing the competence and capability improvement plans for the PNC function at the corporate level for all the Reliance India Limited business verticals as the head of Reliance Procurement and Contracting Academy. Over to you, Dr. Malik.
Hi, good evening, you all. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Pamela ma'am, for your wonderful introduction. It must be a very tiring day for you, isn't it?
No, it's okay.
Great. Thank you. Right. So, hello and welcome, my distinguished panelists and global audience joining us today. I'm truly honored to welcome you all to this thought-provoking panel discussion on procurement as a career and its future. Now, since morning, we have heard a lot about procurement as a function, its transformation over a period, and a few speakers have talked about the way forward as well. And if I need to summarize, I can easily summarize that today, the success of any organization depends a lot on the procurement decisions made within that organization. And as the saying goes, the procurement, the organization do not compete, but their supply chains do. So what has changed? So procurement, once being considered as one of the back office's job, has now emerged as a strategic function, which has a direct impact on an organization's bottom line and reputation. But then with this growing importance, there is an increasing demand for skilled and forward-thinking procurement professionals. Organizations now are on a quest for talent that can navigate the complexities of the procurement to mitigate the supply chain risk and drive supplier collaborated innovation within the procurement function. And today, in this last session of the conference before the closing remarks, I have the privilege of having a panel of distinguished experts who in one way or other are associated with the procurement and have excelled in it. Their experiences, insights, and expertise promises to shed lights on procurement as a career and its future. So without any much ado, let me introduce the panel members for today's discussion. I have Mr. Ghanshyam Das Bhagwani, the Executive Director, Assets Management of Eastern Corridor of Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited, a veteran of more than 3 decades of experience in various fields. I'm happy to introduce my friend, Mr. Jonathan Endine, the Vice President, Learning Solutions for Skill Dynamics, a UK-based company that offers high-impact digital learning solutions on supply chain for corporate teams and helping them in upskilling and reskilling their workforce. I'm privileged to introduce Dr. Vinod Kumar C, who comes from healthcare sector and currently is a group head supply chain management at Jahangir Hospitals and an accomplished talent development leader. And the last name in the panel is of Mr. Manoj Yamalkar, who is heading the supply chain management at ACG Engineering and himself is a thought leader in supply chain. He has successfully established supply chains in Southeast Asia and China, and has been associated with ISM now for quite some time. Once again, I welcome you all, my dear panelists. So let me begin with throwing a compelling questions to the panelists. The disruption which is happening due to technological advancements, geopolitical shifts, sustainability imperatives, and of course, due to the unforeseen challenges like the recent pandemic, have reshaped the way companies now approach procurement. And as today in this panel discussion, we are going to deep dive into the world of procurement and the opportunities it presents, let me ask this question to my panelist. Why pursue procurement as a career? In today's dynamic job market where career choices are abundant, what makes procurement stand out as an attractive choice? And now the house is open for the discussion, and I'll go in alphabetical order. So I invite Mr. Bhagwani to share his thoughts on this question, why pursue procurement as a career?
Thank you very much, Jake, for your introduction and giving me this opportunity. Procurement as a career. As today, in a technology-driven world where things are getting very, very visible, enabled, and centralized, the procurement function, which was earlier being managed in a very, very decentralized manner, has become more and more centralized. And now one can see the data, one can analyze the data, and as a whole, in an organization, the procurement total forms a significant part of the organization. Given that background, given this very significant or large chunk in the expenditure being incurred by the organization, the importance of the procurement is growing day by day. And anybody who is wanting a career is wanting opportunity to grow, opportunity to work, opportunity to do something fascinating. This career offers all those elements. It offers visibility in terms of within the organization, because the roles are very, very important to the organization. In terms of outside, he is one of the key person who will be dealing with suppliers. So there again, the lot of visibility, that offers lot of visibility. In terms of opportunities, in terms of growth, this is the very, very significant. In terms of interpersonal skills, this is a challenge, and more, it can be seen as an opportunity for one to perform. And now with the technology being more and more enabler, it has become rather easy day by day to take informed decisions. So all the elements are here, and therefore this career is really very, very exciting for the young ones.
So thank you, Mr. Bhagwani, for sharing your thoughts. You have rightly brought out the point, visibility, growth, and managing stakeholders. Jonathan, would you like to add something more on what Mr. Bhagwani has said?
Absolutely, and thank you for your time today and the opportunity to speak on this this great panel. I just want to take a step back and really just reflect on the procurement value proposition and really how that's evolved significantly over the last decade, largely driven as a result of macro socioeconomic factors like deglobalization, the fourth industrial revolution, climate change, more recently COVID and inflation. But really, if we look at this at an organization or global level, these factors have influenced how procurement leaders and teams have had to adapt and respond to multiple complex challenges. If you think about during COVID, how CPOs and their teams really had to step up their game. And this really helped earn greater respect and build a better profile for procurement within organizations. I strongly believe that procurement has now got a seat at the table, and we're no longer having to fight for that time with the exco. So I think procurement has become more and more of a strategic enabler to organizations, and whilst delivering cost savings and supporting the bottom line is still core, there are other things that are becoming more and more of a priority. So playing more of a strategic role in building more resilient supply chains. As we've discovered through COVID, supply shortages. How do we get a more resilient supply chain together to minimize these risks? The risk management, helping drive innovation, supporting organizations through digital transformation, not just the digital transformation of procurement, but the organization as a whole. And then I think also importantly, supporting top line growth. I think procurement is now starting to play a role in thinking about how organizations can innovate and grow and build their competitive advantage. So now let's bring that into the career focus. I think a career in procurement offers a set of dynamic and diverse opportunities, skills, and expertise that are transferable across sectors. These skills and expertise are high in demand, and that demand keeps growing and growing. And I think, that's not just at a generalist level, not at a management level, it's also at a specialist and individual contributor level. I believe the demand will continue to grow. It'll make the future of procurement and associated career paths very compelling and rewarding. I also think that we need to think of careers within procurement not as paths, but a web, a network, because there are so many transferable skills that opens up that opportunity to be a little bit more mobile in the organization. And then the much bigger picture is that the skills gained in procurement are highly transferable into more senior roles in other functions too. So it's not just about mobility in procurement, but also mobility across the broader organization. And so I think the future of procurement as a profession and a career is definitely heading in the right direction.
Absolutely fantastic, Chana. And I think you have brought out a very good point, which, you mentioned versatility of the, procurement professionals. And today, the procurement professionals have taken a center stage, in the organization hierarchy. That's a very, very valid point. And on that note, I invite Mr. Manoj to share his thoughts on the question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Malik. And good evening, good morning to all the participants, to all the team members, whichever part of the globe we are. And thanks ISM-INDIA for providing this opportunity. I have been associated with ISM for quite some time, as you mentioned, close to 6 years, and got multiple opportunities like this. So had I not been in procurement, I would not have been associated with ISM-INDIA. So that is the first thing which I would like to mention over here. And why one should choose procurement as a career? Honestly, it will transform you as an individual. You become a professional in true sense. It generates so many insights within you in terms of your personality, in terms of your aspirations, in terms of your the passion. Procurement, when you start as a career, I can tell you that the person who is raw at that stage becomes a truly a person or professional with a global perspective if you do this job consistently, and with a passion. In a 5 years, he can see the transformation within him. That is the first thing which I have also personally experienced, and that's the reason that one should choose procurement as a career. Fine, there are multiple options available, there are multiple career opportunities available, but let's understand the fact that procurement exposes you to various aspects, be it cost, be it managing the time, be it managing the overall business, working capital. It creates a different type of visibility for you as an individual in the organization. You always get recognized if you are giving great results to the organization. I have seen that organization recognizes the talent, and that type of growth, that type of visibility, because you are sitting on a money, you are utilizing company's money, and when you are wisely spending the money, and showing a great optimization in the money that you are spending, showing the value in true sense, that how you are deriving the value to your internal customers and in turn the external customers. That gives a different type of visibility for you as an individual, and your growth is always very fast. I have personally experienced that, and I have experienced all the professionals with whom I am associated with. If you do this job with passion and with a long term vision in your mind, you can definitely become a professional with a global perspective just in 5 years time, which is, in my view, is slightly difficult, or rather it takes some more time in other functions. So that's my take on this particular question of why to choose procurement as a career.
I think Mr. Manoj have rightly pointed out a professional with global perspective, and it's a transformational journey, not only as a professional, but on a personal level too. So on that note, I pose the same question to Dr. Vinod, who comes from the healthcare sector. So over to you, Vinod.
Good day, everyone. It is a great honor to be a part of this event. Thanks for this opportunity. From the healthcare perspective, a career in healthcare procurement presents a compelling choice in today's job market for several reasons. The first and foremost, the healthcare is a rapidly growing industry with a constant need of supplies, equipment, and services. This sector's resilience is evident even during economic downturns and pandemic times, providing a job stability and growth potential. Secondly, the healthcare procurement professionals, they have a direct impact on patient care. By efficiently sourcing medical supplies, negotiating contracts, and managing vendor relationships, they contribute to better patient outcomes. And it is a career that combines the business acumen with a sense of social responsibility, making it personally fulfilling. The recent COVID pandemic, it has emphasized the critical nature of the healthcare procurement, and it has highlighted the importance of supply chain and also the need for the skilled procurement professionals who can respond to this unexpected crisis and such kind of supply chain disruption. As a result, the healthcare procurement is not only a compelling career, but also a mission critical one. And more importantly, it's offering professionals a chance to make a meaningful difference in times of need. Overall, the healthcare procurement provides a job stability, career growth potential, social impact, and opportunity to address the global challenges, and making it exceptionally compelling choice in today's job market.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod. I think very, very apt statement that being a procurement professional, you work as part of the mission critical for making the meaningful differences. So thank you all for sharing your insightful initial perspectives on choosing procurement as a career path. Now, what comes out amazingly during our discussion is that the procurement is now a deliberate choice, one that individuals are excited to embrace upon, rather than a career thrust upon them, as it was a story prevailing very much in the recent past. So on that note, let me open a round of questions specific to our distinguished panelists. Please allow me to ask a question to any one of you without being worried about order or hierarchy. So Mr. Bhagwani, my first question is to you. In your career now spanning to close to 3 decades, not only in procurement, probably in constructions, maintenance, and now in asset management, you have worked closely with procurement. In your views, how has the role of procurement evolved in recent years? And what do you envision for its future in the next decade?
over the years, I have seen procurement growing both in terms of scope of the work and also in terms of activities that are being procured. Coming to the first part of it, the scope. Earlier, the much of the procurement was more of silos kind. If I give you an example, in railways, we used to have different vendors for civil construction, for electrification, and for signaling. Now, not only the entire thing has come together, the entire project has been bundled together and is put to the procurement. So it has grown enormous in size. It has grown across the departments. Both ways it is growing, and also the number of services. Earlier, lot of work in railways especially we were doing in-house. Now we are on the other side, and lot of work is being more and more I would say is being outsourced, and the concept of core activities being done by the railways is shrinking day by day. So with this ever increasing procurement emphasis, or more and more activities being done on procurement, so scope is growing day by day, and this I perceive is going to continuously grow, because what has been set in the past, now we are constructing on one side and maintaining on the other end. I personally feel day is not very far when both will come together. Day is not very far when we'll try to evaluate the entire process based on life cycle cost, or in a more and more moving towards totality of the things. So with the growing availability of data, these activities are becoming more and more easy, possible, and is the future.
Thank you, Mr. Vakwani. I think you have rightly pointed it out, how the role of procurement has evolved over a period of time. And now, as we contemplate together the future of procurement as career, now it's essential for us to consider the broader context, in which these careers will unfold. And one critical aspect of this context, in my opinion, is the geographical landscape. So let's now deep dive into a question that hold, according to me, immense relevance. And I will like to address this question to Jonathan. So Jonathan, how do you foresee the geographical landscape of procurement careers evolving in the future? And especially I'm addressing this question to you because being in a learning industry, you are coming across the different industries, and you have seen the CPOs talking to you and spelling out their challenges to you.
Yeah, I think it is definitely taking that as one of the points we discussed earlier, taking that global view. So whilst career development, you always want to get better in your role. It is also about understanding the bigger picture and the broader landscape, and thinking about some of these macro factors that are influencing procurement and the priorities within procurement. I think it's also breaking down those silos and driving cross collaboration across the procurement function and also across the business, and really building those strategic business partnerships. That's vital. I think what we're also starting to notice is that we're also in certain industries, in certain sectors, we're now fighting for supply. So there's competition to get supply and build those resilient supply chains. So I think it's about thinking about the broader ecosystem, and taking your internal and external stakeholders into consideration, and looking at how you can build those win-win relationships. And that does require those interpersonal skills that we mentioned earlier, and the critical thinking and looking at the bigger picture.
Right. So a big picture coming across for the procurement professionals. Dr. Vinod, I was, listening to your response to the first question, and you mentioned that, healthcare sector is a field wherein procurement requires distinct characteristics and demands. Now, that's very true that different industries come with their unique challenges and requirements. Now, as far as procurement as a profession is concerned. But typically in healthcare, it plays a pivotal role ensuring the availability of life-saving resources while adhering to stringent regulation and ethical consideration. If I've summarized your statement. To know more, I would like to deliberate more on this. How does healthcare procurement differ from procurement in other industries? And if I may add a supplement question here, what specialized skills are required for a career in healthcare procurement?
Well, the healthcare procurement differs significantly from procurement in any other industries due to its complexities and also in criticality in nature. In healthcare, as I mentioned, the procurement involves sourcing medical devices, pharmaceutical items, and the essential services necessary for the patient care, which will have life or death implications. And moreover, unlike many industries, the healthcare is highly and heavily regulated, and it requires the professionals to navigate the complex concerns and issues like such as the FDA regulations and CDS, in our country, the Central Drugs Standard Control Organization's guidelines, and the data privacy laws, and many more. And as far as specialized skills for a for a healthcare procurement is concerned, the main one I can say that is on medical knowledge, understanding the healthcare products and its terminology and the clinical needs, which is very essential for making informed decisions. The second one I can say is the regulatory expertise. A proficiency in healthcare specific regulations is required in healthcare procurement. The third one, the next one, the cost management skills, which is like balancing the cost effectiveness with the patient care quality, which is very crucial. The fourth one, the risk assessment. So identifying and mitigating the risk, like the risk has to be identified and which has to be mitigated, so that it can minimize the patient, it can minimize the potential harm that can be caused to the patient. And the next one is the most important, the vendor relation management, where the should have a strong negotiation skills and also the ability to maintain the trust-based relationship with the vendors, which is very vital. And the most important one, the last but not the least, is the ethical considerations. The high ethical standards and the capacity to make decisions in the best interest of the patient care is essential in this sensitive field. And all the skills in healthcare procurement requires all the skills, a unique blend of all the skills. It can, like setting it apart from procurement in other industries.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod. And on a lighter side, do you think an MBBS or an MD doctor would be a right choice for a procurement profession?
Could you please repeat, sir?
I said, on a lighter note, do you think MBBS or MD would be a right choice for the procurement profession?
Yes, sir. A background from medical background is always advantageous because they will have more knowledge about this terminology and the clinical needs they can understand. Otherwise, any background from biology also sufficient, and also in addition to it, additional professional certifications in healthcare supply chain management or those programs are all available in many universities.
Great. Thank you. Very, very interesting insights. Mr. Manoj, I know, being myself associated with ISM, right? You have a very successful career. And today in this panel discussion, as we continue going deeper into the procurement as a function, it's only befitting that we begin understanding the personal motivations and the profound impact that procurement as a career has had on some of us. So, my basic, very fundamental question to you, what inspired you to choose procurement as a career? And what benefits have you personally experienced from this choice? Of course, you had mentioned the transformational journey, not only as professional, but as on a personal level. But besides that, what benefits have you personally experienced?
Good question, great question. Taking me back to the memory lane. Why, what made me to choose procurement as a career? What inspired me to choose procurement as a career? So, are real examples, I would say. The real team members whom I met immediately after completion of my graduation. I'm an engineering graduate. I did my mechanical engineering. There were a couple of senior team members, senior students in my college. So, in early 90s, there were, the search engines were not available. Only the networking and, the I can say the professional groups were just at the infant stage. So to approach the job market, the only option was to connect with your seniors, connect with your colleagues who are already in the industry. I met a couple of my seniors. I used to meet many of them, but two out of these many inspired me a lot, and they were into procurement. That time it was called as a purchasing department, but yet they were working in one of the largest engineering company in Pune, the Maharashtra. I saw the transformation. The guys, the students, my seniors were really raw when they actually, were there in the college. We're only focusing on, you know, getting a job, having some settled job, living their life. When I met them, they were by that time 2 years in the industry, typically into procurement. And that time, I could see the change. They were talking about, 5 years plan, 10 years plan, 15 years plan, how to reach to a level of CEO, how to reach to a level of, CPO. That time the CPO concept was also at a very nascent stage, but still, they were talking in those lines. They were talking as if they are, the business owners of the company which they are heading. And I, on a lighter side, I told them, "Hey guys, you're employees. Why you are thinking so much about the business which you are working in, or the I can say the company you are working in?" And I could see the aggression. I could see the the ownership of the entire business in inside there when they were interacting with me. And that really gave me a thought that this is the career or this is the passion which I was looking at. Believe me, that time I approached my first company. That company refused to select me as a trainee procurement engineer or purchasing engineer because I was lacking the certifications, because I was lacking the skills to market myself as a relevant procurement engineer for that organization. So if I talk about the benefit which I accrued out of this procurement as a function, I'm heading the central procurement team, the entire engineering group of the same company who refused me more than two 2.5 decades back as a trainee engineer. So that's my live example. I took that as a challenge. I said that no, this is the right choice, this is the right organization for me. Absolutely professional, Indian multinational, very systematic, but they refused me. It was really a sort of disappointment for me. Then I learned that okay, we need to gain the certifications, we need to gain the knowledge. So I pursued, see, additional. When I completed my engineering, I was under impression that now the education is over, but no, that was just a beginning. after engineering also you need to learn a lot, and learning never stops. And that particular point of time I realized that yes, learning needs to be continued. And if the benefits, as I mentioned, now I'm a head of supply chain for the entire group of that particular company. The HR team who was there at that time, relatively young, they are almost on the verge of retirement over there, and they still praise me for my journey, and that's the benefit. So not boasting myself, but yes, the benefits are enormous if you derive a plan starting from your assessment up to your next 10, 15, 20 years plan. You can reach to a level of CEO or CPO, and those days are now not far. Earlier it was difficult, but now really it's practically possible, and I have seen that personally. That's my take on this particular question.
Wow, absolutely fantastic, to listen to your wonderful journey from rejection to reaching to the pinnacle of the career. Absolutely fantastic. Uh, so I think the point which you had mentioned, if I've summarized it, it's like, staying ahead of the curve is absolutely important for any success. And you had also mentioned, the continuous learning, the learning agility, which not
Yes.
only involves adapting to the present, but also, anticipating the future. And the technological advancements and, if I say, emerging trends today are the catalysts that are reshaping the landscape of the procurement, often presenting sometimes challenges, sometimes opportunities. So to gain a deeper understanding of what lies, I'll come back to you, Mr. Bhagwani, once again. And my question is, what emerging trends or technologies do you see reshaping the future of procurement? And how should one be preparing himself or herself for these changes?
Today world is data driven and is getting increasingly connected. What didn't used to be possible earlier is now very, very easy. For example, outsourcing of design. Earlier, either you could do it in-house or you have to do it from a nearby designer. Now a person sitting in New York can give you design. Of course, the cost here will not favor, rather the reverse is possible. A person sitting in New York can outsource the design from an Indian. So these are the growing, as we get more connected, as the borders become more and more porous, and as the trade opens further, these will become more and more opportunity, and technology is going to facilitate all these trends. It has been in last several years we have been seeing these changes, and it is going to continue that way. Secondly, we'll have to look at whatever we are doing in terms of how we can add more value to it. The value could be in terms of money, in terms of reducing the cost of our operation or production or the service. It can also be in terms of the offering or enhancing the value of the company where we are working. So coming to the cost part of it, as the competition is growing, as the data is more and more data is available, as the things are getting more integrated, it is possible to work now much more efficiently than what was earlier possible when the communication and the reaction times was in terms of days, and now it is in terms of minutes and hours. So efficiency is growing day by day. So value proposition that way is increasing. During our functions, we can continue and we can see what are the emerging or what are more activities or what activities can be further clubbed, which will further enhance the value proposition. So all along, we'll have to work on primarily these two lines in terms of making our operations more efficient, lesser costly, or reduction in the cost, at the same time enhancing the company value, its quality of service, its quality of the product, its quality of its timely service. Those propositions will further drive the company performance, and in turn the performance of those associated with the company, those working in the company.
Thank you, Mr. Bhagwani. I think the point is very, very valid. How, as a procurement professional, we should be thinking of adding value propositions, not only to the bottom line, but the top line as well. Jonathan, Manoj had mentioned continuous learning and adaptability. Now, in a world which is characterized now by rapid technological advancement, ever-changing compliances, regulations, and evolving market dynamics, the importance of continuous learning and adaptability cannot be overlooked. You being, coming from a L&D background, how important is continuous learning and adaptability for professionals looking to advance their career in procurement? What's your views on this?
Yeah, I think first off, what I would say, it's incredibly important. It's incredibly important across most professions, but even more so with procurement. And that's because of the immense changes that procurement is going through and will continue to go through, especially with digital transformation and how technology will change the landscape and also enable the landscape of procurement. And finally, this results in the need to develop new skills, competencies, remain abreast with trends within procurement. I think the broader supply chain picture, if you look at that, is constantly dealing with risk, proactive and reactive. When I say proactive, I'm saying that there are risks that we can manage to a certain extent, like seasonal shortages, but then you've got events that are completely reactive, like COVID and the Ukrainian war, and that results in inflation. And so we need to be able to adapt. I think having up-to-date knowledge and skills that reinforce critical thinking in this space is key to flexibility. Something else I want to mention is just talking about learning, and I think learning how best to learn is key if you want to fast-track your career in procurement. I would say you get two types of learning. You get incidental learning and you get intentional learning. And the incidental learning is the things we learn every day, but we don't necessarily apply it. It doesn't necessarily help develop skills. What we want to focus on, and what I would recommend, is focusing on intentional learning. And this is where you really put time aside to focus on your skills development. And that requires focus, it requires practice, it requires reflection. And those that do it well will be the ones that will be able to accelerate their careers in procurement. I think it's also key to take responsibility for managing one's own learning, especially in the gig economy. And urgency and speed is required. The pace of change, the pace of the competition, it's increasing, and things like artificial intelligence and emerging technologies will only just accelerate this to keep up to speed. I think the ability to see the bigger picture, like I've said before, I always come back to the bigger picture, think systemically, solve novel problems that we haven't come across before, and also adapting to change is core to unlocking value in this profession and as a procurement professional.
Great. So unleash the potential is the message which you are trying to give, Jonathan. Dr. Vinod, you mentioned that healthcare procurement professionals require a distinct set of characteristics and probably the skill set. I'm curious to understand what career development opportunities exist for an individual who is interested in pursuing a career in healthcare procurement. And if at all they are interested, how can they gain the necessary knowledge and experience? Dr. Vinod, am I audible to you?
Yeah, you are audible. I think Vinod is mute.
Okay.
The individuals who are all aspiring to pursue a career in healthcare procurement, they can explore various career development opportunities, and and they can acquire essential knowledge and experience through either by formal education. Many universities and colleges, they are all offering degree and postgraduate programs in healthcare management, or in supply chain management. Even in healthcare management, they can go for specialization in supply chain management. And enrolling in this kind of programs can provide a very strong academic foundation. Then additionally, they can pursue certifications such as like certified professional in supply management from premier professional bodies like ISM, to validate their expertise in health in procurement. And on the job training, on the job experience is invaluable for understanding the nuances of the healthcare procurement. So they can start with the entry level positions, and gradually they can work their way up. And networking, join professional associations to connect with the experienced procurement professionals, and they can attend conferences, seminars, and training. And next is through seeking mentorship from the seasoned healthcare procurement experts who can guide them well, and who can provide insightful information about the procurement practices and the latest trends in healthcare sector. And and through continuing education also, like staying connected, updated on industry trends and regulations through attending seminars, workshops, and online courses offered by professional institutions. So overall, a combination of education, certification, and practical experience, networking, and mentorship, and ongoing learning can prepare individuals for a successful and a rewarding career in healthcare procurement.
I think that's true for not only for the healthcare sector, but then it's true for any other industrial sector too. So that's very well said. Manoj, I'll come back to you. You mentioned that when you were joining procurement, or like joining an organization as 20 people, were talking about 5-year, 10-year plan. So these plan, I believe, were the roadmaps to the success, guiding individuals toward their career aspiration. And probably, if you're talking about organizational perspective, they were like, the long-term strategic plan. But then let's explore the insights and strategies that can help aspiring procurement professionals to chart their course to success, like you. And so, according to you, what should a well-structured professional development plan in procurement should look like? And how one can tailor such plans to meet their career goals or career aspirations?
Okay, so I'll combine both the questions and answer it. Professional
That's
development
perfect.
plan, yeah, professional development plan, PDP, sometimes we call it as IDP also. This professional development plan actually starts with your own assessment. First of all, like when I started my career, and rather when I meet the CXOs, typically into procurement, supply chain, and in fact, the CEOs who have really, have spent considerable amount of time of their career, or considerable period of their time of career in procurement or supply chain. What they started when they started their journey, it was with the assessment, your self assessment, where exactly you are, what is that you want to, rather what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. Like when I did my assessment, I realized that no, I was lacking in, portraying myself as a potential value creator for as a supply chain individual, as a procurement professional, or as a material management expert, as you call it. So presentation was something which I was lacking. which typically is a phenomena is been experienced in many of the back-end functions like procurement. So that was the area of improvement which I saw. I think there is some background noise coming. Yeah. So then understand your strengths, focus on your areas of improvement. That is, the individuals can do that, start their journey with. Then decide your goals. The goals should be, it should not be like tactical goals. Those should be strategic goals divided into a period of time, like next 5 years, next, then 10 years, then 15 years, then 20 years. And that is must. Without goals, you cannot uh, achieve the, I can say, the desired level of your occupation, desired level of your position. Break the goals into different time frames, then decide the strategies to reach to those goals, to achieve those goals. Fine, in first 5 years I can aim to be a purchasing manager, as a procurement professional, as a procurement manager, as a material manager, whatever. So in those 5 years, what I need to do, first I have done my assessment, I have done my strengths, weaknesses, opportunities analysis, my area of improvement. Now, to reach up to that particular goal of first 5 years, what I should do? Should I acquire the any knowledge? Should I get associated with any particular association, like mingle with the people, become a member of association like ISM, a supply chain institute, great supply chain institute like ISM, have good professional relationships with supply chain professionals, acquire some certifications like as Dr. Vinod mentioned about CPSM. It's a great certificate. Rather, it's a great course because it really gives you lots of flavors or all sorts of aspects of materials management. And then every 5 years, when you are deciding your goals, you keep refining them. Okay, do not be very rigid that okay, in next 5 years, if I want to reach up to this particular stage, I will do only these things. Because see, market is moving several times faster than earlier. So probably, and it's very dynamic in nature. At times you may have to change your goals in between or change your strategies in between, maybe in for uh, once in 2 years, once in 3 years. Do that, and then acquire the resources that you want to achieve. What interventions you need, what resources you need to reach up to those goals. Okay, so resources could be in terms of anything, be it getting any business administration sort of certification, associating with any group who can keep on giving you the newer and newer experiences, attached with different industry professionals. Today, like I am very much expert in engineering industry, but I do have associations with industries like agro industry is there, food industry is there. Even though I'm not expert, at least I know that what are the trends which are going in these industries, what are the impacts the commodities are creating in those industries, how is it going to impact me in my industry. So acquire the resources, and then you start monitoring your performance vis-a-vis the goals that you have decided, vis-a-vis the strategies that you have planned, and keep on doing a continual improvement. Take some steps, monitor the performance, step back if you feel that there are some corrections required, and then again move ahead. Always focus on your long term intent, and with respect to that long term intent, align that intent with your the strategies that you are planning every 5 years. So that's how the professional development plan looks like, starting with assessment, goal setting, uh, planning certain strategies, acquiring the resources, monitoring the performance, correcting the goals, or refining your I can say, goals or refining your strategies and reaching to the desired level of your dream.
Thank you. Thank you, Manoj, for very, very insightful answer. And with the wealth of experience, available in this panel, I think we can continue talking and then sharing our insights and experiences. But then there is a constraint, we are bound by the time. So I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all my panelists before I really open the house to answer the audience questions. But if I need to reflect on today's discussion, the one thing which comes out very clearly that the sustainability, transparency, visibility, and the need for resilience in supply chains have become more critical, thereby making procurement a dynamic and forward-looking career. So on that note, I really like to express my sincere thanks to this panel, and I'm hopeful that this panel discussion has provided valuable insights and inspiration to our audience. So thank you once again to our panelists, our audience, and all those who have contributed to this enlightening conversation. Now let's continue to explore, innovate, and shape the future of procurement together. Now, safe journeys on your respective career paths, and may you all find fulfillment and success in the dynamic world of procurement. So before I say goodbye, over to you, Pamela, for, in case if you have any question from the audience, which we would like to throw it back to the panelist. I think I have an access to the chat box. So if you allow me, can I read the questions? Yeah. So the question is, there is a huge difference between profile for healthcare, IT sector, energy sector procurement professionals. How to become more effective procurement professionals for all the sectors put all together? Can I ask Manoj to answer this question? Quickly, we are nearing to the closing time.
Okay. So see, it's a long journey. Okay. You can become expert in all the industries, in all the sectors, but start with one sector. Of course, you have to stay there for some time, acquire all the business acumen that is needed, uh, understand the entire business flow, how the business function, what are the challenges that business is facing, how you can add value to it, and parallelly, as I mentioned, keep a great connect with all the other industries. Remember, team, the participants, the procurement is a really a unique function where the logic, the concepts, the deliverables to a large extent remains same across all the industries. Okay, there might be some variations here and there, but largely they remain the same. So that's the beauty of this function. So first, stay in one particular function, in one particular industry, acquire a good amount of knowledge, and then once you acquire knowledge of other industries also, with the help of certifications, once you have a certifications, global certifications, obviously the doors will be open for you to any type of industry. Fine, there might be some resistance initially when you start getting the calls for interviews, or once you start getting interviewed by the professionals or the employers of other industries. But then, how you can add value, how you can be a value creator, if you can explain them very nicely with the way the business, your existing business has been functioning, and the way you have created or transformed the supply chain function in your current industry, that will create a great impact in the other industry experts also, and they will definitely consider you as a potential candidate. That's my take on this.
Absolutely take on. Thank you, Manoj. I think the next question is meant for Mr. Bhagwani. No other person can answer this question better than Mr. Bhagwani. So as procurement becomes more strategic, how do you see the relationship between procurement and other business functions evolving, such as finance and supply chain? The cross-functional collaboration between procurement and the other functions.
for procurement to become successful, we need to work more in team. Only then the procurement becomes ultimately successful. And many times during our course, we have to devise methods, we have to devise strategies, we have to devise some ways, and sometimes we have to change them also depending upon what is needed. As regards the organization, finance, or other department is concerned, the role or the objective is very, very clearly given and it is known to everybody. Maybe we need to bring that into focus repeatedly whenever that is lost or gets slightly diffused. So that is the point number one, which becomes, so we have to be focused on the objective, and whatever we are doing is necessary that we take the others also in confidence. There may be certain measures which where we may be charting a new course, we may be trying and experimenting something. It is better to discuss with them and, if needed, take their views into account and then suitably implement it. Once we start acting as a team, it becomes rather easy to sell this not only to the organization but also to the larger group of people or to the suppliers and to the others, because it has been comprehensively examined from various angles. So after we do that, we should then probably interact with the outsiders, suppliers, vendors, and taking their view into account, we can ultimately start moving ahead. Over the period, once we keep doing this, the confidence will grow in this team. And this is how the entire team will make difference.
Thank you, Mr. Bhagwani. And my last question, because we are left with only 3 minutes, so quickly to Jonathan, and I am expecting really a short answer. Now, what challenges do you foresee in the future of procurement, and how can professionals stay agile and adapt to these challenges?
Well, I think firstly, we need to embrace change and not resist it, because procurement will be going through change and it will be in flux, and that will be the norm. I think digital transformation is going to fundamentally change the way we work, the way we need to interact with one another. But we need to see this as an opportunity and not a risk, and embrace these new technologies. I also think we need to, once again, just really look at what are the strategic objectives of the organization and make sure that we're aligning our thinking and our practices with the organization. I think that's key. And once again, it's procurement has become more broader, more complex in terms of its reach and responsibilities. And sometimes these are conflicting priorities. So really being able to navigate, have good collaborative relationships internally and externally, I think that's key.
Great, Jono, for sharing your insights. I think if I summarize our entire insightful discussion, the one piece which comes out very clearly that, in case if you would like to bring up your career as a trusted value advisor to the business, choose procurement as a profession, choose procurement as a career. So on that note, over to you, Pamela. Thank you very much, panelists and lovely audience. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Malik. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malik and esteemed panelists, for this enriching exchange. Thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next session. Now I would like to invite Mr. Vinay Sharma, former Global Director, Senior Advisor Procurement, the World Bank Group, to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Sharma has over 35 years of experience, much of which has been at senior leadership positions, responsible for policy formulation, project management, developing strategic alliances, and implementation of reforms in public procurement. Till June 2022, Mr. Sharma was a global director and subsequently the senior advisor for procurement with the World Bank's governance unit. Before joining the World Bank in June 2017, Mr. Sharma was the director of the African Development Bank's Procurement and Fiduciary Services Department. He worked on procurement, financial management, and anti corruption at the African Development Bank for 14 years and handled a wide range of broad public sector governance and management issues. Mr. Sharma also served as head of operations and management at the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation in India and worked over 16 years in various capacities at Indian Railways and with two large state owned enterprises in the infrastructure sector. This exposure and experience provided him with first hand knowledge of procurement from a borrower or a beneficiary standpoint. Over to you, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Pamela. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you, Mr. Sharma.
Wonderful. Great. Well, thanks, Pamela. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to all of you joining the session from different parts of the world. Allow me to express my gratitude firstly to ISM-INDIA and to PPPAI, particularly to Mr. Batra for inviting me to deliver this address. This event has brought together thousands of professionals from different organizations across the globe, and they are here to discuss issues of significant importance in today's world. The canvas for public procurement, and I would seek your indulgence because I will be talking more about public procurement. So the canvas for public procurement is immense, and I will limit my intervention to only a few dimensions. The COVID-19 crisis and recovery, as well as the continuously evolving globalization of economic production, actually demands a rethinking of public procurement. According to a McKinsey report that was published in 2020, procurement has led crisis recovery before, and it can do so again by strengthening supply chains, reassessing value creation, adopting innovation, agility, and digitization and analytics. I see many of these topics have been covered in this event. Today's procurement officer increasingly confronts questions that have to do with economic choices. If lowest price is no longer the default marker for successful bids, and innovation while retaining integrity is made central, how can procurement policies better achieve development outcomes? In other words, how can theory catch up to practice when a cost-effective road is a good road, but in some instances, a resilient and sustainable road, despite a reasonable markup, is a better deal? These and other uncomfortable questions have raised the role of procurement to one that leads, or at least significantly contributes to policy, technology, and capacities. This brings us to a proposition that appeared unlikely only a few years ago. Improving procurement systems and processes have real impact on governance indicators, quality of public services, and ultimately development outcomes. Specifically, better procurement saves governments or the private sector money, it improves trust, and can help mitigate social and environmental impact. Technology can reduce transaction costs and enhance competition, thereby generating savings for countries. The examples are numerous. Adjustments in procurement policies and purchasing strategies have also led to concrete savings. I'll give you an example. A study by the World Bank in Brazil demonstrated that strategic sourcing could lead to proven savings of almost $10 billion to the Brazilian government. The impact on the private sector is equally stark. Another study by the World Bank found that, tragically, the cost of payment delays could account for as much as 0.2% of the GDP across European countries and significantly more in developing countries. This is important because payment delays to the private sector are fairly common, and it affects and impacts smaller companies more than it does the bigger players. Another issue of importance today is the role of procurement in improving public trust. And this is extremely important today when we find governments are grappling with reducing trust by the citizens. Modernization of procurement systems has demonstrated enhanced transparency, and reduce vulnerability to corruption. Especially when supported by the right policies and institutional environment, this can combat the erosion of public trust. Through initiatives like open contracting, which is open contracting, as you know, and there was an intervention earlier. Open contracting is a global transparency movement. So through these initiatives, more governments have been releasing procurement data sets to the public, and we are learning more about the actual impact of transparency on accountability, anti-corruption, and other governance dimensions. As a matter of fact, one of the initiatives that is supported by the World Bank, which is procurement, anti-corruption and transparency, called PROACT, actually uses a huge amount of data sets to try and find out whether corruption or symptoms of corruption exist somewhere. It is not often recognized, but public procurement policies can have a positive effect on social inclusion through the creation of jobs, especially for vulnerable and minority groups such as women and youth. Supporting SMEs has been identified as one way of assisting the private sector in many developing countries, and firms of any size that win government contracts create more jobs. In addition to a vibrant private sector increasing competition, the stimulation of local markets has demonstrated real economic benefits in more than a few countries. This actually brings me to a proposition. The areas where public procurement can make a difference are many. It is time that governments realize that investment in procurement research is a global good. It is in this context that I reiterate the need for a collaborative mechanism in procurement. There is much to be gained if governments, development partners, the private sector, academics, civil society, and other stakeholders work together to explore ways to improve and upgrade public procurement systems and practices. The overarching goal of this coalition should be to establish a global interface to promote the strategic use of public procurement as a critical economic planning and development tool. The global mechanism can integrate good practices from around the world to strengthen knowledge sharing and collaboration, and promote globally recognized principles or benchmarks leading to ultimately what? Leading to country-owned and country-driven frameworks and metrics for procurement performance. Subsequently, this network can contribute to improving governance and oversight through support for privilege-resistant policies and increased standardization and professionalization of public procurement systems and processes. This global partnership, once created, can widen and deepen collaborative networks, learning, outreach, and supported for better coordinated, better resourced, and better targeted development assistance in public procurement. I am sure that the impact of this initiative would be immense. I see a distinct role for organizations like the ISM, PPPAI, development partners, and as a matter of fact, all of you to help create this partnership. I'm sorry. I must congratulate ISM, PPPAI, the organizing institutions, Mr. Batra and his team for this conference. That this is taking place regularly and is becoming one of the most powerful events for knowledge share and networking is something that we need to all be proud of. I thank you all for your patience. Thank you. Over to you, Pamela.
Thank you for the closing remarks, Mr. Sharma. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Mr. Krishan K. Batra, CEO, PPPAI and ISM-INDIA, and Mr. Shankar Lal, Country Procurement Lead India, the World Bank Group, for the vote of thanks. Introducing Shankar, Mr. Shankar Lal is the World Bank Country Procurement Lead for India and is based in New Delhi. Besides managing the bank's procurement team in India since July 2014, he has been working on procurement capacity building and procurement reform initiatives. Mr. Lal has supported design and launch of several capacity building initiatives in partnership with reputed Indian institutions, and he has also supported mobilizing the procurement community for setting up the Public Procurement Professional Association of India, PPPAI. Over to you, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Pamela. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Batra.
Excellent. Hi, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because still we have some participants from Japan, some from US. So it's covering the different time zones. Before I go to propose the vote of thanks, I'm pleased to inform that in today's conference, 5,295 participants have joined from 161 countries. I still feel this is one of the big numbers we have received in the last 3 years. For all this thing around, on behalf of PPI and all the stakeholders, which are World Bank is a major one, ADB, AIB, and ITC Geneva, which is a part of the UN. Now, I want to salute all for your interest in joining this. All the participants around, I want to again salute you. I hope today's learning journey, if I talk around, was useful. We do look forward to your feedback. Friends, it's my privilege to thank the chief guest, Ms. Anna Villo-Grasco, who joined us today in the morning, for joining us and sharing her insights. Our sincere special thanks to all the esteemed speakers. We had 18 speakers, out of which 7 were from abroad and rest 11 from India, but played a pivotal role, if I say, in making this event an attractive one for knowledge. All the speakers have done excellent presentation. We look forward to the opportunity to collaborate, I would say, with all of the speakers again in future. Many thanks to Ms. Pamela Patrick for hosting this program very effectively. I noted from morning till evening, she was very effective. And again, I want to thank the tech team and the management team, which comprise of Arun Paul, Puneet Agarwal, and Rakesh, who have been doing a lot of supporting work to create the interest. Now, thanks to again, I would say my sincere thanks to Mr. Vinay Sharma, whom you have heard just now in the closing remarks, and Shankarlal. Both have been, I would say, the creator of PPI. They have been very instrumental in promoting the concept of PPI. My special thanks to both of them. Without that, this PPI won't have come to this shape. Who motivated us to motivate PPI, I would say. Thanks to all of you. All participants will be getting certificate of participation. In case you wish to get certificate of excellence, so my request to you would be that you will have to go through a test, and once you pass it with good marks, then you will get excellence covering driving strategic procurement. Well, with this, I would again like to thank you, all the participants and all the speakers, again to Mr. Vinay Sharma and Shankarlal. Please, and all the participants, please do share your thoughts to us, your feedback, but this will help us to make it much better. Now with this, I give the floor to Mr. Shankarlal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Batra. And since you have covered everyone, I'm just repeating what you have said about the participants. First of all, I think all of you connected for entire day. That is big, the number is beautiful show, and also keeping you engaged throughout the day. And I also want to thank all the resource persons for devoting their valuable time and for sharing their knowledge and their ideas with the audience. So we look forward to seeing you again exactly after 1 year with new theme, new focus areas, and try to hear your valuable inputs for how to take the public procurement forward. Let me just stop here and back to Mr. Batra.
Thanks again, Shankarji. I think I covered also. With this, again, I want to thank everybody and propose a word of thanks. So, I don't know whether Mr. Vinay Sharma want to say anything. Thanks again.